The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Decisive results were on the menu at the U.S. Juniors and Senior Championships in St. Louis. Feisty players cooked up spicy novelties to turn up the heat on their opponents. Justin Wang looks a cut above the rest, winning his second game to stay tied atop the junior standings. In the seniors bracket, Vladimir Akopian is making his presence felt, defeating a co-leader to jump into clear first. The top three in the junior girls all drew, which allowed the two winners to join them in a five-way tie for first. It's getting crowded at the top of the leaderboard, and the competition is just getting warmed up. Day 3 of thrilling chess coming up next.
Welcome to round 3 of the US Juniors and Seniors. We are here in front of the biggest chess piece in the world. The players will arrive soon. Let's go to the studio and start the action.
Competitive chess from all of our players with some surprises in the standings. A lot more to come as round 3 starts right now. Hello and welcome everyone. I'm your host, International Master Paikidze, and I'm here with Grandmasters Yasser Seirawan and Cristian Chirila.
Good to see you, Nazi. Good to see you, Yasser.
Christian, as always, it's great to be in studio with you both. Every time I come in studio, I get these nice smiles, warm smiles. Great to be here. Hello, everyone. I hope you have been enjoying the show, and welcome to the National Championships. We certainly have had our fair share of decisive games, and there are 3 players with perfect scores. Nasi, do the honors and tell us the standings. Let's start with the juniors.
Let's take a look, Yasser. In the juniors, we have 2 players sharing first place, Christopher Yu and Justin Wang with perfect scores. And only 1 player, Andy Woodward, is right now at +1.
And in the girls section?
In the girls section, surprisingly, already no one has a perfect score. And there are 5 players sharing first place, Jasmine Su, Zoe Tang, Iris Mo, Rose Atwell, and Chloe Go.
Feel like Zoe missed a golden opportunity yesterday. Tell us about the senior tournament.
In the seniors, we have a sole leader, Vladimir Akopian, with 2 out of 2. And only 1 player, Larry Christiansen, is half point behind him. And then a lot of players are sharing third place.
Exactly. And tell us about the format for these 3 national championships.
It's a 10-player round-robin tournament. Time control is 2 hours with 30-second increment. No draw offers allowed. And the regular scoring system, 1 point for a win, half for a draw, 0 for a loss.
And our schedule.
Today, players are playing round 3. We have a total of 9 games, 1 game per day. This Sunday, rest day is coming up. And if necessary, on July 26, we might see playoffs.
Ooh, playoffs. Its own day. I love it. Thank you, Nasi. And Cristian, you've been drilling down on the ages of our junior championships. Tell us what you've discovered.
Absolutely, Yasser. Well, we know a lot about their styles of play after 2 rounds of exciting action, but let's take a look at their age as well. We're going to start with the juniors section, and I have to say, look at that. Look at the top. Wow. Andy Woodward, GM elect. Andy Woodward, only 13 years of age, so young, yet so skillful already. Christopher Yu at 17 years of age, and I have to say, I believe we have a nice pairing between these 2 players today. Looking forward to that. Let's take a look at what's happening in the junior girls section. And I have to say, I was surprised by these stats. Look at that, Megan Paragua, only 11 years of age. What were you doing? Were you playing national championships?
I wasn't even
at
playing
11
chess.
years.
No, I started at 12.
Alice Lee In 5th position, she's getting old at 14 years of age and bringing so much experience to the table. We've called so many of her games throughout her already very accomplished career. Let's take a look at what's happening in the Legends section. That's your section.
I love it.
You could be playing in this one as well.
My people.
Absolutely. The newcomer, Julio Becerra, 50 years of age. And at the bottom of the table, you can see Grandmaster Larry Christiansen, 68 years young, but he's bringing so much experience, but also good vibes to the table as well.
Attackers at 50 and at 68, Julio and Larry.
He's very vivacious,
well.
at 68 years of age.
They go for it. It's my pleasure to introduce the 4th member of our broadcasting team, Sensei himself, Kostya. Kostya, share your thoughts after 2 rounds of play.
Thanks, Yasser. Hello, Christian. Hello, Nazi. Wow, what an exciting first 2 days. Personally, guys, I've been very, very impressed by 2 of the top seeds in the tournament, Grandmaster Vladimir Akopian in the U.S. Senior and Grandmaster Christopher Yu in the U.S. Juniors, both on a perfect score, winning their first 2 games with black. Honestly, you couldn't ask for a better start as they try to win their national championships. Let's start with Akopian in the U.S. Senior. This guy is such a decorated career. He's an absolute legend of the game. 2-time Armenian champion, longtime member of their Olympiad winning national team. He didn't win this event the first 2 years he was here as the top seed, but this year, he is absolutely dominating so far, playing fantastic chess, again, on a perfect score, and very much looking set to win his first U.S. Senior title. Then let's move over to the U.S. Juniors. Top seed Grandmaster Christopher Yu, also on a perfect score, winning his first 2 games with black. Today's got a critical game against Andy Woodward. Christopher won this tournament 2 years ago in 2022. He didn't play last year, and I'm sure he wants to win this year and get that U.S. Championship qualifying spot. So far, his attempt here is very, very successful. And we'll see, guys, if they can continue their winning streak into today's round 3. Should be very exciting.
Thank you, Kostya and Nasi. Do the honors, tell our audience what the pairings are. Let's start with the juniors.
Let's take a look. In the junior section, we have Justin Wang playing Nicholas Ladan, Jason Wang playing Brewington Hardaway, Balaji against Jason Liang, Arthur Guo playing Andrew Hong, and the tournament leader Christopher Yu playing Andy Woodward.
A marquee matchup right
That's
there on
a
the
big
5th
clash
table.
right there.
You bet. And tell us about the girls' pairings.
In the girls section, we have Chloe Go playing Jasmine Su,
Big game.
Omia playing Rachel Lee, Alice Lee against Rose Atwell. Key matchup.
Oh,
Big marquee matchup right there.
yeah.
Zoe Tang playing Yasmin Yassani, and Megan Paragua against Iris Mo.
And for the seniors, the legends.
We have Melik playing Alex Shabalov, both players looking to bounce back today.
Right.
And Douglas Root playing Julio Becerra, Joe Benjamin against Jesse Kraai, Igor Novikov playing Gregory Kaidanov, and the sole leader of the tournament, Akopian, against Larry Christiansen.
Another marquee matchup right there. And speaking of one of our marquee games, here we have it.
Alice Lee and Rose Atwell.
Exactly. Now, Alice Lee comes in as the prohibitive pre-tournament favorite, but she finds herself at -1. It's really a shocking after 2 rounds of play, only to have a draw.
And I have to say, Rose is one of her biggest rivals in
Yes.
this competition. She's bringing a lot of exciting chess into this battle right now.
The players have been fighting hard, and we expect more battles ahead, but what are they fighting for besides the national titles?
They're fighting for a lot of money. In the junior section, total prize fund is $40,000. First place winner is going to get $12,000. Second place, 8. Third place, 5.
And in the girls' championship,
Total prize fund is $20,600. First place, $6,000. Second place, 4. And third place, 3.
the legends.
In the senior section, total prize fund $75,000. First place, $20,000. Second place, 13. And third place, 10.
Thank you, St. Louis Chess Club, for all your generosity. Definitely nice prize funds as we see our players going through their security checks, getting ready for this, the third round of play. And boy, I just have to say, the tournament started with a bang. 12 out of the 15 games were decisive. Yesterday we saw a lot of decisive games as well. And I wanted to say that Alice is a little lucky that Zoe didn't get off to a 2-0 start.
That's Justin Wang, who had a great game yesterday against Brewington Hardaway. Very difficult position.
Well, he got lucky.
Very difficult. Well, I wouldn't call it luck.
Brew mishandled his attack.
But he was so resilient throughout
That is true.
the middle game.
He
did not
defended
panic.
very well.
He saw all those sacrifices, did not panic, and defended precisely.
We're going to go to the game on screen, which is Christopher Yu with the white pieces against Andy Woodward. Again, he's IM elect, or rather better to say GM elect. He is an international master, is Andy. He's going to get his Grandmaster title. Christopher skipped last year, and Mishra was the winner. Christopher wants his title back, and, he gets white today. He started with 2 black, so what could be sweeter?
But he did win both games with the black pieces.
Yeah. So 1d4. Now, yesterday, we saw Andy snap out some amazing preparation.
And actually, during the interview, he said that he prepared that long time ago. It wasn't for that game.
Exactly. And he ended up mixing a moment where maybe he had an advantage of sorts. That game ended in a draw. We'll see if he's as well prepared as he was yesterday for today. By the way, again, if I'm in Andy's shoes and I'm sitting there saying, I'm playing the #1 seed, Christopher Yu.
He's clearly in good form.
I have black. I'm going to play my A game defense. I'm not going to take any chances with some of my riskier lines that I made. Yeah.
No, they're such young players. They love to take risks.
That's the thing.
I feel Christopher
swinging.
is much more prone to take risk in this one. I don't think we're going to see a main line. Christopher, from what he said during the interview at the beginning, he focuses on practicality in this competition. So I think we're going to see something a bit offbeat in this one.
The players are actually slow playing their opening. Wanted to have something to talk about. I'm expecting a Nimzo Indian.
E6 or G6?
Yeah, whoa,
G6, okay.
No.
Or
King 6 or Grunfeld.
I have a feeling we're going to see a Grunfeld after knight c3, which is on the board.
Knight c3 is on the board already?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. d7, d5.
I think we're going to see d5.
It was funny. The other day we were talking about the game of Shabalov and this early bishop to d2.
d5 on the board.
And I remember it was Vasily Smyslov, a former world champion, who played this very quiet, soft little move. And the whole idea of the Grunfeld is to blast open on the long diagonal of the bishop. And if you do end up capturing on c3, Smyslov's idea was to recapture with the bishop, neutralizing and making it that much more difficult to challenge in the center with either c5 and
we can
e5.
see Christopher's he's clearly surprised in the opening, and now he's deciding which line he should play.
Absolutely. He got taken aback by this situation right now.
Grunfeld. Now, Coach, you got to jump in on this one for me, because I have to say it mystifies me. Today, we're seeing h2, h4 being a challenge for both the King's Indian and the Grunfeld.
Against the Grunfeld is a bit more difficult, and especially after you play the move knight c3. So generally you play the move h4 without the knight on c3. So already after g6, h4 directly. But we have what you showed, Yasser. How?
Have bishop d2 on the board.
Were you talking to Christopher before the round? Like, well, what is this? Is he listening to us?
No, it was only that you had inspired me yesterday by a comment that you had made in Shabalov's game. Because Shabalov was playing the petite bishop to d2.
Yes.
And he was playing this e3, and he was playing very cagey. And it reminded me of Vasily Smyslov's move, bishop d2. Because when I saw this move for the first time, please keep in mind that I was a kid, right? And I'm always looking for the most aggressive thing I could do. I brought out my knights, which were pretty good. But then I always wanted to play moves like bishop h6 and bishop g5 and bishop b5. So the move bishop to d2 was completely out of my zone of awareness. Like, Why would you?
So passive.
Right? Why would you make such a small little move? But it does have some venom. And again, bishop g7, e2, e4. I think today they recognize that knight takes c3 is wrong.
So knight b6.
And knight b6. So now you're double attacking.
No, knight c3 is fine.
Knight c3?
Knight c3 is perfectly fine. Yes.
I've been seeing more this, but knight takes c3 is perfectly fine.
If I remember correctly, also c5 is a big move right now.
Immediately.
Immediately after bishop d2.
So then.
No.
Oh.
Without bishop g7. And that's actually what we see on the board.
Immediate c5.
Yes, c5 is the one that's considered to be equalizing.
Really?
This variation.
And let's go through it because it looks very forcing. e4.
Knight takes c3.
Bishop takes c3.
Bishop takes c3, and I think the line goes...
Takes on d4?
Take on d4, c d4.
Queen d4, queen
e5.
d4.
I think this is the line. e5, queen here, bishop c3, bishop b4. Something along these lines.
Whoa,
Yes.
whoa. e5.
Yes, queen d4, take... And I think this position might be equal. But again, I will have to go through the lines and remember exactly how it goes. But some pawn sacrifice like this.
Of this?
Yes.
Wow. Well, whatever it is, they are actually playing it pretty fast.
Well, they're going straight into that variation.
Knight, yes, so c5.
So I believe it's c takes d4, followed by e5.
C takes d4. And again, bishop takes d4. I'm hitting the rook. I'm trying to coax the move f7, f6, which really does not fit the position. e5, bishop takes e5. I'm a hero, I'm a pawn up. Check, attacking king and bishop. And Cristian was pointing out a variation like this. It was all very sharp, right?
So black just gives up a pawn, goes into the same color bishop endgame.
Right?
And
It's bishop to b4. Now I remember. So instead of after e5, bishop takes c5. Instead of queen to a5, the line goes bishop to b4 first.
Check immediately.
Yes, bishop c3.
Do I have to play bishop c3?
I think you do.
want to play king e2?
Well, yeah, because I'd kind of like to have my pawn structure.
You want to keep the bishop also on the board.
Well, for the moment, I want to grab the rook, right?
Can't I go queen e7 now? Aren't you in trouble?
Queen e7, I could be in big trouble. Queen e7, that's a really nasty. By the way,
That's a nice checkmate.
Epaulette checkmates, as far as they go,
Yes.
that's a pretty good one. Thank you, Queen e7. So I'm forced to play bishop c3. Sorry, you were going to tell me the line, Cristian, before. Bishop c3,
Just
right?
bishop takes c3, b takes c3.
Queen e7, perhaps?
Queen a5 or queen c7. I think you can play a couple of moves here, including queen e7 as well. But I think queen a5 is the one considered to equalize the easiest, let's say.
The easiest.
The easiest. It's still a slight edge for white, nevertheless with the strongest engines. And if he's analyzed this position at home, which I'm sure he did.
Sufficiently,
Because,
yeah.
to be honest, bishop to d2 nowadays is one of the main lines. This is the
Okay.
way players with the
So
white
they
piece
should
try
be
to...
very aware
Yes.
of
If
this.
you play the Grunfeld, you should know this bishop to d2.
Again, it's funny, Nasi, because when I see this position and I'm a pawn up, I'm happy. When Peter Svidler sees this position and he's a pawn down, he's happy.
You guys should play this against each other.
Well, exactly.
Maybe
I
we'll
mean,
be
and
happy.
everybody's happy. The
I'm not
Grunfeld
sure
players,
he's happy.
Grunfeld
No.
players like being material down.
Yes, but this is one of those positions in which you sort of have to defend.
Right.
Like you're playing for two results. You're not going to win this position with
black.
one pawn less.
That's
so,
right.
Unfortunately, you're playing for two results is one of those risk-free, let's say, options for white.
Wonderful. Well, Christopher's getting what he wants. Nasi, you're in the driver's seat.
Yes,
Tell me
can
where
we
we're
check,
going.
Justin Wang's game against Nicholas Ladan. So Justin's the other player who is sharing the first place in the juniors.
With a perfect score. Let's take a look. And it's, the openings had, well, it's a Rui Lopez, but this has a specific name to it.
Morphe defense?
Well, that's A6. So we're deeper into this line of the Rui Lopez. And I can tell you, a lot of people have gotten caught with a hand in the cookie jar by taking this bishop and opening up the h file. As soon as that knight moves, queen h4, it lands like a ton of bricks, and that's just simply checkmate. d2, d4.
I still remember first time I saw that at the board. I was playing white. I played h3. Black responds with h5, and
You were
I
in
was
shock.
lost. I was like, do I have to resign now? And I was like, oh, wait, I don't have to take on d4.
Right.
It really scared me.
It did. Probably with justification. Again, I have a feeling that this is theory. Just forgive me for a moment. Why
I don't think this
aren't I
is a
taking
common
on
theory.
d4?
I think
If
we do
take-
have that on the board.
Well,
Not
no.
immediately.
If we take immediately, maybe this is a line where I can
okay.
actually capture the bishop, because I do, if you attack my knight, it doesn't matter. I do have queen
Bishop
takes
7,
g4 as a way of defending, which is why we saw in the game bishop takes f3, queen takes f3. Now, why do I have my pawn on h5 and not my knight on f6? Oh, I know.
Free pawn.
I did it for a free pawn. So let's take a look. We take the pawn. Do we play
Oh,
e5?
e5. I think I've seen rook d1 and c3 here.
Rook d1 and c3 makes more sense. The immediate e5, what I want to say is it kind of comes with a rather singular threat. You can just address that by just developing, and I don't know if you're happy with your pawn on e5 or not. So rook d1, that makes
Does black
sense.
typically here still castle short?
Good question. Good question. In the immortal words of Robert Hubner, I do not know. With the pawn on h5 castling short has some drawbacks.
You can see how queenside is also pretty open. So
Right.
for black to castle queenside with the pawns on a6 and c6 is not ideal.
Coach Nasi is making a very good point. Where is Nicholas going to put his king?
That's actually a very good question.
That's why we asked you.
The engine, to be honest, already is saying that white is clearly better.
Clearly better.
Clearly better. Not only with rook to d1, which in fact might not be the best way, but in fact, with the move rook to e1, try to take advantage of that exposed king as fast as possible. Try to open things up with e5. By the way, once you open up with e5, this queen gets activated as well.
Right.
You have some problems with the pawn on c6. So rook to e1 will pose a lot of questions. What surprises me about this game is that Nicholas hasn't spent any time on his moves.
Absolutely.
2 hours and 2 minutes right now. So definitely seems to know what he's doing. Again, we know how important and how easy it is to work nowadays with engines, right?
Absolutely.
You just have to put in the time, and it seems like he might have put in the time. Perhaps he knows exactly how to neutralize these ideas after rook to e1 and e5.
Quick question for you. Is
Yes.
this position a novelty?
Let's take a look. No.
And what's the name of this opening?
This is the Morphy defense.
That's A6. Come on.
Supposedly, yes.
It also says modern Steinitz defense. Maybe
Yes.
that's what you're
Okay,
looking for.
yeah, I'm looking for something a little bit past
Morphy and
1850.
then modern Steinitz is difficult. I mean, you might as well call it delayed Zagreb or something like that.
Delayed zone. On this moment, once again,
Rook to d1 is
Rook
the
to
main
D1
line.
is the
Rook to
line?
e1 is has been played as well. C3 to try to
What,
get the
Nasi's-
typical, let's say,
Si-
pawn sacrifice like this.
suggested, yeah.
Yes.
And
This has been played quite a few times. Queen to d7, try to defend. The pawn on c6, you cannot play the move knight to f6 right now because of e5.
E5 is-
This would be quite problematic. So you need to tackle the problem of the pawn on c6 first.
Exactly. Which goes back to the current position, if you don't mind, without the moves rook d1 or rook e1.
Sure.
The absolute, because you said in this position the move rook e1 prepping e5. If we went e5
Yes.
right away.
Yes.
And-
Now I think I can go d5.
Okay,
That's
that was
probably
my
the best
question.
move, yes.
That was my question.
I probably have to play this move. d5. But again, even after rook to e1 in this position,
Awesome.
e6 is still sort of a problem, right?
Exactly.
Especially because you're already committed to h5.
Exactly.
Where do you put the king? It's a big question. Especially if these two pawns get exchanged after the move e6. The f-file is open, the h5 pawn is weak, so you're probably not castling short. If not, then where do you go? Do you go on the queen side? Maybe. But once I play c3, open up these files, open the c file, you have some problems on c6. I don't know. It looks very, very dangerous.
It does indeed. I just want to jump into the game between Alice Lee and Rose Atwell, because for Alice Lee fans, which includes everybody on panel, she needs a win with white, and she's got a Queen's Gambit declined, calls by pawn structure. Now, I basically made a career out of this position as white.
No, I think Alice changed up her opening because she plays Catalan, but she lost her first game in Catalan, so it's psychologically is a good choice to just switch it up and change something else.
Right, yeah, you feel the same, like when an opening just didn't work for you, kind of
especially in the
give
first
it a
round,
rest.
when you just kind of abandon it.
put it aside. Here, in this moment, castles, oftentimes what I tried to do was play for the minority attack. I would play a3 and b4. Sometimes I bring my rook to b1. In these positions,
I always liked f3, e4 plans.
exactly. Normally I would coax the move a5 out of my opponents, and once I saw a5, then I would go for the f3 and e4 plans. Full fight in this one, and again, I'll turn it over to you. You're in the driver's seat.
Right,
where are we
let's check,
going?
How the leader of the seniors is doing, Akopian against Christiansen.
Now, isn't this interesting? Larry is playing, of all things, a Caro-Kann. Now, Larry, he opened the tournament with an Alekhine against Joel Benjamin.
Successfully so.
And a very successful opening it was. Larry,
I'm not sure about the success of the opening
per
itself,
se, because
he was completely lost.
He had some issues.
But
he
the
switched
middle
it
game,
up.
definitely he played in his style. Very, very poised.
He switched it up. Now, it's not like the Caro-Kann. Larry can play a lot of systems, but I'm more familiar with Larry playing e5, Sicilians as well. But a Caro-Kann, let's see how he does in the advanced variation. Knight d2.
Early knight d2, knight b3 idea is to not let black play the c5 move, which is critical move for black.
It doesn't stop it.
Doesn't stop it, but
right? Because we do have a tactic that can.
Then you have to give up your bishop.
I know. I'm not so happy. Players do this, by the way. They do give up their dark squared bishop to get a situation like this. But knight b3, you know, it feels like white is taking some time. You know, I'm not a big.
You don't like this line?
Well, I'm not saying it's bad at all for white. What you're doing is you're preventing one of the key strategic motifs in the position, which is to strike in the center.
It's a very popular line as well.
Has it become?
Yeah.
Knight e7. So this is a kind of a page out of the Shabalov versus Becerra book. In that game, what Shabalov did, and his timing was a little askew, but he did play for the move f7, f6.
In this type of positions, usually, let's say bishop e2 is the most
Bishop
common
e2,
move.
sure.
And here, the key moment for black is right now. Is the knight on e7 going to c8? Or there are some ideas with bishop g4 and knight f5.
Yep, bishop g4, knight f5. And then the other one, I went knight c8 in a tournament. One of my last tournaments I played in Barcelona was I went knight to c8 to b6. I brought my knight to c4. I won a long ending, but I remember it was a long maneuvering game. In the Baku Olympiad, I remember Katerina Nemtsova preparing very, very hard with Robert Hess, and she knew her opponent was going to be playing for this g5.
No, I had this game too at the Olympiad.
As well.
Against India's team, and I won my game with the black pieces,
With the black pieces.
With the g5,
Right, okay. So there are different approaches that black can take. And again, bishop g4 and knight f5.
Bishop g6 is also playable.
Yeah. And where on the leaderboard are our two gladiators?
Akopian and Christiansen right now in first and the second place. Sol first and Sol second.
There you go. It's always, regardless of the sport, I always like the clashes between the tops of their game.
I think everybody likes that.
Lots of
Yes.
68 years
everybody
young.
likes that,
68
yes.
years young. Go, Larry. Go, Larry. You're inspiring. You're inspiring us.
The seniors are relegated to the attic today.
Ah,
I
they
think they're
get the
switching it
attic.
up every day.
Okay, rotation. Okay, you're still in the driver's seat, Nasi. I like your picks so far. Where are we going?
Let's check Melik's game. He's playing Shabalov. Yesterday, both Melik and Alex lost their games.
So they're looking to bounce back.
They're at the same time favorites of the tournament. Melik is the defending champion.
Exactly.
And Alex has played, I don't know how many US championships.
A lot.
A lot, yeah.
A lot. He is a constant, if you will. Knight GE7. Okay, so like this, I think of as the Steinitz defense. And it's kind of funny.
Didn't we see 97, 96 by Gukesh recently?
Right.
One of the rapid tournaments.
Exactly. It's like we just saw the game of Vladimir Akopian where you go knight on B1 to D2 to B3.
Right.
So you spend 2 tempi, bringing the knight to B3. Black spends 2 tempi, bringing the knight from E7, knight to E7, knight to G6. And I always thought that the most natural squares were F3 and C3 for the knight. So why would you lose a tempo to bring your knight to a lesser
Especially
square?
with the black pieces. 'Cause
Especially
with
with the
white,
black
usually
pieces.
can afford to lose a tempo and not get a worse position. But
Right.
with black, it is quite risky.
But here we see the move bishop C5. Nonetheless, I'm assuming this is theory, Nasi?
Yes, it is. And here, white usually plays bishop E3. But
Okay.
I think knight F5 is interesting as well.
Exactly, knight F5. Eyeballing immediately the pawn on G7. I'm
Sure,
assuming
which
castles.
Black would castle.
Okay.
And then,
Now, I'm a little bit worried about D5.
so knight C3.
Correct. I want to stop that possibility. D7, D6, I guess.
Now D6, yes, since I don't have D5.
And
And
how do-
here, what do you think about knight A4 and trading that bishop? Because on bishop on C5 is a very good piece.
I think it is an excellent piece, and I would definitely want to do that. That would be, and the only thing I hesitated for just a moment because I was looking at kind of trying to damage
Pawn
the
structure?
pawn structure a little bit with bishop takes c6. If I could get triplets, that'd
I'll
be great.
also point out that knight on F5 here is well placed because black's knight is on G6 and I cannot be kicked out.
Right? No G7, G6. It can be captured, but it
Knight
can't
take
be.
back with a tempo.
Yeah, it can't be kicked out. Beside the move knight F5, I like the other suggestion that you had as well, which was bishop E3.
Yes.
Okay, I'm threatening. That's a kind of a tempo winner, isn't it?
Yes.
Doesn't it provoke bishop to B6?
Let's see what the theory is.
Yes.
Bishop E3, yeah, usually black takes bishop takes D4.
Oh, even bishop takes d4. Because I wanted to say, if you played bishop b6, not saying it's a good move or a bad move, here I would go after the bishop, but I would be thinking about, knight to, instead of
White
knight
seems
e4.
ahead in development here.
Right. So you were saying the line actually goes bishop takes d4.
Take back
Bishop
and
takes-
queen G5.
No kidding. How about that? So you threaten the bishop. I guess.
Now bishop C6 is the most commonly played move.
Okay. And I'm assuming d takes c6.
I'm guessing so.
Right.
And we do have bishop E3 on the board. We might see this exact line.
Well, I can't take
Actually,
the pawn.
surprisingly, D takes C is only one game played so far, so B takes C is more common.
No kidding.
Then,
Wow.
it gets crazy. White plays F4,
F4.
knight takes F4, and queen F3 is the idea.
Okay. And
Isn't White just winning?
not so clear. Knight to e6,
Oh yeah, knight E6.
queen f7, king f8. This, trust me when I say
Yeah,
this
sure.
is all news for me. I mean, I have never seen this in my experience whatsoever. My opponents usually don't let me play queen takes f7 in the opening check.
And it looks like black is doing actually very well here, but Melik chose knight F5. He did not play bishop E3.
Sorry, he did not play bishop e3. He did go for the knight f5 variation, and then we're
And we have
expecting
castle on the board.
castles on the board.
You have to be careful now because d5 is coming.
Right, and that was why we were looking at knight c3, d6, knight a4. Jump in on this one, Coach. Is this
Could we go
old
back?
school
Could
or
we go back
Sure.
just a move? I'm just always looking for some cheap tactical shots. No. Keep going with the main line after the move knight c3. Can I go d5 straight up?
d5, knight c3, d5, and munch?
And if I take on f5, you take back, and knight d4. Unfortunately, my knight on g6 is also hanging.
That was the awareness factor that Nasia pointed out. That we recapture with the tempo against the knight.
It's unfortunate. Yes.
Yes. So, as desirable as that line would appear to be,
I just want to play d5. It's such a beautiful move whenever you can play it.
yeah, if you can get away with it.
If you can get away with it.
Right.
Yes.
But-
Okay, so d6.
Okay, and then when we were looking at
Even
knight
though,
e4.
just a second, go back. Maybe instead of d6, can I try to target that knight on f5? Knight e7, knight c7.
But is it a threat even
No,
to capture?
no. But I'm also looking at ideas of c6 and d5.
Fair. C6 and d5. I don't know, but there's something very artificial.
It's a very popular line nowadays.
It
It's
is
knight
very
e7, knight
popular.
g6. Yes, very popular.
Yeah, we were.
Well, if Gukesh himself plays this.
Gukesh plays it.
Yeah,
I think
but
Hikaru
he's
played
young.
it.
He's young. Youth is basically unsound. Study the games of the juniors, and you'll understand what I mean. But seriously, don't you have this feeling that this is a
It
little?
looks artificial, yeah.
It does. Okay, I mean,
It's modern chess. Truly, this is modern chess.
I'm an idiot. I would be looking at knight takes g7, king takes g7, queen h5, right? Give me your bishop.
So let's say if I play d6.
d6, bishop h6 check. I mean,
No, that's too much.
yeah,
Too
I
much.
agree. It's you know, if I could play f4, f5 in a go, this is probably too many times. It's like I want to punish you for playing dummy.
But that's the danger of this line.
Right.
You're getting tempted by this idea, oh, I have to punish my opponent's
Precisely.
fall play.
Exactly.
But it's not really bad. It's supported by the engine, and these players who play this, they've analyzed it, they know exactly what to do. I think that's what Alex's situation is right now, as you can see from his time management. 2 hours and 1 minute on his clock.
I have a great deal of studying to do before I make my
Your
comeback, my debut.
You keep saying that, Yasser.
Yeah. Years are going by. Okay, I like your picks so far. Nasi, you're on a roll. Tell me where I'm going next.
All right. Do you want to say another Karokon? We have like 3 Karokons going on.
You told me it was the day of the Slav. I think it was day 1.
Yes, and
Now it's the
now-
day of the Karo. Please, where do we
Let's
go?
check Balaji's game against Jason Liang, Balaji Daggupati.
Okay.
We also have Advanced Karo, but a different variation than what Akopian chose. Maybe you like this line better than I did in NB3.
Oh, this is the H. So this was actually, the first time I saw this move, Boris Spassky, H to H4. And I thought to myself, that is such a bad move. It is so bad. I couldn't believe how bad it was. And the first move that came to my mind is I understand that E6, G4, I fall into a trap.
Yes.
And the move H4 now makes a great deal of sense. So then I thought to myself, well, H4 is so bad, I will play the move H6. So the idea is I want to play E6. And then I looked it up, and there was one David Bronstein, the root of all evil. David had ideas in every opening. He goes, if you play H6, you go G4.
And by the way, let's point out why Bishop went to D7 and not to H7.
Right.
Where it looks logical. We just played H6, but this allows A6, and it is playable. People do play this, but it's not going to be fun with the king on D7.
Exactly. Don't go there. And I had the hardest time. I still, to this day, haven't fully reconciled myself. I'm now in a French defense. Forget the fact I ever played a Caro-Kann. I'm going to play a French defense with an advanced French with the pawns on c5. And I've gifted you 3 tempi. h4, h5, g4. I moved my bishop to d7.
No, I was saying white had 3 extra tempi, but they spent it on g4 and h4, h5.
Exactly. And then I was going in my mind trying to make these comparisons of whether you're happy. Where are you going to put your king? You're white.
I love this with black.
You love this with black.
I've won
Okay.
every game with the black pieces in this opening.
So it was very, very difficult for me to
wrap your head around it.
Yeah, and to weigh the merits of the move. Anyway, h5 is the main
We have a
move.
surprising move after bishop d3. I'm a lifelong Caro-Kann player. I've never seen queen d7 here.
Oh, I think that's actually a standard move as well.
No, there's only 13 games in the database
Really?
after queen d7.
I mean, I've certainly played it a lot in Blitz. I think in let us say, the more modern classical games are black is attacking the queen. But queen d7, why do you think this is not
Well, I've
common?
never seen it, and the database shows me only 11 games.
Only 11. 92. Okay, now we take...
Where is Jovi when you need her? Because she has a course on Caro-Kann.
Exactly. Wait a minute, Jovi, come back. I mean, she's on her way to Norway. C5, C3, knight C6. We caught up with the players, and what do our 13 games
Well, here
suggest?
we're already down to 0 games. So this is already a new position.
But everything was very normal. It looked...
Well, instead of maybe c3 and knight d2, yeah, here white could play c4. Why not challenge the center immediately?
Okay. And let me pause because I'm still trying to I guess e6? I don't know. Trying to guess. Knight c3?
Yes.
Knight c3. Let me
At some
not,
point, I probably have to take on c4, right?
Yeah, let me not sacrifice a pawn.
Why not? Wait a minute. No, don't take on d4.
Just go knight
Go knight
c6.
c6, right?
Immediately? Or
You
take on
can take
c4?
on c4 and then
You can
knight
take on c4.
Take on
first.
c4. Take on c4. Now immediately knight. Thank you. Yes, of
Why
course.
not? Because the pawn on
knight
e5.
e5. Yes. All right.
Bishop e3.
Bishop e3. Are we still in standard territory?
I want to play rook d1, but does it get me anything?
Well, it might,
Question is who's first?
right? This could easily work out favorably for black. Jump in on this one, Coach. What does our computer engines think about the current position with c3?
It's very balanced.
Very balanced.
It is a very balanced position. And the engine is saying bishop to g5, try to take advantage of, let's say, this square, this
Right.
newly created good square for the bishop, or potentially even a different piece. But bishop to g5, just finish the development. Knight to d2 next, knight to f3. Try to bring all of your pieces into play. And this is kind of the discussion that's happening between the two players. Bishop g5, you go e6. Black is going to do exactly the same. He's going to play knight e7, get the knight either to g6 or f5, as you were trying to get as well. Bishop to e7, and then find the spot for the king, which is the big question of the position, because you already played h5.
Once again,
right?
we're
So do you
saying
go
the
short
drawback.
castle? I'm not sure.
But by the way, because you played bishop g5 in this exact position,
Yes.
I would love to play f6. I would love to play f6, but queen g6 check really
This
puts
would be a bit problematic, right?
hence the
Maybe
desirable
even queen
castle's
to f7.
long.
Yeah, if the pawn was on
Now-
h7, sure.
I'm going to play for f6, and maybe I'll shut down the queen side with c4, and
But once you play c4, I will go b3. So I'm
Later,
not sure
later.
if that's going to help you too much.
Okay,
Like for example,
castles? Yeah.
right now castle seems to be a very, very poor decision.
okay.
Sorry, Yasser.
No. Historians are going to call it heroic. Trust me. Knight
to
f4.
Yes, it looks like a funny move, but I have ideas of knight to g6.
No.
And despite the fact that you take my bishop, my knight doesn't get stuck on h8. I have plenty of light squares to bring it back via g6 or f7.
Knight f4.
Knight to f4, a very, very powerful move, by the way, because right now not only that you cannot play f6, but e6 is no longer possible either.
Right.
So you're sort of stuck in this position.
Knight f4.
You need to lose another tempo to go rook e8. That's unnatural.
I was
You don't
going to
want
play
like
g6, but then I think I'm walking into e6.
In
Exactly.
any case.
Very good point. Very good point. Yes. And
Now
this is a
that-
big problem as well. Where do you put a rook, right?
No. I'm sacking an exchange, bishop g7, and hoping for the best. But hold on, if you don't mind, because knight f4, my goodness, we were
I
just
feel we
talking
should
about
play maybe
artificial?
some more natural moves.
I was
Because to
about
be
to
honest, bishop
say.
to g5,
Wow.
look, that's the engine's recommendation.
Wow.
But it's not very natural.
It isn't, but
Right.
my goodness.
Let's go castle. Why not? Let's just play a normal move.
Like castles. Yeah,
Continue, please.
That makes a lot of sense. Just a second. Let me put the position back up on my screen. But you just told me that my pawn on h5 is a target.
It's a
How come the pawn
it's a
on
big problem.
h4 doesn't scare you from castling?
That's the side I have space advantage. So that's the side I'm going to play myself on. I'm not too worried about your attack on the king side.
So you're saying after e6, you're not worried about the pawn getting targeted?
Not so much, no.
Okay.
I mean, I understand it will, but I'm going to be able to easily
Wait, could
protect
play
it.
knight d2, knight f3.
Correct, yes.
The natural square for the knight. Knight d2, knight f3.
And then maybe knight g5 as well.
Ooh, okay. Get on your
At
horse.
some point, I will get a piece on g5. This is the key to this position.
Okay.
You've more or less committed this pawn on h5. Now you have to deal with the consequences.
Well, I get my knight on. Yeah, I mean, Bobby Fischer said, to get squares, you got to give them. I give you the g5 square. You give me the f5 square. We'll talk about it later, who got the better part of the deal. This is good stuff.
Jason is well prepared. He has 2 hours and almost 2 minutes. He gained
Wow.
time while Balaji is thinking. He already spent half an hour figuring out how to deal with this surprise in the opening.
Okay, sounds good.
But let's quickly
Shall we
check
go to
back
Alice Lee?
There's
I don't
actually
think
some upgrade in Justin Wang's game.
Okay, just on Wang, just a
I
second.
got a tip from Dariusz that if he plays knight d2 here, looks like he's much better already.
Now remember that Justin comes into this today's competition with a 2 out of 2 score, and after captures on d4, we did see rook d1. We were looking rook
Right.
d1, rook e1, c2, c3. We had a lot of choices going on. Queen f6.
I really liked how Justin reacted. We routed
B.
the queen to the b file, found a weakness, and went
Yeah.
for it.
Like it's one thing when your queen is on f3 and you capture on b7. How did the queen get to b7? Here we go. Knight e7, queen b7, rook c8, and here the recommendation is knight to
Simply
d2.
knight d2,
No pawn
with
hunting?
knight f3 coming, I'm guessing, and there is bishop g5s, knight d4s. Oh, you're
Nice.
going to take all the pawns.
Oh, yes, but you're
I
right.
think, yeah, bishop g5 comes with some other threats because knight on e7 is defending the rook on c8.
Okay, so let's do it move by move. Knight d2, c5,
Okay.
because I'm anticipating you're attacking me. Knight f3. Now the question is, how am I going to develop? It's not an easy one to answer. Imagine I played the move g6. Are you going to kill me with bishop to g5? And okay, bishop g5. If you did,
Yeah, I
gain
would
of
play
tempo.
bishop g5.
You were threatening
Also,
to take my
really
knight.
want to play e5. It's let's give all the pawns.
You see, one of the things I did in my chess career is I really did, honestly. I was very purposefully a provocateur. And oftentimes, I got killed. I overdid it. But other times when my opponents miss their marks, they more often than not miss their marks. But this move e5 looks
I'm not even
really
giving
strong.
up a pawn. Yes, because when I take knight e5 immediately.
Yeah. Well,
But
in fact,
you know,
yeah.
the line doesn't finish there.
Okay.
I will take on e5.
Yeah.
We have f6.
Yes, now I will take.
Knight takes.
I will take on e5.
Take on e5.
Okay, queen bishop e7.
Now I go king d7. That's my move.
Ooh, king d7.
Yes, king d7. Well, I have to defend my
I
rook on
understand.
c8
Okay,
somehow.
let's take on f8 and then play c3 or take on a6.
But
I mean, your king's on d7.
Yeah, but I'm not too worried actually.
Am I up a pawn? We went into this.
Black is
I'm
up a pawn.
down a
Yeah.
pawn, but I mean, a6 pawn's ours, right?
Just a second. I'm not sure which side I'm on, so be careful about the hours.
I see.
I'm not sure if I'm up a pawn or if I'm
Down.
I think I'm down a pawn. That king on d7.
Does not look happy.
But does Nico have this prepared, perhaps?
Why?
He's playing so fast. I mean, I'm seeing the question mark, and I'm seeing Justin being preferred by the engine, but I'm
Right.
also surprised, let's say, by the fact that Nico is not spending any time. He has an hour and 58 minutes.
Well, you know, sometimes we play really fast, but we messed up something in the
That's
prep.
true. That is true.
And we don't let it bother us.
Yeah.
We just continue like a la tempo. This is all a part of the blueprint.
Happens way too often.
I like what you just said a moment ago, though. Now, see, queen takes a6. Come on, we're in a major piece middle game, and the black king is on d7. Put the black king on g7, and we'll be talking about maybe my passed a pawn. Put the black king on d7, we're talking about an attack against the king, and how are you going to withstand c3 and b4. I like Justin's position in this one. Yeah.
Yeah, he has a good chance to go 3 out of 3.
Christian mentioned Alice Lee, and they do have essentially everything that we suggested on the board. H2, H3, that was a step by Alice to prevent Rose from
Knight
going
H5
knight
trade.
H5 and capturing the bishop. In short, we made a safety
But now, I
square.
always had this issue with h3. Now f3, e4 doesn't look as great because you've played h3.
Yes, but you sort of had to play, right?
Because I don't see any other plans for white.
Right?
And you had to play h3 because if you go f3 first, the
Yeah.
knight h5 was a big problem.
Right.
Big problem. Let's call it a problem, just because I don't want to lose that dark square bishop.
Right. For me, when I'm playing the opening, I have 3 goals. My fair share, control of the center. My fair share of the center. Effective development for my pieces. I want my pieces to be on effective squares, and I want to save king. If I have those 3 goals met, I'm happy about the opening. I'm not happy about the move rook on a1 to c1 for Alice. It's a decent move. Nothing's wrong with the move.
Of course.
But why is the rook effective on c1?
Because black's not really planning to play c5. They don't want to play with the isolated d5 pawn.
That's correct.
So, yeah, I'm not really sure why rook is on c1. Oftentimes, as you mentioned earlier, white chooses the minority play on the queen side.
With
but then
a3
rook goes
and
to
b4.
b1.
That's right. So in this, when I see the move a5, I feel in some ways I'm committed to the king side. I'm committed to playing f3 and e4.
Right.
So for me, I start to look at knight to g3. Give me the square. I'm at
Okay, g6.
G6, and I start to go f3 and e4. In other words, I'm keeping my rook here because at the moment I think there are more effective things for me to do. When I see the move rook to c1, I say, well, is my rook really effective on the square c1? Now, in the game, immediately Rose played the move a5, a4, which seems to me to be wrong.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
And I refer to Theory and Practice by David Bronstein. David Bronstein, he explained that when you play a pawn, for example, to h5,
Right.
it's very natural for you to want to play g4
Yes.
and to protect it, and f3 to protect it. When you play the move a5, would it be natural for you, for example, after queen c2,
To play b5?
to play b5? And if you did find it natural, wouldn't you discover, whoops, at the end of the day, you've kind of given me a target, right? The backward pawn.
That's true, but it does feel like black could easily defend c6 in this particular position.
Sure.
But I agree, a4 was maybe unnecessary.
A little bit. Okay. How did Alice react? Knight to g3.
Knight g3, she's going for the e4 plan.
Okay. Which she's back on track, and maybe she'll find a way of justifying Rook to c1. Again, Alice is coming in as the prohibitive pre-tournament favorite.
No one could have predicted that after 2 rounds, Alice would be in the 7th place.
Well, you guys certainly didn't. And I'm referring to Kostya, of course, because he's not here to defend himself in studio. You're right, though. 1 draw for Alice, our pre-tournament favorite. Knight to g3. Jump in on this one, Christian. First of all, your thought about the move a5, a4. Was that a good move?
No, I like it. I like it.
You like it.
I definitely like it. It's taking more space. I'm in anticipation of you potentially trying a minority attack that's not happening right now because once you play b3, my rook on a8 is going to get a job as well. And it's going to be, especially with this bishop on e7, very difficult for you to make b4 happen. So even if you go b3, let's just play a normal move, let's say. b3, take. b4 is still going to be very far away from completion. And even once you play b4, let's say I play h6, you play b4, and I cannot take this pawn.
Right.
I still have the very unpleasant idea of b5.
There's some issue also. Isn't there g5? Isn't bishop trapped on f4?
Again, we're making random moves
Yeah,
here.
okay.
With h6, I'm not even touching your pawn. I'm just trying to explain, let's say, the strategy behind white's play and black's play as well. So I don't think white is going to focus on this side.
Right.
Again, white is right now only going to focus on the center, f3 followed by e4. So what black is going to try to counter with is some sort of an offensive on the queen side, maybe coupled with the idea of knight to b6, knight to c4. Now that you're getting ready for e4, the question is, will you do it with f3 or will you do it in one go with e4?
I prefer to prepare it with f3. So in the current position, after knight
But if you
g3,
wanted to prepare it, would you have put the knight on g3 or keep it on e2?
normally I'd keep it on e2.
Exactly. So what I think she wants to do is just simply go e4 in one go, which I'm not sure if it's a good idea. Let's say I go h6, right?
Right.
You go e4.
Okay.
Now this is already bad news for you. I take, you take,
Okay.
I take, you
Okay.
take, let's say. And in fact, a very funny
I want
move
to
is
play
rook.
d5. Yeah.
Maybe
Yes.
knight f6 first?
Knight f6 seems to be the best move, yes.
Yeah.
Where's your attack?
Yeah, what did we really achieve by
Where's your
e4?
initiative as white? This rook should probably be on e1.
And the other rook on d1.
This one should be on d1.
Yeah.
You should be able to do some sort of a rook lift via
Agreed.
the third rank to g3. You need to find a way to the black king.
Right.
You don't have enough pieces even to attack my black king. So that's a bit problematic.
A little bit surprised in move Rose just made. She played bishop
What did she do?
b4.
Bishop b4.
Okay, I like this move too. I like this move too.
She's stopping e4 completely.
Exactly, yes. And right now after a3,
Yes.
does she want to take on c3? Because a3 seems to be the big question. in the
That's
position.
right. Well,
Perhaps she does. Or maybe she just wants to provoke a3 and then go back to f8.
a moment ago, you asked me, would I play f3 with the knight still on e2? And my answer to you was yes,
Yes,
I would play
yes.
f3. And maybe this is one of the reasons, if my knight was still on e2, I would be
Wouldn't.
playing f3 and e4.
I'm not a big fan of knight g3, to be
No,
honest.
exactly.
I'm just simply not a big fan. I think, in fact, what she wants to do with knight g3 is not go for e4, at least not yet, but rather try to get the knight to f5 and maybe hint at some sort of an offensive setup against the black king.
Yeah. All right, we're going to keep an eye on this one between Alice Lee and Rose. Where would you like to take us?
Let's check other ladies' game. Chloe Go is playing Jasmine Su. And Chloe has a 1.5 out of 2.
Chloe, I'm looking
She
for
started
her
with a
again.
draw and won yesterday.
Okay.
And looks like she has a very nice position at the moment. Was this another Grunfeld?
It sure looks it, and I'll be darned, but it looks like a bishop d2 Grunfeld. No, it was
Yep.
just a regular Grunfeld. This one actually with an early queen a4 check. In the mid-80s, there was a fellow, András Dorian, Grandmaster Dorian from Hungary, who wrote these books, Black is Okay. And the idea was that he would find these counter-offensive moves, and he wanted to prove that the move queen a4 check was bad, just
Bad.
bad. And he was going on these tirades that you go c6, b5, a5, and b4, and you counter attack. Knight d7, in some ways, kind of justifies a little bit the move queen a5 because the knight's not on its natural square. Knight f3, bishop g7, c5 castles. Let's see how.
Oh, I was expecting knight to go to b6.
Right, me too. It went the wrong way. Okay, d5 protects the pawn on e4 laterally. h6, bishop to d2, queen to c2, and this is what White is trying to do. White is trying to get what international master Lawrence Day from Canada would call the big clamp. He liked these positions where you had this amazing central control and a big wedge.
So can black play c4 himself?
Herself.
Herself?
Yeah, let's see. c4.
You can definitely play c4.
c4, rook to c1.
To b1?
Rook, pardon.
I guess a6.
You know what?
A4?
I mean, modern chess. I must learn to play like the modern kids. So I want to play a4, rook a4.
I think I really want to play bishop g4 and take on f3 to divert your bishop the other way.
Divert away from this guy.
pawn.
Yeah, so you're going to go here.
Let's say I take.
Voluntarily giving up the bishops, yeah?
And I want to reroute my knight.
Let's
Back
say
to d7.
d7 or, yeah, okay. And
Maybe I allowed you too much with a4, a5.
I
No,
don't
I
know.
don't think
It's
so.
it's
I
still
don't think so. It's still fine.
It's still
Knight C5.
anybody's
So knight C5.
game, right? Knight to c5.
Bishop
Let's say
E2.
bishop e2.
Really reminds me of a Grunfeld type of situation.
It is a Grunfeld, dude.
Yeah, yeah.
All
I
tournaments
mean,
with Benoni
But
ideas
it's a strange
as well.
Grunfeld. It's a very strange
It
Grunfeld
is.
because generally you play with white on the other side, not necessarily this a4, a5 type of situation.
Exactly.
Like very often I'm seeing some sort of, the knight moves away and then you go f4 and try to close up my bishop with e5.
Right.
So it's a strange way of playing it. Knight to b3.
Yeah, exactly.
Can I continue?
Exactly.
I can take that pawn.
I take the pawn.
You're not worried
the,
about it.
So the knight is a little bit off sides, but now how
Not
does
for
white?
long.
Huh?
Not for long. 'cause
No,
I can
not for
always,
long. I can go
play,
back, right?
Yeah, I can play. If you attack me, I can play b6, and then knight can go.
b6.
Right.
Okay, but that's
Rook
fine.
c8.
We're just simply going.
Whoa!
No, I think I'm
whoa,
gonna
whoa!
take
That's
that.
a tempo.
Okay.
I'm going to
That's a-
take that.
You're taking.
Yes.
The knight is a little bit offside.
Give me that bishop.
Okay.
Give me that
Okay.
bishop.
And again, I'm going to play for the big clamp.
What's the big clamp?
C4.
I've never heard of this big clamp
Hey,
situation.
you've got it.
Queen d7.
Look, you got to study
You're
the
just
games
trying
of
to trick
Lawrence
me.
Day.
No.
Lawrence Day was this really strong international master for Toronto. He played on all of these Canadian Olympic teams. Very eccentric play, but incredibly creative player.
You're just trying to trick me, Yasser. I don't believe you.
Yeah, I know I'm trying to trick
Nobody believes
What
you.
else am I trying?
Nobody believes you.
Hey, I mean, I get the clamp, excuse me, I get the clamp, C4.
Stop with this clamp.
But I can always play e6 and trade at least
There's no such thing.
one
And
pair
then
of
I'll get
pawns.
two connected passed pawns up the board.
I already have two connectors on the queen side. Too.
You better stop.
Nazi doesn't believe you either.
I know, you guys are
Nobody
getting
believes you.
Nobody believes me.
Okay, how do we
We went
avoid
really
this?
far in this line.
How do we avoid this this clamp?
The clamp.
Nazi?
Well, in a sense, Chloe's already got it.
Yes.
Her pawn is on d5, her pawn is on e4, and it's going to be up to black to, fight her way and create the counterplay. Let's go.
I really would like to play the move e6.
You do.
In the initial position. The problem is...
In the initial position.
In the initial position, yes.
Let's start way back.
The problem is you always have this d6 move with the queen on c7.
D6.
It's a very annoying.
Oh.
It's a good tactical resource.
Annoying tactical
So
resource.
any
Just e5, yeah, that's problematic.
you're not an exchange.
I'm not a big fan of this, no.
Seriously, I look for those opportunities of giving up a rook for a bishop and a
Queen
pawn.
takes d2.
When I feel in this position, if my rook were on e8,
Yeah, that would be a completely different story. But now maybe I can go rook d1.
exactly, and it's a little awkward for me to take this pawn.
Yes.
If my rook were on e8, I would not be fearing queen to d8.
Yes.
In this particular case, bishop takes, I'm hanging h6.
Not
and
only
I'm not
that,
getting,
but
Yeah.
you don't want to give me your dark square bishop.
I don't. I don't.
And if I manage to get queen d8 and set up that bind on the 8th
Exactly.
rank, that's not something that you want to face.
Do you remember the game from yesterday where it was Andrew Hong and Balaji where he played g5,
Oh, yeah.
right? And then the e5 pawn was extracted and he won
He also
very...
played f5, right?
Yeah, that was
beautiful.
such a beautiful game. In fact, Andrew Hong was my pick. It's time that I regain control of the wheel here. I want to see how Andrew Hong is doing. And
Thanks for letting me choose all the games.
yeah, well, I mean, he was my pick coming into the competition. He's up against a very challenging opponent, Arthur. Arthur is one of these players, he's easy to underrate. This is the Scotch position, and so many games of
still in
Scotch.
theory?
Yeah, but this move f2, f3, I'm more used to seeing the queen popping out to f3. The moment, are we in theory?
King h1 is somewhat new. Bishop f6 is more common.
Bishop takes f6,
Yes, and going for the pawn. Queen f6, knight d5.
and then after
Oh,
queen
there's
d2.
no queen d4. I was like, isn't the piece hanging?
Oh, that is a
Mm-hmm.
and you're so proud of yourself too. You won a piece, and you're expecting your opponent not to play this move, and I think I must have fallen for this 4 times before I realized it was a mistake.
So instead, queen
Better
takes
late
d2.
than never.
Correct.
Yes, sir.
But I do have check,
And the
right?
best way to learn is from experience, right?
And
Queen takes
unfortunately,
b2 is also possible.
yeah, and unfortunately, experience can be a cruel.
Oh yeah, cruel teacher.
A cruel teacher. Queen takes b2. Should I?
So if you play rook b1, now I would play the bishop c5 check.
Gotcha. So here I feel we're heading into pretty
Looks very
even,
equal,
even
yeah.
stuff. Now for Andrew, he is probably thinking after the move king h1, well, this is great because it gives me the timing I
Play
need
c6.
to play c7, c6. Let's see if he will. Well, again,
C6
after
looks
king
very good.
h1, tell me
How many
statistically
games?
speaking,
There's only 2 games.
only 2.
And black played c6 both times.
Okay,
Then
and
knight e2 followed.
knight e2 makes sense. We're hunting down the light squared bishop over here.
And there was h6 and bishop d6 played here.
Both bishop to d6 makes sense, and h6 also makes sense. So that after the bishop drops back, am I really playing g5?
I don't think so. But I don't like these positions for white where black is the only one who has central pawns.
The prevailing counter argument is that maybe I'm getting good squares from my pieces. So for example, if you do play the move g5, okay, bishop f2 and I get f5, right?
After h6, I weakened g6, so now you have knight f4 coming, right?
Exactly. And if you do play bishop g6, knight f4, then maybe again, I've kind of, I've
Black
given
squares,
up.
right?
I've given up the center a bit, but I've got some squares as compensation.
Question, if I move the bishop, would you go b4? No, here, in this position.
Oh, and I apologize. So we're looking at king h1, c6, knight to e2,
I'm
h6.
coming to think h6 is not a good move for black.
Okay. Would you like bishop
Just
to
bishop
d6?
d6.
Okay. Are you going to give me the dark square bishop? Or
I'm going to give you the light squared. Bishop g6.
bishop to g6? I took it. Just a second. Let me pat myself on the back. Thank you.
Take with the h pawn.
Ooh, you're not afraid of checkmate. Wow.
Where are you checkmating me?
f4, f5.
By the way, just go back to that game, Jasmine.
Jasmine.
She did play the move e6.
Is
Jasmine
d6 now
Su.
just...
And now d6 is definitely available.
Just a second. Help me fish out this game.
That is Chloe Gaw.
Chloe.
versus Jasmine Su,
Okay. Just
the
a
one
sec.
that
There
we just
go.
came from.
Ah, yes. Just a moment.
And she played
She
e6.
did play e6.
Yes. Very surprising.
Okay.
Because now d6 makes a lot of sense.
So if she ignores the pawn, which I think she has to, then e5 is the follow-up?
Yes,
That looks
Yes.
unpleasant.
it does.
Unless
No, I think
this-
she wants to
okay.
sacrifice the exchange. But the
Just
question
help
is
me
how.
out here.
Yes.
E5, knight d7, give me the pawn.
Bishop f4.
G5, give me the bishop.
g5 and g4, huh?
I took a page from those juniors. They know their stuff.
Let's see.
Bishop g5 is
It's not that
tempting,
easy.
but I don't think it works.
Okay, let's try to trick Yasser.
Don't do it. Don't do it. It's very, very dangerous undertaking. Many people have.
How do we trick Yasser?
There's got to be some in-between move we're not seeing.
How did I get to play the black side of the Grunfeld? You're the great Grunfeld
I know,
expert
I know.
on our panel. You played the Grunfeld your whole career, and I'm defending your honor. And he's after me.
Okay, what if I sacrifice?
That's what I'm
let's go
looking
for
at.
it. Let's go
With
for
the
it.
bishop or with the
Bishop,
knight?
yes.
Okay. I
Let's
was
try it
actually more afraid of you
Knight G5,
sacrificing
right?
with the knight.
That was also an option. Yes, but let's say I go
because
like this.
Here, I didn't see anything beyond the check.
So it's a check.
It's
Now you
only
go-
a check.
Now I go, let's say, f4, right? Let's try to keep the
Initiative.
avalanche going.
Okay. Pause, because I see bishop h5.
That's right.
Is
That's
a
my next
potential issue.
Almost by default.
And so is f5.
Okay, well, deep breath.
Okay, you want knight f6, right? So
How do you defend after queen h5?
Queen h5 is too strong. Knight has to go back. Well, then
Then
you can
I'll play
take on
f5 with a
f7.
No, I go bishop
Bishop
h5.
h5.
Bishop h5 first.
why not f5?
Well, I've got f5 covered twice. So f5, I take it.
Okay, it does open the other diagonal, but okay.
True. I was thinking bishop h. What did you
Bishop
want?
h5,
Bishop
yes,
h5.
yes.
My goodness.
I really don't see how you defend this.
There's also knight f7 and then bishop h5 also looked scary.
Yes, both. Wow, I underestimated f4.
As a Grunfeld player, I've defended this type of positions, and sometimes they're quite
They're
unpleasant.
Unpleasant, right?
Yes, it's
So-
just like an and now bishop h5 again, I think. If I have to put the rook on d7 now, f4, rook f3, rook g3, it just feels like a slow burn, but it's coming.
Right. That is
Oh
very.
yeah, that is very pleasant.
Yeah, doesn't feel nice.
Okay. Wait a minute. Then my move g5 is a little bit too flippant. Let me just chill.
And now I can play h4 and you will
It's
not
not
get
so
g5
clear.
anymore.
And actually,
I want to
knight takes
take-
g5 was winning.
Yeah, I was
Was
afraid,
much stronger.
I was more afraid of knight. But
Bishop
in this-
g5, according to the engine, it's somewhat equal, but knight takes g5 apparently was very strong.
And then
Take,
f4.
take, and then just simply f4.
That's what we were. But I decided against g5 because of the sacrifices, and then instead I went b6. Nasi was very quick to stop my g5, and I went bishop b7. I want to take on e5 because I'm threatening queen g2
I see.
checkmate, the
Probably
x-ray.
a good move. Now I go bishop. I don't want to play h4. I'm
You
not worried
don't wanna
about
play
No,
h4.
no. I go bishop d3.
Bishop d3, bishop b7.
d7, rook e1. I'm setting up this
Oh, bishop e4.
unpleasant. The other rook.
Effective development, remember. Now here, the brilliant queen takes f3. No,
It's too
sorry.
much.
It was supposed to be bishop takes f3. Okay, the wedge of the pawn on d6. It looks very attractive. By the way, the current position, and I understand what Chloe is struggling with here. To my way of thinking, she's got two desirable things that she would like to do. She would like to play c4, and she would like to play d6.
Right.
D6 is very ambitious, and c4, cementing the center, is a little bit more natural, right? Because you want to clear the diagonal, right? So
If it wasn't for the tactical resource, D6 wouldn't even be an option. So, of course, you're only looking at C4.
C4, but you see that you both have E5 and D6 and C4. So I think that's her struggle. By the way, are the clocks a factor in this one?
It's still so
Still
early in
too
the
early.
game. But both players with 1.5 points share in first place at the moment, so very important game.
Absolutely.
By the way, if we quickly jump back to Alice's game, she just made a
Sure.
move that surprised me. So Alice was
Against
playing
Rose
What do you think
Atwell?
about this knight B1?
I don't like it.
I
What
think-
else should we talk about?
I think she's so determined. She has to win. That she wants to just keep as many pieces as possible on the board.
Yeah.
So she didn't play A3 and let Rose take.
Right.
But knight B1 just looks
I mean,
so passive.
if my intention were to retreat my knight, I would have retreated to E2.
There's something with Alice's play, guys.
It's not.
It's not her usual self. She doesn't
No.
play like she usually does.
No.
And there's no swag. There's no confidence, right?
Right?
The swag that we usually see from Alice
It's kind
it's
of
just
absent. Yeah.
not existent.
Yeah. By the way, I had a quick question for you both. Alice played the move knight G3. Had she played queen C2, it's a legit question. Give me the pawn. Would you advance
E3?
the pawn? Would you defend the pawn with
I
knight
don't think
B6?
I can commit to B5, so I would play A3.
So you would play A3, and then, for example, after B3.
Maybe
By the way,
knight F8 and the typical development.
knight F8 and typical. So, I mean, because there's always this B4 in minority
And
attack.
Alice doesn't look too happy at the moment.
No, she's not a
But-
happy camper.
It's going to be a long game. She's hoping she'll get a chance.
So knight E4. So we're up to date on the game now with knight E4, and help me out here.
gonna
How
take-
is Rose going to recapture
With the rook?
with the rook? Wow. Okay. It looks so strange, right?
Yeah, but I
A3.
just didn't want to change the pawn structure, you know.
Okay, so A3.
I was going to go bishop F8, but now I do have bishop A5 option as well.
That's right.
Let's go to A5. So if you play knight C3, I will take it.
You will take it. Fair. F.
I like how black has almost every pawn on the white square, and you have a black square bishop.
It's like a kind of a checkers game going on here. Okay, we're going to keep an eye on this as we're in early part of round 3, kind of coming up on that moment where it's always a good time to check in with our friends at Q Boutique and see what they have on special, because usually they have some nice swag for us. Let's take a look. Stay hydrated and support the World Chess Hall of Fame both at the same time. This is extraordinary. Look what you can do. These double insulated aluminum water bottles are one of the most popular and efficient designs ever. This bottle can maintain an even temperature for hours and hours, far longer than the average water bottle. Stay hydrated. It comes in a 16-ounce size and has a proper care instruction sheet inside. I love those proper instruction care sheets, man. Without that, it's just... Anyway, as all your chess needs are available at at QBoutiqueSTL.com. Having fun with this, maybe too much fun. What about you? What can the folks look forward to on the break?
Well, as we go to break, Begin talked with Alice Lee about her early success with chess. So take a listen.
Alice, welcome back to St. Louis. It's great to have you here.
It's great to be back.
So, Alice, you're playing the junior girls and you're the returning champion. How does it feel?
Yeah, it feels great to be back. I played in this tournament the past 3 years in person. So this year, I'm just really happy to be back in St. Louis and playing in one of the most prestigious tournament series for juniors.
Alice, being a champion and having to defend it, does it make you feel more pressured, or you're like relaxed because you already won this tournament?
Yeah, I'm honestly not sure because some people said to me that there should be less pressure because I already won it before, so it's not as important to win it again. But then, of course, there is something of being the defending champion, so I feel there is some pressure to defend my title. For me, I'm just trying not to think about it too hard. I'll just focus on each game and try to win.
Which is a great strategy, right? And also, you mentioned that you want to win, which makes sense because you are the highest seeded of the tournament. And how it's different from the, for example, Karen's Cup? Did you change your strategy? You're like in a more offensive side, you would say?
Yeah, I'm honestly not sure what my strategy for this tournament is. I think last year I did pretty well. I had very good results with white and also with black. So for me, I'm just gonna try to keep something similar to what I did last year. Of course, the Karen's Cup, I was one of the lower seeds. So for me, I was a person, a more defensive situation. Yeah, here I'm just trying to win, that's
every game possible, right?
Every game possible. It might not be easy in so many games, but I'll try.
Alice, also, you know that we have an award for any woman who becomes a grandmaster in this future 5 years. Did it motivate you more, and do you think it will bring more girls into chess?
Yeah, I think it's definitely a big motivation factor for me, and definitely for the next generation of US girls coming up. And I think it's really great that the St. Louis Chess Club and Miss Sinkfield did this for chess in America. I think it's a great motivational factor for me and everybody who would like to become a grandmaster. And yeah, I'm just really happy that this award is in place.
Also, you're gonna play an Olympiad soon, and it's gonna be your first Olympiad. Are you excited? Are you looking forward for that?
Yeah, I am. This is my first time playing, and of course it will be a tough experience, but I'm looking very much forward to it, and hopefully Team USA can do very well this year.
So we all know you have great tournament ahead of you. Good luck, and thank you for being here.
Thank you.
The stages are set, the players are primed, the best of the best are ready to face off in the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. The top players in the world prepare to battle across 4 countries for a $1.5 million prize fund. Everything starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland. Then off to Bucharest for the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. The players then travel to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia. The tour concludes with back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri, the chess capital of America, for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. 9 players will go in, but only one can be crowned champion. Who is prepared to make history? Get ready for the return of the Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the Chess Campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame makes such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Cristian Chirila, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
Here is the place where we enjoy the game of chess of its beauty, to advance the cause of chess and to help St. Louis Chess Club to serve as a capital of the world of chess and to keep bringing new and new millions of new fans into the game every year.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of the United States. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, go to stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
Welcome back, everyone. We're in the middle of round 3, and let's take a look at our current standings.
Let's start with the juniors and see, after 2 rounds of play, where they stand.
We have 2 co-leaders, Christopher Yu and Justin Wang, with perfect score.
And Justin, by the way, has got a nice position. Sorry, you were about to tell us who's third.
And in clear third is Andy Woodward.
Got it. And for the girls?
For the girls, there's 5 players sharing first place.
Dang.
Jasmine, Zoe, Iris, Rose, and Chloe.
It's a lot of company at the top. And in the seniors, where's the standings there?
So leader with perfect score is Vladimir Akopian, and he's playing the player who is in clear second, Larry Christiansen.
And as you would say, a lot of players tied for third. Let's just jump into this game between Justin, Wang, and Nicholas for just a moment, because when we left it, we felt that Nicholas was playing very...
His position looked very
risky, yes, provocative, if you will. After the move knight d2, well, it's clear as a crystal ball that the knight is going to come to f3. We're going to take the pawn. Once the knight lands on f3, we're also going to follow it up with bishop g5. So what did Nicholas do? Did he play c5 and prep for the knight coming to f3? Of course not. He went on the offensive. Woohoo!
Sometimes good defense is best offense. I'm confused.
Sometimes a good
offense is the best defense.
Right, a good offense.
Best defense is a good offense.
Well, there we go. I mean, as a coach, you should have this stuff memorized. G7, come on, that move deserves to be punished.
He played that so much fast as well.
Knight f3, that looks like a really powerful move. I mean, I've got both bishop g5 as well as knight d4 on tap.
Bishop g5 is a big problem, right?
Rook to, yeah, by the way, bishop g5.
Just because the knight
Bishop
on e7
takes
defense,
e7. Give me that
the
rook.
on c8, exactly.
Now,
yes.
this moment, it's almost cringeworthy, right? Don't you think so, Nasi? Isn't this a moment where
Black's
you...
position looks absolutely awful. It feels like we should just play e5 and punish them.
And blow it
and
up,
end the game.
open, right? So he played a very good move. Don't get me wrong, right?
Very logical.
What about e5?
I think
How do you
e5 was
like
even better.
takes?
Take and rook e1.
Rook e1. So knight takes e5 doesn't work because you've got queen f5 after rook e1, right? Knight e5.
There's no rook e1.
Oh, there's no rook e1. So we start with rook e1.
Yes.
g4, let's say.
g4.
Knight takes e5 now.
Knight takes e5. Now
Let's
I've
take
got
on
ideas.
h3. I don't know.
Maybe I should have taken
No,
g4 first, no?
Everything is okay so far.
We're not getting checkmated?
We're not getting checkmated.
Oh, very nice, yes.
Well, I'm not sure.
I looked at knight c6, but I don't think that works.
Right? But okay, knight.
I have to go queen f5 only move.
Only move, yes.
Queen c6.
Casito.
King d8.
Right. Now this is where
I'm hanging on by a thread. Yes, yes.
the grand voila.
Where's the voila?
Where's the
I
voila?
think we allowed too much counterplay.
No voila?
On g4, we should have just taken h takes g4.
Okay, let's go back. So rook e1, g4, h takes g4. I'm with you. That looks far
Now
more
if you
sane.
take with the rook, because you want to keep the open file, knight e5 comes with a tempo,
Gotcha.
and you have no threats, no real
That
threats.
should be a winning situation for white. Let's see the current situation. E5 looks really powerful. Knight takes d4. Oh my goodness, king. I mean, if you're going to see the move king d7, I couldn't stop myself from playing knight d4 either. But king d7, is there a clear
We can always take a pawn on a6, but I also want to just come back knight f3 because I still want to play e5.
But still
one
want to
second.
play
Can I go
e5?
knight b3?
That was what I was thinking as well, because the idea of knight c5 is compelling, but it's only a check.
Oh, yeah.
Yes,
only
but
a
it
check.
also
Let's say
forces that
G4?
knight to stay on e7. Yes, g4 is the big question.
The best defense is a powerful offense. Here we go. Something
Maybe
like
I can play h4 just to shut
Wait,
this
wait,
down.
wait. Yes, h4 is a great move.
that. It's a great move.
I think so.
Dude, that sacrifices a pawn. How can
Just
it be
just
a
wait
great-
for it. Just wait for it.
Maybe g3 for black? No, let's play
Okay,
g3.
let's go. Rook takes d6. Let's show
Oh,
Yasser
he's
what
ready.
he might
D-
have missed.
What do you mean? No way. G3.
But now I go,
who's getting to whose king
Yeah.
first?
You're not getting anywhere, Yasser.
I'm not.
No. I don't
No,
believe
I
it.
can take on g3 and
And bishop g5.
yeah,
Let's
bishop
try that.
g5 looks good.
Let's try that out.
Is this really so clear?
You're gonna sack it, aren't you?
Of course. Of course.
You can also go queen f3 if you want. Up to you. The decision is yours.
I don't know.
The fate is in your hands, Yasser.
I feel this is a 3-result
Rook
game.
d2?
Rook d2 to d2.
Look, chess works that way. Sometimes you have to calculate.
Sometimes it works. Let's see. This is.
I think white should be very good here as well.
Wow. As we ponder over this one between Justin, what do you have
Nicholas?
first?
Absolutely. Look, that one is a great game, and I'm sure we're going to see some fireworks. Let's take a look at this one. Christopher, this is the marquee matchup.
Absolutely.
In the junior section, for sure. Christopher leading the tournament with 2 out of 2. Andy closely behind, and he's been showing a very precise brand of chess. Now, let's take a look at what happened in this one, because we left it off all the way in the opening, if I remember correctly, at this point. And we were discussing this whole line with bishop takes d4, e5, the pawn sacrifice followed by bishop to b4, which is the main line. And it does lead to a position which is considered to be equal. Black equalizes in this position. So Christopher at this point was like, look, I'm going to try to shy away from the main lines and go queen takes d4. But it seems like Andy knew exactly what he's doing. Exchange followed by f6, not rook to g8, because that would be a bit problematic. And I have to say, f4, good move, but the follow-up, not so great. Knight to e2, bishop to d6. Rook to d1, perhaps losing a tempo, perhaps actually helping me bring that king closer to the center, defending this complex of pieces and pawns, the pawn on f6, the bishop on d6, and I'm ready to, once this bishop moves, make the connection between the rooks. Rook to f1 and g5. He's holding on to that pawn, that extra pawn. I really like what he's doing. Andy, that is. And after g3, knight to e5 seems to already be better for black. So I'm starting to feel a bit concerned for Christopher. It's not his type of position. It's more or less easy to calculate. The moves play themselves. Pretty much. Knight to e5, put the knight in the center, clear the path for this bishop to go to h3, maybe g4. And you're working to get your pawn back. In fact, at some point, I'm probably going to give it back, allow you to regain and restore the material balance, but in return, I will get many trumps in the position. I will get development advantage. I will get the better connection between the rooks. It just feels like right now the advantage is in black's court.
Thank you, Christian. And yeah, I love the
Christopher looks
tenacity.
nervous.
Yeah, I love the tenacity with which Andy is defending his extra pawn. I mean,
Look how calm
admiration.
Andy looks, and he's 13 years old.
I know. And Christopher looks kind of bouncing around. Our statistician, Ben Underwood, has done yeoman's work.
We have
bringing some
statisticians as well?
stats.
Wow.
Yes.
Yes, sir, we
and
have
boy, do
also.
we have a chart for our viewers.
Take a look.
Nasi, do the honors.
So this is decisive rounds by colors in 2021.
Okay.
So as you can see, there were a lot of draws, 43.3% of draws, and white won 30% of the time.
A clear edge for white, let's say, in 2021.
This is what I'm used to seeing.
Yes. How did it change over the years?
In 2022, a lot more draws, 60% draws, but white still has an edge over the black pieces, 23 against 16.
I think the edge became more significant percentage-wise.
Percentage-wise,
but the
yes.
draws really advanced as well.
And by the way,
Let's
this
go.
looks normal, right? White
Yes.
generally wins more games.
Okay, let's jump to 2023. And look at that.
Hey, the gap
Wow.
is way bigger now. White won 43.3% of the time, as many times as percentage-wise it's same as the draws.
Right.
Yes.
Black was no longer
Ooh, not having a
okay.
good time.
Black was not okay in 2023.
But now let's check current 2024.
I'm all of... What?
What happened?
What the heck just happened?
Now there's more black wins than draws in the tournament.
And much
I don't think
more,
I've seen this in any tournament.
It's a 2-to-1 favor of black wins over white wins. That's remarkable. Coach, what's...
Actually, this was done, this statistic by Megan. So thank you, Megan. This is really fascinating. Who
Wow,
would have
I'm
predicted
stunned.
this?
Coach, it's black magic. What's
It
going
does
on?
seem like this is the trend chess in general evolves towards, because black is just having so many ways in which to equalize if they've done their analysis at home. And we've seen this at the top level as well. It seems so much more difficult nowadays to get an advantage with the white pieces. In order to get the advantage, you need to take risks. And that opens up the possibility to get more decisive results, to see more wins for a black as well. So that's exactly what we're seeing, the progression, the trend in which chess is moving right now.
Thank you for that.
It's also really good to see that draws are decreasing. The wins are going up.
I have Vladimir Akopian and Larry Christiansen, a marquee matchup in the seniors. We kind of drifted away from it as there was so much action in all of the other games. When we left it, we were more or less here. The knight came to b3. Larry went for one of those variations where he parks his bishop back on the h7 square. We looked at bishop to g4,
The
knight of
G5
5.
line became popular after Fabi played it many years ago.
Also,
Many years ago.
G7, G5. Okay, so Larry says, okay, I'm just putting my pieces on good squares. What are you doing? Vladimir says, well, I'll get a little space over here on the queen side. And I think this was actually a crucial moment, right? Coming up here. C2, C4. For me, I very much like outposts. So when I play the move d5 takes c4, I'm thinking in my mind that after I've got an outpost
But can you
for
get
the
there? Because now that I have pawn on a5, your knights will take a long time to get to d5.
Exactly. So, yeah, I mean, I am going to play b5. I am hoping you will play en passant.
I'll just move the bishop.
And then away you go. So this was a key moment. He didn't take on c4. Larry simply castled. a7, a6. And again, a very key moment right here. I don't like Larry's decision to play b6.
What else could he have tried? What about in between move? Take on b7.
Exactly.
Take follow up with knight a5.
Ah, knight a5.
Looks scary.
Indeed. If I don't get to play bishop to b4 in time.
Maybe I can keep going with queen a4.
If this guy survives, I'm in deep trouble. Queen a4. Nice moves. Nice moves. I'm still hanging in there with you for a little bit. Knight to b6.
Can definitely solve your queen c6. What will be
the outcome? At the moment, I'm not sure.
It's equal, and I can win the pawn on a7, right? Rook a7.
Rook a7. Okay.
We definitely have some compensation.
Right. Here you can see especially what I'm talking about when I was explaining the idea of my thought processes and thinking in terms of outposts and what I'm trying to do. None of this happened because Larry actually played the move b6. And after b6, this is where Vladimir, in my opinion, really pounced very well.
Not give the take c4 a chance anymore.
Exactly. And bishop b5. And now suddenly, the bishop on h7, while good, what does it do? It defends the king, right? It's very clear to my eyes that white is going to bring the rook to the c file very quickly. And one thing I would hate to see is this knight changing places. If there's a knight on b5, that
and
pawn
bishop on b7,
yeah.
c6, yeah.
Yeah, the bishop goes to c6 to b7, the knight goes to b5.
And a pawn just promotes.
Yeah, I'm crying. So let's catch up with the players.
g5.
g5 is much out of
it's very hard for black to move here. He needs some breathing room, so I think g5 was necessary.
Yeah, kind of at the same time weakening, at the same time not just desperate, but, well, you said it, necessary. I don't like this position for black. I see white as having too much space. I'm going to get strangled. And further advancing oftentimes ends
backfires,
up...
yeah.
Right. Oftentimes it backfires. Like I can play g3 and f3, and
then black king will be very weak.
In bingo, I think.
Actually, we do have a move. Larry played f6 after
f6,
g5.
Like I say, Larry he swings a big club, but he can just as easily knock himself out as well as his opponent. e7, f6, it weakens e6, but how can I get to that e6 pawn? Shall I?
So right now I'm looking at white's knight on b3. That's the only bad piece for white.
Agreed.
Be ideal on d3, but that's probably too slow.
Taking on d4, I can. Pardon me. Taking on e5, I could make a. Nice.
If we have time to do that.
So let's ask a question. h3. What about h3? Because what I'm asking is, do you want to give me? I mean, I agree. You get a square c5, but I get a square d4. Who gets the better
no matter
deal?
What black does, even though they improve something in their position, there's a new weakness that appears.
Right.
So I really don't like black's position here.
Me either. Me either. Another question I would ask quickly is about the move rook e1. In this case, what I basically want to do is I want to hammer home on e6. Like, to my way of thinking, knight takes, rook takes. I'm going to play I want to play quickly queen e2 and rook e1.
And black has way too many weaknesses.
Not just to interrupt you, I do think we're going to see a result in Novikov versus Kaidanov.
Oh, right, yes, we are.
So perhaps we can go to that one just to see the handshake. It's coming.
By the way, That's amazing symmetry. If white could put his bishop on b7 and black could put his bishop on b2, who has the edge?
And we're talking about
Why?
Novikov versus Kaidanov game,
Yes.
just so that we could see
There you go.
those
There.
final moments.
And I will bring
Yep.
those.
Bishop c2, bishop c3,
Careful play.
or bishop to b4, or bishop anywhere.
Well, what I was asking is if black put his bishop on b6 and white put his bishop on b3, who
Perfect symmetry.
stands
Yes,
better?
yes.
Which bishop
That's a good
is
question.
more potent? By the way, our apologies to the players as we didn't go completely around the entire arena. From this position, I suspect we just saw a lot of peace trading. Was it a peaceful day for them, Nazi?
It looks like it from this endgame.
Yes, it does. Yes.
And yep, Kaidanov just claimed the draw.
I don't think he claimed the draw so much as Chris Bird said, guys,
Enough.
please,
Let's
please.
see, handshake. The first result of the day.
And a draw between these two
I think
combatants.
we
Where
should
would you like
jump
to
to
go?
this game between Balaji Daggupati and Jason Liang because I'm really liking Balaji's position. I think he already has a huge advantage. This was another Caro-Kann today.
Khan is not.
Not having a
Larry's
good
not
time.
handling his stuff.
Time
What's
for
going on?
black.
What's happening?
Shaba was the only one who won.
Shaba-
He did have a bad position.
And he's the one from a bad position. So we left it more or less around these parts. Ooh, knight on g6. Not a fan.
What is it with knights on g6 today?
I don't know. And they put them there voluntarily on like move 4, knight e7 to g6. Takes. And the pawn on h5 is more of a weakness.
Knight on g5 is too good.
And so with this knight on g5, we want to leverage it to, I'm thinking we just bring a rook to the e file. Am I worried about e5?
I don't think
would
white's worried
not.
about anything. Positionally, this is already lost for black. Pawn on e6, pawn on h5, absolutely terrible.
Right. Quick question for you. Would you as white play the move f4?
I want to.
Because you just want to cement,
Yeah.
purposefully cement that
But the
backward
problem
pawn
with that
on e6.
move is
Yes.
that you're giving me this f5 square right now.
You always had the f5
You
square.
do, but with the pawn on f2, I have ideas at the right moment, maybe f3, maybe g4. I also have that knight coming to f4 at
Right,
times.
that was the question. But on the other hand, are you worried that black will play knight f5? And
I'm going to try to put pressure on
the e6.
e6.
So,
Yes. And I like to have the base of my pawn structure defended.
Okay.
So that pawn on g3.
so you'll play rook e1,
Yes.
knight f5.
Yes.
So I'm thinking black wants to play the move e5.
Now I would like to transfer that knight from e2 somehow
Maybe
Magic.
c1 and
to e5. Yes.
b3 and then either c5 or d2. It's a long way, but it's not like black has a serious counterplay.
We can try it
so-
out. Why not? Yes.
Okay, rook to e. So again, I'm more or less I keep asking the same question. Do you want
Should we attack the h5 pawn? Because I think if I did, I would just win it.
You mean okay? So knight b3, b6, queen
And
d1.
Queen d1, yeah.
So
Queen d1.
you just go.
Yeah,
I hate
that's
this
a
knight.
problem that you need to
That's-
address also.
I think you just nailed it. That was really nice. So it does look like Jason in trouble here with the black pieces. Wow. Okay,
Guys,
Marquee
we really
matchups.
should be
Over to
going to
you,
this
Christian.
game for just a second.
Please.
It's Justin Wang versus Nico Ladan, because take a look at this. Knight to f3 did come on the board, as we sort of
Ooh.
predicted, right?
Well, it was definitely Nazi's choice.
This was her choice, but it gets crazy. G4, you have to play G4, right? Because E5 is coming, otherwise you get completely destroyed in the center. You have to do something, have to find your counterplay. E5, Queen F5, this is the position we currently have.
Inviting rook takes d6.
Yes, yes. But rook takes d6, which is extremely tempting. It's not the right move.
Wow.
Let's take a look at why. King to e8, what do you do next? Now the only move.
I have to play rook f6.
Rook f6. But now I go queen to e4.
Oh my
and it
goodness.
does seem like there's enough compensation. In fact, you can threaten some sort of a checkmate happening via queen
It's
takes
not
f7.
a checkmate, though.
But now I go knight d5.
Oh my goodness.
And this is some sort of a repetition. But, so let's see how does white win. Because white is still somewhat close to victory here. E takes d6. Makes sense as well.
Okay, you threaten.
But you have to let me get this grip on the king side. This looks at least very dangerous. You take, g3. You allow me take on h3.
Wow.
And now you have this check. You will give another check on b3 or c3, depending on where the king goes. And then you're going to pick up the f3 pawn, and that's just simply going to be a better position for you. So if he didn't calculate this very precisely, then he's going to be in trouble. But I have a feeling Justin, whenever he played this knight f3 and e5 combo, definitely must have calculated this. Otherwise, you just simply don't go for it.
That is a remarkable...
But he could also be tempted to play rook takes d6. I mean,
wow.
Who doesn't play rook takes d6?
Exactly. I mean, it's such a visually
so tempting.
Powerful move.
So tempting.
And are the clocks a factor in
They both
this one?
have a lot of time, hour 11 for Justin and I think hour 27 for Nicholas.
Mm-hmm.
He needs to calculate very precisely. He needs to spend his time
He
right
can
now.
spend a whole hour because if he gets the position Christian just showed us, after taking on f3, I was actually surprised Engine wasn't saying why it's completely winning. 'Cause it looks completely winning.
It does. Wow, this has fireworks galore. Another key matchup in the junior section is Christopher Yu versus Andy Woodward, and essentially they're going down that pathway. Christopher, after the move knight e5, did play the move bishop d5. The bishop on c4 was under attack to the knight on e5, so you park it in the middle of the board, looks good, and you say, hey, don't you dare move your bishop, I'm going to take the pawn. You're invited. Says
All right,
Andy,
white's king
bishop
on
to
e1.
g4.
Starting to feel uncomfortable.
King on e1, right? And we have g takes f4 on the board.
So after knight f3,
Check.
do you think Christopher plans to sacrifice the exchange?
I don't think so. I think his plan is to go
King f2?
King f2 and take a walk on the wild side. Let's see what happens after this one.
Let's say g takes f.
I think that's a really important move, right? G takes f. Because you don't want to play knight takes h2. Then I start to think about taking on g5. I start to think about e5 as well. But g takes, and now as white, now I start thinking to myself, I'm going to sacrifice an
After g
exchange.
takes f, also I opened up g file for myself. I know I don't have immediately rook g8s, but this bishop c5 check coming, your king's on g2, you always have to watch out for those. Like, if you were tempted by b7 pawn,
Then bishop c5 check starts to look very, very scary. Bottom line, I feel what you're saying. I think black's king is actually much safer in the center, and this white king, after bishop c5 check, king g2, like you say, you're walking on the open g file, there's knight h4. I think Christopher is the one who's in trouble in this game. Let me just refresh
he has
the
to
board.
be careful. This can get really bad really fast for white.
Exactly.
Yes.
A quick question. We're looking at knight f3 check, and I'm almost certain that's the best move. Imagine I take. How are you going to recapture?
I have to take with the rook, it seems like.
Well, that's an exchange sacrifice, right?
It is.
Rook takes, knight check. So I could force you to sacrifice an exchange in this manner.
And now I
King
will
f2?
take, go king f2, yes.
Yes.
I need
do
to
have very good
get rid of your
bishops.
dark square bishop, yes.
Yeah, bishop b4 check looks.
And then
good for
suddenly
white.
my king,
Yeah.
that had
And that bishop on
previously-
d5 is so strong right now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so those
now
bishops are too good.
suddenly.
It's a full exchange, by the way. I don't have a pawn for it.
Right?
But I do have a lot of activity with those bishops.
Exactly. It's like so fun when you sit there and see the exchange sacrifices and what they mean. In this particular case, knight f3 check, and in the moment we just saw, You sacrificed in exchange for the dark square bishop, and that opened up the possibility of bishop b4 check.
I'm
Here,
curious
sacrificing
if
the exchange for a knight.
I'm actually curious if he's going to go knight f3 or take on f4. Taking on f4, again, seems to be somewhat of a mistake. Right. Knight f3 seems to be the best move.
That was our
So
original...
big moment right now.
Yeah. And for Andy, so imagine knight f3, I take.
Right.
You take, I take.
Yes.
So I'm trying to open up the diagonal for my bishop, but I also have a
And
dirty
that's okay.
trick.
I will take on g5.
That
I'm
after
giving the exchange back.
e5?
Yes.
After e5?
Knight f3 is on the board, guys.
Knight f3. Okay, we're looking at a very foreseen sequence.
But
so help me out, everybody. I take the knight with the rook.
Yes.
You take me.
But what's the problem with that? E5
I
keep
take
going,
the
yes.
pawn. You recaptured. I played e5. Give me your bishop.
Now I take on d5. What's the
Correct.
problem with that?
I take on e6.
He
on
wants
h8.
knight c3
take
at
back.
the end, but
I have rook
there's a
e8,
check
rook
and rook
e5.
e5.
Ah, thank you.
And black's up a pawn and the pawn ending.
That's good enough.
Wow. You had me at up a pawn in the
Oh, he's reaching for it. I think he's going to sack his exchange.
Which is fine.
Ah,
I
he
mean,
took his
that's
hand
probably
back.
has to
And then he... okay, so... Whoa.
No, yep.
it has, well, he touched it. So now he has to play it.
Right. By the way, for the most especially for the junior players in watching our broadcast, it's touch move.
Of course.
We all always understand that. But when you make the move the way Christopher just made it, with this hesitation, it's sort of like you're sending me a tell that says, well, I'm not 100% sure I'm doing the right thing. Make your moves with confidence. Just snap. You know.
But did you see this? I've never seen this before. This was like a sideways capture.
Yeah.
He took it like this instead of the usual like this.
Like overhand. Yeah. Well, maybe through the magic of television we will.
So instead of like this, now that you can see me,
Right.
this is the usual way you capture a piece. You pick it up, boom.
Boom.
He went like this from the side. Pum, 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 pum.
It was
Take it out, boom, boom, boom.
Well, okay.
Let's
just
see
a
if he's going to
second.
do it again.
Through the magic
This is the first time I'm seeing anybody capture a piece like that.
No, we have to go back. We've already seen.
Oh, he's going for the b7 pawn, maybe?
He is going. You saw him reaching towards the b7 pawn.
No, but that's how normally you
I'd
pick
love
it up.
to see how he would capture the knight. We have to go back to the magic of television and look at that rook takes f3 because that was it caught my eye as well.
Yeah.
That was a very
It's the
peculiar
first time
way.
I'm seeing anybody capture a piece like that.
Exactly, myself as well.
It's mechanically ineffective.
Right.
It just doesn't make any sense.
Always try to make your moves with the utmost confidence. By the way, knight f3, I'm seeing a different variation suddenly. Rook takes f3. Help me out on this one. Bishop takes f3.
e5
No,
immediately.
e5 immediately. That doesn't... Yeah, e5 immediately. So what I was trying to do was, in this case, bishop takes, pawn takes. I'm trying to deny your... Oh, I can't play knight c3.
Yeah. Well, you do have bishop f6.
Okay, I think... There we go. We got the...
Okay,
bishop
Okay,
takes
now
f6.
that was
Good.
normal.
Yeah, that's normal.
That
That's
was normal.
Yes,
That
yes.
wasn't what we were...
That's
okay,
it.
Here
Take
it
a look at
comes.
this.
I'm not sure.
It comes from the side, you see? Boom. Yes.
And
He
it's
come-
sort of like a hesitation.
It's an interesting way of capturing that piece.
And I'm not 100% sure about it all.
No, he centered the piece very well. Very
Yes,
well done. Very well done.
before
yes.
pressing the clock, I always
Very
thought that was-
professional.
yeah, I always thought that was very professional.
We have an interview.
All right.
We have Kostya with Igor.
Thanks, Nazi. Here with Grandmaster Igor Novikov, who just drew his game against GM Gregory Kaidanov. Igor, how does it feel back to be at this tournament?
Yeah, it's. I'm very excited to play in St. Louis again. It's definitely the best tournament I play recent years.
Yeah, most players say they look forward to this tournament all year. Is that the same case for you?
Yeah.
And do you do any special preparation before coming here?
Special preparation was the tournament. We played Senior World Team Championship in Krakow. So this tournament is exactly 2 days after we finished to play in Poland.
Of course, yeah. I know you guys won the gold medal. So first of all, congratulations on that.
Thank you.
And yeah, great to see you got some activity before the event. Let me ask you about today's game. It was relatively fast draw against Gregory. What were your thoughts on?
Yeah, this all told theory. I was trying to remember to recall openings from the Soviet championships. Particularly, I remember game played by Igor versus Khachiyan, and I decided to play the most safe variation here, but Gregory is a very solid player. I didn't want to give him active chances, but unfortunately I didn't get much in my game. Probably White was slightly better, but nothing more. Endgame was probably drawish. Of course, I had extra pawn, but it was very hard to keep it.
Well, now you're on 1 out of 3. I know you lost the first game. What will be your strategy for the rest of the event?
Okay, I need to play. This strategy, trying to play good chess, and probably I can win one or a few games.
Absolutely.
It's hard, but I hope.
You know, chess is hard, yeah. Well, thank you, Igor. Wish you the best of luck in your future rounds.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Guys, back to you in the studio.
Indeed. Thank you, Kostya. Thank you, Igor. We have our eyes on this game between Justin Wang and Nicholas, and we can't make heads or tails of this. This is like...
with the help of engine, we know what's going on.
Well, yeah, but still, G4, you know, I'm trying to project myself into the seats of the players. You know, I would be thinking as White, I'd be feeling a little bit frustrated, realizing that maybe the move rook takes d6 ends up in a draw by repetition. And our focus...
Players often have this feeling
takes.
That they're missing something because it should be winning.
Right.
They just can't see it. So oftentimes they end up spending a lot of time trying to find a win when there is none.
And that feeling of frustration when you're absolutely, you've got it really in your mind that you are winning. King takes e7. And I'm looking at the position after g3. And again, there was some of the... Christian was pointing out some line, some crazy line with the queen going to b4 check after queen takes h3.
And White getting the f3 pawn.
Yeah, and I'm thinking in my mind as black, I would love to have my bishop on d6. I want to maintain the pawn on f3. So imagine I just made a move like...
We do have a move, by the way. Ooh. Justin played the right move, e takes d6.
Good so move, they may, yes. So they may be catching up to us. Christian, jump in on this one, because in a very confounding sense, both players are going at mauling one another's kings.
Yes.
You know, if I could put my bishop back on d6.
But you're sort of in a forced situation right now. Like there's no backing down with either color.
You mean
I have to take on f3?
I have to take on h3.
Yes, yes.
You really?
On f3.
On f3 for sure.
Not on h3.
Yeah, no. We're taking on f3. Go ahead. Take on f3. Take on e7.
Yes.
Take on e7. You have to go g3. And I was thinking about rook g6. I want to maintain.
Rook g6.
I want to maintain the pawn on f3.
Sure, I'll pick this one up.
That's it. That's all you want.
Queen a3, queen takes f3. So if you do take on h3,
No,
I
Queen
can still
a6
pick
is
it
not
up.
a natural move to make in that position.
Wow.
I'm just taking a pawn. I'm just taking a
But my
pawn. Why
king-
not?
We're
almost made it.
sweating.
But you
over the king.
haven't threatened anything with rook g6.
More
You're
or
just
less,
defending
it's a
the pawn on c6.
Yes, it's a consolidating, waiting move for you to do.
Yes.
To make a check.
But you
or
don't
something.
have a threat. Like your only threat at some point in the position, perhaps, is going to be to take on h3. Once you do that, the pawn on f3 will no longer have a protector, the queen on f5, and then I will be able to pick
So
it
why
up.
not king h2? That comes naturally to me. Let's defend h3.
That's fine as well.
Okay.
Fine as well, yes. And this actually gives you a pretty significant advantage also. It's not the only move. Queen takes a6, not the only move. Rook to d3 is a move as well. Your king's position is not getting better anytime soon. That's
Right.
the problem. And I will give me a couple of moves. Give me bishop to e3 at the right moment, or bishop to d2 and b4 to try to get to your king. You'll be in trouble.
Understood. Sorry if you just allow me to play devil's advocate for one more move.
Sure.
So the rook went to g6 with a purpose. As a kid, I made a big mistake. I studied the games of Wilhelm Steinitz. That guy ran with his king in the opening like you can't believe. I played rook g6 with a purpose. Let's say you didn't
h2?
like king h.
I didn't play. Ooh, are you,
King f6.
you're going back, right?
I was going back. I was trying to make a bolt hole, and again, my dream was to put my bishop
That's a good plan.
on bishop on d6. You put your king on h2, maybe on a good day with my bishop on d6, you know. But the whole point was to make
I run.
I was going to go.
But I could
for,
also always play bishop f4.
Yes, that's another. And against queen takes a6, I also wanted to say, again, I had the same intention. You could take another pawn if you'd like, and maybe in this position, I've got nothing.
Right.
But somehow my king is safe, you know.
King's safe, but all the pawns are gone.
Right, in my mind's eye, I've got h4. I don't know. I'm reaching a little bit here for some compensation as black, but the move rook g6 did have a purpose. Let's catch up with the current position. Guess what?
Oh, this is on the
It's
board.
on the board.
It's on the board.
Yes. That's the
And-
thing. He calculated, and right now he feels very confident in his calculation, which again, from afar, it looks dangerous, right?
Right.
You're 2 moves away from getting checkmated.
Right. So
But-
queen takes h3.
Just queen to b4, and that pawn on f3 is, you can easily calculate it how you're going to pick it up, because
So-
it's just check, check, check.
Queen e4.
Queen e4 check. Bishop to e7. Now here you can pause.
You can
Actually,
pick up the pawn on, sure, why not?
there's a bishop on h6.
Sure, pick up.
You have to go
in
queen
exchange
e6.
too.
You have to go queen e6, bishop e7.
I do have to go
It's over.
queen e6.
Yes, you have to go queen e6.
And then queen takes f3.
And after, the thing is, rook e1 is coming also, bishop to f4, rook to e1 again. It's your king on e8 who is very exposed.
Agreed.
And I'm ready. You don't have the connection between the rooks. I'm one move away from achieving that, establishing that. So
Right, bishop f4.
it's white to be preferred for sure. And the pawn structure. I mean, look at the pawn structure. Beautiful pawn structure for white, not so beautiful for black.
Pretty ugly, actually. Thank you, Christian. Absolutely. That clears the cobwebs, as white is definitely the one for choice.
Where
Nancy?
should we go?
Yes, you tell me.
Let's go back to Alice's game against Rose. Last time we checked, she played knight
Knight
b1.
b1, and we were quizzical, let's say.
Quizzical. I like that
Quizzical.
word.
Okay, knight takes e4. Knight f3. And this has been a lot of toing and froing, and I don't know if anybody's achieved anything. One thing I
I
noticed,
like black's knight on c4.
for what it's worth, Alice's pieces have never crossed the equator, whereas black's have. So the equator for me is this invisible line between the 4th and 5th ranks, right? And my 32 squares, you have your 32 squares. So first of all, Rose had a bishop on b4 a moment ago. Now she has a knight on c4. So it's sort of, it's sort of like, you know, if your pieces could never cross the equator, you could never checkmate me. I would never lose.
Unless I move my king.
No, you can't cross the equator, right? So in a sense, Alice has been playing, pardon me, a little bit passively, a little bit timidly. Her pieces have not entered Black's camp.
Maybe she's provoking Rose to play for a win.
Okay.
And then strike with the counterplay.
What do
that
you
happens when opponent plays very passively with white. I want to punish that with black. And then
absolutely.
I go sometimes too aggressive.
The historians will call it heroic. Knight on c4. How would you play the move b3 and eradicate, kick that knight out?
I open up the a file because I feel like that's advantage black.
Okay. So you don't want to play b3?
I don't want to play b3, but I'm struggling to find good moves for white.
Well, there's no more f3, e4.
Right.
That would just absolutely weaken our pawn. So Alice needs an active plan. I'm saying you don't have a choice.
Maybe knight c5 is interesting only because your knight's on c4. So follow-up will be b3 if you take on c5.
So takes.
So right now also...
And you'll kick my knight to e5 is what you're saying.
Yeah.
So for example, let's just play another move. Queen a5. I don't think I'm attacking this pawn per se. I'm kind of just ready to post my queen maybe to a square.
Okay. I wish I had the knight now on d4. Too late.
It's too late, baby.
I think white's trying to equalize.
Bingo. That's my bottom line. I'm thinking that white's trying to equalize. I wanted to do it more aggressively with b3.
Right now.
Let's say you take.
Do you take on b3? Okay.
Take. Yeah. Well, on the one hand, you open up the a file.
But why would white be worse right now? There's no chance. Zero chance.
White is very passive.
What?
More we look at it, more we realize white is worse.
No, knight to c5?
Yes.
Rook to e7?
I do not believe any of what you guys are telling me right now. Rook to a1? What is
Rook
this?
to a1.
Why would I ever be worse?
No, you won't. You would never be worse.
No chance. I do not believe you.
No.
I didn't like knight d6.
B4?
You didn't like
B4?
Hold on, we got a complaint. Our human resource department takes all complaints very seriously. You didn't like knight to b6. Knight to d6 after b3. What did you like?
Take on b3 and maybe go knight a3.
Knight to a3.
The aggressive way. Okay.
And what is your knight actually doing over on this beautiful square?
I mean, I can always go to b5 if I have to, but...
I was going to go knight c5 more or less regardless of...
and when you do that, I will take it.
b3 is on the board.
b3 is on the board?
It's on the board.
Okay. So once again, knight to a3, queen to d2, ab, ab.
Black doesn't have to rush actually taking, right?
No, you do not.
Point. Maybe keep the pressure on.
The pressure. I feel under pressure.
Is queen b6 anything, or
why not?
Just walk into knight c5?
I was intending knight to c5, by the way.
The rook on e6 and pawn on f6, it's a little bit awkward.
Yeah, it makes a strange impression. You'd almost rather have both the rook on e8 and the pawn back on f7. Okay, we'll keep an eye on this one. It's a strategical fight. Let's go to where some of the action is. Take us to the action.
Sure, yeah, let's. And this is a game that I kind of went out of the spotlight, but it's such an important game.
We felt Vladimir was better once
and he still is.
Yeah.
He still is. We left it off somewhere around here, right?
Yeah.
The pawn was not yet on a6, if I remember correctly. c4, a6, b6, and I do like this type of expansion because it puts so much pressure on a black.
Green.
At the same time, you do have to be a bit careful because you might be overextended. In an endgame, let's imagine this bishop is no longer on the board. The rook will be tied to the defense of the pawn on a6, so you do have to be careful with both sides right now. Take on d5, bishop to b5. I really like what's happening. And right now, after bishop to g6, it does seem like black is trying to open up in the center, but white is ready for it. And once you take on e5, we've seen this knight land from b3 or f3 to d4 in so many instances. I remember that Julio game as well against Shabalov.
Yeah, Shabalov.
He could have gotten a decisive advantage. So you're not ready to exchange this pair of pawns right now. But if you're not going to do that, what are you going to do? And my guess is that with his last move, he wants to play bishop to h5. So what white should do is get ready for it. h3.
Yeah.
Not such an easy move, because you do open up the possibility of some sort of an attack opening up on the king side. h5 with the idea of g4. But g4 is not really doing as much. You just simply take, and it is the black king who will be in trouble after the move knight to h2. This type of dynamic transitions is what both players will have to gauge and assess in the upcoming moves. But look, I'm looking at the position, I'm seeing so much space advantage on this side, potentially rook to c1 and try to get something via the c-file. It just feels like white is better. But, to be honest, this is the type of Caro-Kann position that could swing in a matter of seconds, in a matter of moves. If you make an imprecise move...
As a Caro-Kann player, I can confirm.
Exactly, exactly. You've probably done it so many times. You've played the Caro-Kann. You've swung this type of positions.
It's fun to live life on the razor's edge, isn't it? You know, we have a lot of fun with our producer, Tom.
Do we?
He comes into our ears and he says, take a look over here, take a look over there. And he said, take a look at Vladimir's game. I figured I'd all out for myself. Vladimir's at +1. And whatever he is, it's just great the way he spreads his wings and shows that. Look at that, +2. +2. He's got 2 out of 2.
Yes, he has a perfect score, so he's at +2. And
he's playing a player tied for
coming
second.
into this round was +1.
Yeah, he was clearly second. Now Gregory joined at +1, Larry. But as we were looking at this position, the more I'm looking at the position, I think Vladimir is doing incredibly well. Like, this position feels so passive for black. And I love the move h2, h3. I think that's a very, very powerful move.
Great prophylaxis move.
Yeah, we were just doing the show with Jovi, and Jovi mentioned something that she thinks about happy moves. You know, just happy moves. And some moves are very easy, and they come, you know, they're naturally out of the position like a fountain. And I can see happy moves, h3, rook e1, for white.
No happy moves for black.
Where's black's queen going? Do you want to go to e8?
Definitely not.
You want to go to c7, block the rook?
I think I have to keep the queen where it is.
Yeah. What about the happy moves for the bishop on e7?
None of it.
None! Okay, so suddenly you start to think to yourself, well, gee, I might have to go back to g7 to go. And before you know it, you're on the back foot, you're seizing the defensive, and you don't like the position. I don't like Larry's position. Let's go around the arena because we haven't seen some games. My pick for the seniors. Let's jump to the game between Joel Benjamin and Jesse Kraai for a moment.
Jesse won yesterday. He bounced back.
This looks like, wow, the
I think
French
Joel's
defense.
still looking for his first win, right?
Yes. He lost his first game on the white side of the Alekhine to Larry, and then drew in
Kaidanov
game 2.
yesterday?
Yep. And let's see, let's pick up the pace a bit, as this is a, I want to say, strategic game. I don't really see any advantages for the players here. Queen takes g5, knight takes g5, whether it's g6, whether it's h6, I don't see why Joel would not be unhappy. He's got his knight on d5. yes, you'll have your knight on e5. Eventually, this bishop will find a role, whether it be f6 and out, but that looks pretty balanced. Where would you like
Yeah, I think
to
this is
take
type of position. If you don't have no draw of a rule, you offer a draw.
And you'll probably get it accepted. By the way, I wanted to go to Zoe's game because Zoe came into the competition as the number 2 seed in the girls. She nearly won yesterday. That would have given her a 2-0 score. Right now, she's one of the players tied at the top with 1.5 points, and she is up against Yasmin.
Yasmin, yes.
Yeah. Queen e2. Boy, this looks too blocked.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand the pawn structure.
Yeah.
Black looks fine.
Yeah,
right?
it's one of those Dutch stone walls where both sides have a kind of a stone wall
You
position.
wouldn't have guessed it, but it came from exchange Slav. Well, actually, it makes sense. Only c file's open.
Right.
And then black just managed to play f5.
Gotcha. So this one looks very,
Very
very
balanced.
balanced. And where would you like to take us, Nasi?
Should we check
Maybe
with
we should go
Melik?
to Arthur versus Andrew Hung, because we haven't looked at this one. And Andrew, you know, coming into this event,
Was
one
my-
of the favorites, right?
Yeah.
He lost yesterday with the white pieces.
That was a
Great game by Balaji, by the way.
question.
He really played a very precise game. And in this one right now, he's trying to bounce back. But it's not easy, because we've seen the 4 knights, they have a tendency to go into very equal positions.
Agreed.
But I have a feeling he's building up some momentum in the position right now. This is what we have. The typical plan for black is to try to get the pawns going down the board, c5 and d4. Also, I'm seeing some weaknesses over the dark squares on the king's side that maybe you will be able to pick at.
Yeah.
Bishop to d6 seems to be a good move. Try to take advantage of your rook already set up on the e file to challenge the action of the rook on e1, but also bishop e5 is a big threat. You need to address that. How do you do it? Maybe by dropping back the queen, but now I can just start pushing. Maybe after queen to c7, target pawn on h2, how do you defend it? h3, already some weaknesses, right? That knight on e2 will have to stay there to stop me from going knight to g3. Not an easy practical position for white. And if you do take on f6, this type of imbalance starts to favor black quite heavily, because you will still need to create the weaknesses or dark squares. This bishop coming to e5, such a nice piece. And at the right moment, I will start pushing my pawns. c5, d4, take more and more space, and you're starting to get suffocated as white. I have a feeling this is not going to be an easy position for Arthur. And if I know Andrew and his tenacity, he's definitely going to try to take the full point home in this one.
Exactly. Thank you, Christian, for that. Just turning our attention to the game of
Balaji Daggupati against Jason Liang.
Exactly. I was looking at this position. I just saw this last move, and you know, I'm a pawn grabber. You know, what can I say? It's my singular weakness. Everything else is fine, but that pawn grabbing,
And
boy.
some might call that strength as well.
Yeah, that's a virtue. Yes, exactly. I'm looking at that h5 pawn. Please forgive me, but isn't that just like
You're
too
subject
tempting?
queen d1?
Yeah, queen to d1.
And it's not just a pawn, your queen goes all the way to h7.
Exactly. It's not just a pawn, but you're right.
And then h5 and checkmate, right?
That's how I win all my games. I win a pawn, go after the opponent's king, and checkmate them with
Yeah, I think
an overwhelming.
black is in absolutely serious trouble here.
For sure. How did Jason find himself in such difficulties? Well, he had put his knight on g6 early, making his h5 pawn a serious liability. And maybe his last move, sometimes those retreating moves, like
Maybe he forgot
queen
about.
d1,
Yeah.
maybe he was thinking white's intention is to play rook e2 and rook e1, and he wanted to be in time to defend the e6 pawn with knight f8. But queen d1, I don't know.
Yeah.
That looks really, really tempting. Yeah, I like this position.
Balaji is close to winning.
And for Balaji, he comes off a victory. He started with a loss. So if he were to win, bouncing back with 2 wins after a loss, that sure feels a lot better. And there we were talking about Balaji tied for the 4th, according to the standings.
There's only a few players ahead of him, just 3. And win today would be huge.
Right. Now, my buddy Brewington.
Let's check. He's playing Jason Wang.
He was my, I want to say my rival. Alice Lee was my partner in the Bug House. So we were playing Bug House during the Kasparov chess camp, because what else do you do when Gary Kasparov is in town? You play Bug House. Let's pick up the action here.
Does Gary actually play Bug House?
Not at all.
He hates it?
Oh, of course.
I'm with him with that.
Oh, you haven't lived.
No, I'm just really bad at it. That's why I don't like it. Kids always beat me.
Which you got to encourage. Brewington has just played the move bishop to f6. Now this is what I would call the Queen's Gambit accepted ending. 4 versus 4, 2 versus 2. Now, normally speaking, you look towards the Queen side and you ask yourself the question, who's got the advantage in terms of the structure? I'm looking at the knight on c4, I'm looking at the Van's pawn on b4, I'm looking at the potential weakness on a6. So for me, white has the clear upper hand. Is that the way you see it? For example, e4. Let me ask you the question.
I think white's slightly better. I have to take on c4.
Okay. Bishop takes c4.
And maybe queen c7 here.
Queen to c7. That was a good move.
I think black is still equalizing, but it's not that far from equality.
It's the a6 pawn that has my attention.
I think sooner or later I have to push a5.
Trying to exploit the 2 bishops.
Okay, let's take on d4 and go knight c5.
Take on d4 and go knight to c5. Makes sense. Oof, just in time. Just in time. It was well played. You played that very well, because I was thinking that if you played a5, I was about to play bishop a6 and kind of shift you off the c file. But bishop takes and knight c5, and I think that more or less this position is about even.
Yeah.
I couldn't get an edge. Nasi's too strong. What do you have for us, Cristian?
Well, let's take a look at this one. Melik versus Shabalov, because Shabalov is actually building up a nice advantage.
Is he?
Yes.
With black pieces.
Yes. Out of that crazy opening, knight e7, knight g6, the one that you don't like.
Right.
Yasser. But he knew what he's doing, and it seems like Melik didn't. Melik was just shooting blanks at this point. Queen to f6, black got pretty much everything. There's no attack on this side. Absolutely no attack. You cannot attack me with only your queen. I don't have any weaknesses. I'm ready whenever you put the knight on f5 to consider taking on f5. Just consider. I can also just simply go d6 in case you don't attack anything, and usually don't whenever you get that knight to f5. So Melik was like, okay, time to pull the brakes. Time to exchange the queens, make a draw, go home. Not so fast. f5 came.
Whoa.
Very well-timed move.
Surprise.
Now, and it's a surprise, right? Because you are giving up the 2 bishops after all the exchanges. But what you're getting in return is a very, very unpleasant pressure on f2. I will also activate all of my pieces. This rook from f8 got activated instantaneously. This rook is going to f8 and is going to put more and more pressure on your big weakness on f2, unless you decide to change that weakness. And that's what Melik decided to do with the move bishop to e3. But after take, rook e5, how do you defend this pawn? Is a big question. How do you defend that pawn?
Not nice.
I just simply think that at some point you're going to have to give it away.
And also Alex has a time advantage, which is pretty rare for him. He's
Big time,
yes,
absolutely, and it's so important. 1 hour and 20 minutes against 45 minutes, definitely. Of course, you're not actually going to need all that time because it's such a simple position. And your moves are very easy. I'm just simply going to, obviously I'm not going to take.
That's a check.
That's a check on c4.
Right.
You have to set that up first. So probably with a move such as d5 at the right moment.
Rook
Maybe you
e8.
can even go rook to e8 first.
Yeah.
Why not? Rook to e8. Now I'm threatening to take it. So you have to defend it. You have to react. White's position is just simply very passive. And it's not getting any better. There's no way for you to exchange the bishop for the knight. Generally, we're saying that the two rooks work better with the bishop compared to the two rooks working with the knight. But in this case, there's no targets. There's no way to swing from one target to the other, which favors the bishop, because the bishop can look both ways, both sides. So right now, my knight is just simply going to find its way to try to attack and increase the pressure on the pawn on e3. That's the only trump in the position for which black is playing for. And it just seems like it's a very comfortable advantage, long-lasting comfortable advantage for Shabalov, which I'm sure it's not good news for Melik, especially after coming from such a difficult defeat yesterday against Becerra.
Exactly.
That saps your confidence.
It does.
And right now, with the white piece to be worse after 20 moves, that's not fun.
Who wants that? Turning our attention to the game of Vladimir Akopian and Larry Christiansen for just a moment, I noticed that Vladimir took an entirely different approach to the move bishop g6. We saw that by Larry, and Christian felt that the move was aimed for bishop h4.
And we're looking at h3 for white.
Exactly. Vladimir said, look, I'm going to sidestep the idea of bishop h5.
That does allow g4, however. I know typically we're okay with g4, but now that you have your queen on e1...
Well, that was the point.
Yeah.
That was the hidden point behind the queen coming to e1. He wants to take on e6 with the queen with check. So, for example, g4 takes.
Rook takes f6.
Exactly. Now, remember that one variation. Should I take on d7 and play knight? Yes. Apologies. I want to take on d7. And I want to take...
Okay, I'm very tempted to take on f3.
I understand. I understand.
Sorry, also was
check.
Rook c3 an option, or no?
You can sacrifice all the
Let's
pieces
take
you
a look
like. Yes.
Okay, take on c8, right?
Well, check. So I picked up a pawn with check.
King. Let's say h8. Yeah, I know. Not happy about it.
Exactly. Do I want to take this pawn? Do I want to take this rook? Whoa.
I don't know. White's king is starting to look
a little bit. It looks a little bit menacing, doesn't it?
I think Larry had a chance to
play
g4.
Because he didn't play that. He was afraid of this variation. Let's see it again. g4 takes with the rook, huh? Maybe knight e4. Pardon me. Knight d4 immediate. Knight e5 immediately.
Okay, take. I will take that. Don't
Pawn
have a
takes.
choice. And drop back, rook of 8.
Okay. And here I might
I just
argue.
think black is better now than they were before.
Okay, hard for me to dispute that because I didn't like black's position before. I'm not so sure I still like. I still think that black's position is so much improved or anything. It's a question.
I don't have to worry about pawn on e6 anymore. That's a big relief.
Actually,
I think I still will have to.
It's still on the menu of items to worry about. Sorry, now I'm beginning to understand Vladimir's concept. It took me a while.
Oh,
Rook to a4, causing a little discomfort, taking away your counterplay ideas with d5, d4, and d3, right? If I can provoke h5, then you can see some harmony.
I might have some dynamic play though. Maybe bishop h4.
Bishop h4 in this position. Okay.
You wanted to say queen h4?
No, I think she said bishop h4.
But you wanted to say, because I actually had the same feeling that the queen could go to g5 or h4.
Yeah,
then I realized the bishop is in the way.
There's no dynamic play. Pieces are in the way.
The pieces are in the way.
But instead, he played knight g7 instead of g4, and now looking at his position, it's just so passive.
Right. So what happened is instead of this whole g4 stuff, the knight went back, the bishop took. We're up to date with the
It's
players.
like same position, but e6 pawn is a clear target.
Shall we try it one more time? So knight comes to
But you're going
e5.
to e5 unprovoked.
Correct.
Okay.
I think it's good.
Knight
because
takes. Pawn
it's
takes.
always about getting that knight to d4.
Bishop
right?
to e7. Knight to d4.
Let's try bishop c5. I want to take that knight.
Bishop to c5 because you definitely want to take this knight.
So let's go knight c6.
Knight to c6.
Queen c7. You're gonna play b4.
b4, yes. I will play b4.
So
want to kick
the
that bishop away.
first of all, where does the queen go?
I think c7. Right?
Maybe even d7, right?
Okay.
It looks a bit dangerous, but
It certainly does.
I don't think I have a hit, a discovery hit. Maybe I have to go b4 and then go back knight d4.
Okay, it is one of those really backwards twos and fros. And I like White's position. I feel like White has more of the, let's say so in the position. Before we go on break, let's just take a look at the Christopher Yu game, because that game between Christopher and Andy was quite the Donnybrook. Remember, we left it and we just saw the exchange sacrifice from Christopher. And he took a knight and he took a pawn. Not bad.
A lot of trades have happened
Took
since
a
then.
knight too. Oh,
And he gave the exchange right back.
I don't know. I'm
And he
starting
did.
to like Christopher's position
why?
because I have the majority on the queen side, so that's a potential passed pawn.
Right.
That pawn on a7 will be a weakness after I put my bishop on d4, rook d5, bishop d4. I just feel like you have the weaknesses, f6 as well, and I don't.
You know, that's exactly what goes through my mind when I'm at the chessboard. I really do have this weighing the scales, and you just said my pawn on a7 is weak, and I would argue as an attorney in a court of law that your pawn on h2 is
And
weak.
Christopher seems very happy about his position as
Does he?
well.
Can't Black
Maybe
just
we
play
can go.
king e6, bishop e5, and trade the bishops?
Look at him.
There
He's
you
laughing.
go.
He's smiling. He enjoys his position right now. He knows.
No, I think there's something going on in the playing.
No.
It's a funny thing.
I think he just loves his position.
Really?
Yes.
What's there to love?
What's there to love about the position? I'm with Nasi on
What do you
this
mean?
one.
Thank you.
I'm going to
better.
take this pawn on
I'm just gonna trade
h2. I'm going to
bishops
play
next
king
move,
e6.
yeah.
I'm going to trade bishops. I'm going to have two connected pass pawns.
Yes, sir, you're not touching that pawn. King f3, come on. Let's.
King f3.
What
King
are you going to
E6.
do?
King e6. So first of all,
You're allowing me
I
to go
am-
h4.
I am thinking,
go h4.
yes.
Okay, let's go h4. Let's try it out.
Wow, so you're giving me two connected pass pawns, h5.
Let's go rook d5.
Let's go rook
You're
to
stuck.
d3.
No. I'm not taking on g5.
Okay, so I'm ready to release my rook.
Rook f5.
Rook f5.
Aren't you just starting to
Wait a minute.
to be lost?
Wait a minute. Rook f5 is a bet. Sorry,
I think
my
h5
bad
was
play.
a little
Yeah.
too
We
adventurous. Maybe on h4 you just play rook f8.
Just
So
a
one
sec.
defended move and then bishop e5 next move. So
sorry,
king
say-
e6,
King e6.
h4, and just rook f8.
Rook f8.
Yes, and then next move we'll play bishop e5.
Okay. Fair. I like that. Anytime you take, I think you're helping me
Yeah.
with two connected pass pawns. Okay. Good. That looks fair.
I mean, this is a draw.
And it's a draw. And after correct play, it's a draw. I think we're at that point. We're ready for our second break of the day. What do we have for our viewers on break?
Well, as we go to break, Begim talked with the seniors about preparing for big tournaments. So take a look, and we'll be right back.
Do seniors have big tournaments?
How do you approach the psychological aspects of chess, such as handling pressure and maintaining focus in crucial moments of the game?
I've never thought about this that much, but definitely there is psychology in chess. But mostly, my point of view, that mostly depends when you play some unpleasant opponents or some difficult opponents. When you look here, it's very difficult to do anything, to think how to play, which opening to decide to do, to play against them. I don't think that's that important. What is important, like strong moves, we all know, and this is the most important. Otherwise, I don't think that it's. But of course, in that cases, when somebody play bad, for example, you have bad score, this is very important, and it's actually very difficult to overcome. It's not only my problem of many chess players.
Yeah, you want to get motivated. You know, you have to, sometimes you develop an artificial animosity towards your opponent. It's all temporary, it's all fake. But you use that energy, maybe, oh, here, I'm going to play Joel today. I got to get him. You know, what is he, he said something bad to me 10 years ago or something like that. You invent something. So you create a little artificial rage or something like that, just to fire you up a little bit. And it's all, just for practical purposes. After the game, you're all, you'll have iced tea together.
I've always been a slow player, and I haven't been able to correct that. But basically, for me, this tournament is mostly about getting enough sleep and beating the heat. And if I can do those things, then I'll be psychologically in good shape to play.
Real challenge I've noticed for myself, especially getting older, is as my energy starts to wane. We're getting to hour 3 or 4, oftentimes we'll start to lose it a little bit. And it's easy then to make an impulsive move. So that's really what, if I was gonna say psychological, it's not necessarily about the other person, but about myself, I've noticed. And I know the other old guys are having similar issues with that.
I think about this all the time. So when you think about those issues away from the board, it's easier to confront them during the game. Obviously, experienced players know it very well. Like, how do you play when you just made a huge blunder and your position became from winning to almost lost or equal or worse, whatever. I do have a special trick which I use in those cases. I tell myself, new game. So which means I try to erase the memory of what happened before. I imagine the position is in front of me is just a new game which I have to play. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but that's what I try to kind of program myself to.
I think it's important, the psychological for this tournament, especially because we all, like over 50-year-olds, we probably don't have the same energy that we have before in the game. So, I think all these things is important because a long game, probably we can make more mistakes, and I think it's very important to be unshaken.
So psychology is very important in chess. It's very important to have a good mood to play chess, to sleep well before the game. It's very tough to explain what you need to have before the game.
Every chess pro has his own routine, depending on personality. The most important thing is to brush off the losses or negative emotions. The variety of things that you can do is huge. Okay, I love music and reading. That's the latest in my repertoire, dealing with it.
Chess is something I usually use to focus on, so I block out other things that are going on. So concentration is something that comes fairly natural to me at chess. It's just getting myself to focus isn't usually the problem.
I think I'm always comparing certain situations with life situations. I'm always saying, okay, if something goes wrong, just take it easy because you can't really fix it. You move on. Important part for, not just for chess players, for human being, it's always to keep inside the positive emotions. Because whenever you're going to keep inside like a positive things, it's going to make you be a positive personality. If you're going to keep thinking about negativity, then it will always keep you down. So something like more philosophy apply in this case.
The stages are set, the players are primed, the best of the best are ready to face off in the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. The top players in the world prepare to battle across 4 countries for a $1.5 million prize fund. Everything starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland. Then off to Bucharest for the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. The players then travel to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia. The tour concludes with back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri, the chess capital of America, for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. 9 players will go in, but only one can be crowned champion. Who is prepared to make history? Get ready for the return of the Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the chess campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame makes such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Cristian Chirila, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
Here is the place where we enjoy the game of chess of its beauty, to advance the cause of chess and to help St. Louis Chess Club to serve as a capital of the world of chess and to keep bringing new and new millions of new fans into the game every year.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of the United States. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, go to stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
Welcome back, everyone. We're in the middle of round 3, but let's take a look at our standings first. We'll start with the juniors.
And indeed we will.
We have 2 players with the perfect score, Christopher Yu and Justin Wang, and only 1 player, Andy Woodward, with a plus score.
And it's Christopher versus Andy in our marquee matchup. In the girls.
In the girls, no perfect scores, but 5 players are sharing first. Jasmine, Zoe, Iris, Rose, and Chloe.
It's crowded on the top. And in the seniors.
Seniors, we have a sole leader, Vladimir Akopian, and only 1 player coming into this round had 1.5 points. That was Larry Christiansen.
And guess what? They play against each other, Vladimir and Larry. And Gregory, Igor have already made a draw. Let's jump into the junior section. And it was that game between Christopher and Andy that we were saying is the marquee matchup. we were just having a little discussion before going on break, and Christian was saying, well, as white, he felt good. Christopher was in good spirits. He's going to bring his rook to d5. He's going to bring his rook to f5. Maybe on a good day, go after the a-pawn. Well, Andy said, I've got a solution for that. I'll put my rook on c6. And from this beautiful square, I will put my pawn on a6. I'll defend f6. And what's my problem? Draw seems rather inevitable in this one as rook c6.
Towards a draw, but the game that we're having a lot of fireworks in, it's Justin Wang against Nicholas Ladan.
And Justin, once again, comes into this competition round 3 with a perfect score. And if he could...
He's very close to increasing his lead.
I think
would say
that game
absolutely.
is close to over.
That is, you're just winning, you're winning the house.
Nicholas at the board, he knows he's lost.
Yeah.
King on f6, I mean,
it looks
how
terrible.
is he gonna survive?
There was a moment when it wasn't so simple for white. King f6, maybe that was just the wrong move.
King f6 came after rook to d3.
Exactly.
Just over.
And the problem is, as much as we would love this to work, takes check. Here. I mean, if you had it in your mind that king takes f2 was forced, maybe you were looking
Even
at...
then,
which also completely wins.
But
right?
the problem is this just finishes it all on the spot, where a rook down with no attack.
We have more moves on the board. So
What happened?
Nicholas took on h3, and Justin responded with rook takes f3 check.
Probably with speed.
Yes.
Yes.
Not much to think about here.
I don't want to see a checkmate land on my doorstep. Rook takes f3 check. Where are we going to go with the king?
No matter
This
where
is
you
a good
go,
option.
I will be following up with another check. So if you go there, queen
C3.
c3 is coming.
Queen c. If I go to g7, queen c3 is
Even
coming.
f7 is hanging.
Oh no.
I have a feeling.
And if I go to
checkmated here.
f8,
Bishop h6.
oh no.
And then
Resignation
And the
time.
rook comes in.
Oh no.
Yes, yes, it
It's
does.
like too many blows. I mean, if I was a trainer, I'd be throwing in the towel.
Maybe king
to-
e7 is the only chance here. I mean, not chance, but
By the way, I understand.
we had a one-game finish. It was
Game just finished. Yeah.
Douglas Root against Julio Becerra. It was a draw.
It was a draw. But he did play king e7.
Yeah, otherwise it was just checkmate, right?
But this, unfortunately, might also just be checkmate. How? Isn't this?
Let's try to
No.
find the brutal checkmate.
Brutal.
We need to find something brutal. In this
Why not take it slow and just torture our opponent?
Oh no.
That's correct. What device would you like to use? How?
The bishop and the rook. Let's.
How to do it best? What would you advise white to do? Bishop f4, bishop d2,
H6 is even good, maybe.
bishop.
Bishop
Okay,
D2
bishop h.
looks
No,
safe.
something about bishop h6. You take away the f8 square and you're ready to introduce your rook, right? You just want to play rook to e1 check, and you think this is
rook g6, right?
rook g6, rook e1 check.
Not saying it's annoying necessarily.
Well,
King
rook
D8.
e6.
king d8, rook f7, rook e8 mate.
Nice. Not queen, rook e8.
Yes. Always the lesser. You checkmate. So if you ever have a choice between checkmating with the queen or checkmating with the pawn, you choose the lesser option,
I
right?
think
Rook e1.
This game, Justin has it in his pocket, but
He does.
they might still play it for a bit.
He does.
A little bit surprising moment happened in Melik's game against Shabalov, because right before we went to break, we were saying how Shabalov had an advantage,
Yes. And he did.
but
And he
Knight
shouldn't
and
give
bishop
up.
got traded.
Yeah, and somehow how the knight was maybe a nicer piece than the bishop. And guess
I feel
what?
like now it's so much easier for white to defend this.
No question about it that by allowing a 4-rook ending, I'm not saying in any way that Melik is out of the woods. I mean, he's still going to have to defend.
Oh, honestly, it's much, much closer now. I'm going to play
Really?
c4, king f2, and where do I have any problems?
C4 and king f2, and where do you have problems?
Or a4, depending.
Now that you warn me, I was going to play d5, rook here and rook here, and make a pretense that that I have some kinds of pressure. Probably it's not sufficiently enough. b5, if I could, I don't know.
But this is what we were saying, right?
But this is
don't exchange the bishop for the knight.
Don't allow
the exchange.
Yes,
if you're
exactly.
Yes,
exactly.
you can see Melik feels a lot more comfortable in this position because
Then-
before he was very unhappy.
Well, with good reason.
I think he didn't realize how unpleasant this position was if he would have played the precise moves. Right now, it just feels very close to equality.
Exactly. H6 takes. Rook f3.
A4.
Rook
I think
b5, b3.
Alexander probably understands that.
Okay, so the strange thing is Shabalov provoked the move a4, which I thought was something that White was aspiring to achieve. I thought that one of the things I would like to do if I was black in this position, I would love to have my pawn on b4. If my pawn were on b4, I could play rook a5, and maybe I'm cooking with gas, right? So provoking the pawn to a4 was maybe something that...
It helped White a little bit.
Right. And that is that's very confounding. I wouldn't have expected that.
By the way, we don't have to go back, but Justin did play bishop h6, the move that I suggested.
He played bishop h6. You're
And I
channeling your inner Justin. I can see that you would be a force in the juniors championships if they'd allow. Where would you like to take us? I'd like to go to Alice Lee.
I was just going to say that because I think she finally got the position where she can start to play more actively.
Okay. When we left it, we saw her playing the move b2, b3, by the way. Knight a3, a move that you had recommended. Queen b2, takes. And Alice got in, well, I won't say it's the minority attack because really you have to play b5 for it to be an attack. But she got in her queenside advance, and you were about to tell us...
Knight c5?
Yes, let's do it. Absolutely. Knight c5. That's a heroic move.
I don't think bishop c5 is in Black's best interest.
Because
then I corrupt the a file as well. Your queen can only go to d8.
Right. And
Then I trade, go rook a1.
Well, let's show that. So Alice would love to get a situation where she'd have control of the only open file. And as we say, Alice comes into the tournament, prohibitive favorite. She starts with a loss. She draws one of the lower rated players in the field, and now she really needs to win the game.
But we do have an interview, Kostya, with Douglas Root.
Thanks, Nazi. Here with International Master Douglas Root, who just drew his game against Julio Becerra. Doug, how's it feel to be back at the U.S. Seniors?
Oh, it's a wonderful tournament, nice conditions, so it's always a pleasure to play here.
Absolutely. I know it's your second time this year. Any thoughts on today's game against Julio?
Oh, it didn't actually develop into anything very sharp, so it's not surprising that it went to a drawn endgame. So, I mean, I suppose there were some chances at one point for trading the at Black's A pawn for my F pawn and going into that endgame, but that didn't materialize, and so there just wasn't a lot that went on. Probably I should have tried something a little sharper earlier on, but I wanted to give this setup a try, and just didn't lead to very much advantage.
Gotcha. Now I'm curious, I know you're the only international master in the field. Does that give you any stress or intimidation when you're facing a GM every round?
No, not really. I've played GMs many times in the past, so.
Awesome. That's glad to hear. And who are you playing tomorrow?
I'll have to check. I haven't started preparing for that yet.
Totally fine. One game at a time.
Yes.
That's another question I have for you. A lot of players say they always look forward to this event. Do you do any special preparation before coming here?
I'll check opening repertoires of people that I think will be playing in it and see what types of openings I may play, perhaps practice some of them against students in my college chess club.
Oh, cool. Very good. Well, Doug, we'll wish you the best of luck in your future rounds. Hope to see you back here.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Guys, back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Kostya. And a big development going on in the game of Chloe. She's misplayed it badly.
She didn't play the d6 move that she had available earlier.
Exactly. Well, when we left it right around here, she had that big decision to make. Should she play the move d6 with the tactical idea any captures are going to be answered by e5, or should she play the reinforcing move c4?
So
She chose this. And then after the rook shifted over, once again, she did have d6 and e5 as one possibility.
What do you call those moves?
The big clamp.
Big clamp, yeah.
The big clamp.
But we're missing the third one, right?
Right. Now, after the move c4, at the moment, there's no threat to capture the bishop. So maybe this was the moment that she could play rook to e1, preparing after b5 a retreat. She just wants to make sure that she keeps her e4 pawn sufficiently protected. She played rook b1 in order to prevent b5. a6, she wanted to prevent b5. And now, after a5, there's a sudden problem. She overlooked.
I think she was too focused on b5. And now e4 pawn is about to fall.
Right,
If you
because
take bishop c4, rook takes e4.
ouch, 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 ouch. Also, there's bishop b5 and
Yes,
d5
yes.
and oh my
She's
goodness.
losing 2 pawns.
Everything is suddenly collapsing in the worst possible way. Queen d8 and Chloe is in big trouble. A game, and by the way...
And that one is over.
That was
Justin
the bishop
Wang.
h6.
3 out of 3.
3 out of 3, yes.
What a start.
Meatloaf said 2 out of 3 ain't bad. 3 out of 3 is perfect.
Amazing start for Justin Wang, and I have to say, very poised handling of that opening. After he got surprised in the opening, Ladan was blitzing out his moves. And yet, he stayed poised, he found the advantage, and he punished his opponent's careless act.
Exactly.
Should we check with Zoe's game? Because
Sure. I'm just going around the
Zoe's
tournament
playing
hall.
Yasmin Isani, and I'm starting to like Black's position now.
A lot.
I mean, knight on d5 versus the knight on g3, there's no comparison.
Full stop. That is absolutely, absolutely true. As this knight on d5 is a Thor.
Does Black have some tactical issues, though? Because rook a8 and queen b5 is threatening queen b7.
Let's have a look-see. Rook takes a8. Rook takes a8.
And queen takes b5.
Queen takes b5. So
I wanted
we've got
knight e3, but I can't.
we've got on the menu queen b7 as well as queen d7. So we have to throw in a check.
Okay. Now, should white play rook g2?
Well, the problem is if you don't play rook g2,
I'm getting mated.
then queen h4.
Oh, we have 97. I thought I had a
Yes.
perpetual, but...
No perpetual for you, not today. Queen takes h3 is going to be mate, so you're going to have to play rook to g2. But once you play rook g2, now I get to rescue this knight with a check. And maybe black
Yeah,
is
but
the
it
one
still
for
looks-
choice, right?
Where does the knight go after king f2? We take
It
on...
doesn't.
Well, then I do have perpetual, right?
Do
Or
you have
how is your
perpetual?
king gonna come out all the way to the center?
Right, my knight is... You're right. I think you do just simply have a perpetual.
Because you
and
cannot cover with your queen.
You are absolutely right. But did I have a choice, though? I don't. Maybe I do.
Maybe you shouldn't do rook a2 and force the trades.
I think this is okay, if you don't mind. Let's say I'm playing boldly for a win.
Okay.
As usual.
So let's go queen d7 check.
And I trade queens.
Okay, doesn't matter. Take and go knight e2.
Okay. Now stop here,
My
because
king is cut off.
yes,
That's really bad.
Yes, exactly. You picked up on it right away. It's the craziest thing. You have two passed pawns, but they're split, and your king is cut off. So the crazy part
It's a very
is
instructive endgame.
Exactly, and I think it's actually a play on one goal. I think the only results are in Black's favor. So that is a night ending maybe you want to avoid. So from the start, did you want to take that pawn on b5?
Maybe I can go queen b5 without trading the rooks. Right now.
We're talking. Queen takes b5, knight takes,
I think you have to spend time taking on a1.
Take on e1, pardon me, take on a1 as you just said, take on e3, and now what's the outcome?
Whose king is weaker? I think it's the white's king that's in trouble. So if I give you check, rook a7.
I have to probably play rook f7?
Because on king h8, queen b7, or queen d7, right?
I don't like it. So I'm going to have to play. But wait a minute, now you've inspired me. Wait a minute. This is actually a kind of a funny situation. Can you start with rook to the 7th? Pardon me, rook to the 6th? Now if you take, in this case, now I do have a check.
I can go queen g7.
Ooh.
And up a very healthy pawn.
Yes, sorry. So no, I can't do that. I apologize.
So yes, there's Zoe has some tactical chances, but positionally Black is much better.
Indeed. I love the knight on d5. I wasn't, it's a funny thing. If you put the pawn on g7 or, there's not the tactics. You're just looking at the knight on d5. And I just made that comparison between two knights and there was nothing to compare. Big advantage for Yasmin. And in this position, I think Zoe is going to be relying on tactics to save her. I'm going to throw it over to you, Christian. Where's the action?
The action is in the battle between the leaders, Vladimir Akopian and Larry Christiansen. Take a look at this. Queen to c8 was the last move, and now big opportunity for white. What would you like to improve in this position? Which piece? Most likely the knight on d4. The knight on d4 has a better square. Bishop to e2 seems to be a very decisive move right now, because how do you stop knight to b5, knight to d6, knight to b5? You have some problems defending the a7 pawn as well. Most likely with bishop to e8. And this is where the blow comes. f4.
Right.
I'm going to play on the other side now. I'm going to be the one taking advantage of the fact that your king might be in danger. I have more space. So it is easier for me to transfer my pieces from one side to the other. That's the key in this position. Not an easy concept, because also once you play the move f4, you're giving me this e4 square forever. There's no more f3 to control that square. So I do believe we have a move. Yes, he played f3. This is the instinct. This is the psychological human instinct, because you want to control that e4 square. You're not going to go f4, and right now it seems like Black does have time to solidify and cement the position after a move knight to f5. Exchange the right set of knights, right? Leave the knight on c5, which is going to be nicely placed to put pressure on a6. I don't worry about knight to e4, and you don't have a clear way of breaking anymore. So I'm starting not necessarily to like Black more, but still the position is easier to play compared to what it was if he would have played that move bishop to e2. Critical move, critical situation. And I have to say, I'm looking at the clocks. I'm keeping a very close eye on that, because Larry's playing fast. He played fast in the first game as well.
As he often did.
Against Joel.
Yeah.
He finished with 1 hour and 20 minutes in that game.
He keeps...
And he was lost along the way, but it doesn't...
He was playing with elan and speed.
With a lot of confidence.
And confidence.
That's exactly what he's doing right now. And perhaps the practical approach is going to yield very good results. And I think that's going to be the case because, look, Vladimir is down to his last 32 minutes. Mm-hmm. Those minutes are going to go down fast.
Yeah.
And the position is going to remain very complex for the middle game, for the rest of the middle game. I'm starting to have my doubts about Vladimir's chances.
And the outcome of this one, if you don't mind me patting myself on the back, I certainly don't mind patting myself on the back. When we got to this position, you may recall what I said a long time ago. It was like, please allow me to put the knight on b5.
Yes, and bishop.
And bishop on a b3. If I can ever get this knight to b5,
finally making it to b5.
Exactly, it would be perfect. And it's ironic that the moment he was given the chance to do precisely that, which was to put his knight on the b5 square, thanks to this move bishop e2, he shied away from it. And a pity that he did, because
great opportunity.
I also wanted to point out that the desirable knight takes a6, you can get yourself in a situation where you're going to end up giving up an exchange. Yeah, you got to take.
Exchange.
Yeah, otherwise the knight on a6. So in the game position, by the way,
actually, I think Larry made a huge mistake.
He just grabbed
a6.
the pawn on h6, and he did it very quickly. I would have been happy to play the move knight. Pardon me. A moment ago, I would have been very happy to trade this very passive knight for this very powerful knight.
Christian, if you could help us after knight a6, it just looks wrong. Does white have a quick response? Because I see a question mark to knight a6 after
yes, h4. And I was going to let you guys figure things out on your own. but the knight is a little bit too far now.
Do we take on a6 first?
No, you don't have to take it.
We're just going to create a weakness. The queen could pop out very nicely on g3.
Yes, queen to g3 is coming, and I'm going to reinforce that attack with bishop to d2 as well.
Let's take a look-see. hg.
Maybe something that he has missed or underestimated. It's very easy to underestimate this, by the way.
The threat of bishop d. So queen d8, I can imagine bishop d2.
Bishop d2, yes.
And life is good.
Not only that, but think about ideas of b4 at the right moment, even though the pawn on e6 is in fact protected by the
I have played Larry wars and wars and wars, and one of the ways that Larry does beat me on those occasions is he is a master of the counterattack. And he comes up with these crazy ideas.
Rook g7, right?
And, you know, like I just won something and I'm filling out my score sheet thinking to myself, and the next thing I know, he's attacking me.
We should have taken on a6 because knight on c5 is pretty good. And we would force black queen to also go in the corner on the other side.
So you like the same position, only you'd like the eliminated. So let's start.
First.
Let's start with Munch, yeah?
And then go h4.
And then go h4. And in this situation, first of all, there's no queen d8, but do we have a...
I mean, e6 is hanging.
Oh, excuse me,
that's
of
another
course.
reason why bishop a6 is good.
What? Oh, so it means that after h4, there's no knight f5.
No knight f5.
Excuse me, I apologize. Yeah, of course. I can't blunder e6. That's the root chakra of the position. You lose the e6 pawn, it's game over. Sorry, but to my eyes, this looks like a very powerful attack for white.
Oh yes, good move as well. Bishop takes a6, canceling that knight, coming back to c5, sure. But you can also just simply take on g5. So go to the same line that we've discussed first, with h4.
h4 immediately.
And I did make a mistake. After knight c5, I took queen g3. Yes. So you can take. But maybe bishop to d2 first.
Immediately?
Yes.
And how does this differ from queen d8? You still have to play queen g3,
situation, right?
I'm sorry, what?
It's a completely different situation, I think. First of all, can I consider knight c6 right now?
Yeah, but if you win an exchange, I don't know. I'll have some...
Okay, let's play queen g3.
Okay, queen g3.
Let's play queen g3. Now you go knight f5, I would say.
That was the intention, yes.
And if I take, you're going to take with the
rook.
Rook. Okay.
I think.
Now, do I have b4 followed by bishop d3?
Yep.
Let's try it out.
b4. Very. I'm going to sacrifice an exchange.
Okay, I'll take it. You convinced me, Yasser. You convinced me. I'll take it.
b4.
Bishop d3.
Wow. Okay.
Maybe I should play bishop d3, but let's go bishop d3. Let's take your exchange.
And we're just going to have to just take a look, see. I like white.
Yeah, I don't think you have enough composition.
I like white. What
Black's
can I
king
say?
side is still pretty weak.
Exactly. And the clock times are going to be a factor. I notice you have a game on your screen. It looks very interesting. Arthur and Andrew Hong.
Your pick, Andrew Hong, is doing really well.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We were
By the way,
that.
bishop takes a6.
It is on the board. Wow.
Akopian chose the more pragmatic way. Just get rid of the knight on c5, so e6 is hanging.
And
okay.
Larry didn't hesitate. Queen takes a6. And again, for those young players in our audience, don't hesitate when you see that move, bishop takes a6. Don't sit there and think for 5, 10, 15 minutes what you're going to do about h4, which has just been played.
Akopian also going for 3 out of 3.
Yes, he
his
is.
position is very promising.
Justin was the first to get to 3 out of 3. Where was that game?
It's Arthur Go against Andrew Hong.
Okay.
And we checked it some time ago. It was more even, but we liked Andrew's central pawns.
Yeah, it's sort of like he had gotten a little bit of something, and I've just caught up with the players.
A pawn. Speaking your language.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, there is a pin,
so you can
and we can see Arthur's a little bit concerned.
He looks stressed, yes.
I like that, he looks stressed.
Black's pawn on d4 is too powerful.
Yeah. So we've got a back rank issue too.
Yes.
So I was about to do something as gross as rook takes e8, rook takes e8, rook c1, till I noticed.
Yep, you're still not defending your pawn.
If I take
Queen takes a2.
The trading is paying dividends. That was a really nice move. And again, for those of you who have ever read Bobby Fischer Teaches Chess, it's all about the back rank checkmates.
Actually, could you go back a second?
This is the current position, so I'm going back more than a second.
No. Before queen takes a2. Can I be even more
greedy
and go rook d8?
Yeah, I was about to say, I think even rook d8 is even the strongest move. Yeah.
And then I take on c3.
Do I have knight d3?
Knight d3, knight d5.
Yes.
Rook c2. It's disgusting.
And then I exchange a knight f4.
Yeah.
It's funny, you should say knight f4. I saw
knight
knight
d4.
d4.
You went on the other side, yeah.
Hey, win is a win.
Win is a win, but I was also, worst comes to worst, and I needed to take a pawn on a2.
Oh, yeah, pawn 2.
But it's looking back. It's looking back for a while.
Does Arthur have to play 92 here? Just to not lose a pawn?
Let me...
The other rook to c1.
Yeah, I'm not happy. Let me do something that makes me very unhappy.
Maybe I go rook d8 right
rook
now.
d8.
Not rook e3? You don't want to be...
Maybe I'm just in time to...
Oh, wait. Take on c3. I'm seeing tactics.
And rook d1.
Rook d1.
Uh-oh, I'm seeing tactics too. I'm not happy.
Now I'll play rook e3.
Now you'll play rook e3.
Rook e3 or knight e5.
I'm in trouble.
It doesn't look good.
No, this is not the way I'm supposed to defend. But definitely the tide has turned in Andrew's favor. We're going to leave this one. Where would you like to guide us, Nasi?
I think Christopher's game is really fizzling out into a draw. Christopher Yu's game.
Yeah, that was a marquee matchup, of course. Joel Benjamin, Jesse, that was always close to even. It still looks even.
Maybe check back in with Zoe, because she had a sharp position.
And by the
Zoe
way,
Tang.
the players kind of went in that direction,
Yeah,
where
that's exactly what we're looking at, right?
queen takes b5 stuff, knight takes e3, and Zoe has played the move queen c5, keeping her.
And I like rook f7, this move that Yasmin responded with.
That looks very
But
clever.
what if white just starts pushing the pawn? Let's say b4. So how does
Pushing,
black
baby?
take the advantage of? Okay, he answered it before I asked.
You push, I push. Let's go. Not that I really gave that move enough thought, but I mean, it did occur to me that if I can open up the g file, queen takes g5, rook g7, it might be
Knight e2.
knight e2. Oh,
I'm
oh,
hoping
oh,
I'm
oh.
surviving somehow.
I think you're in trouble.
No, not yet. Yeah.
Knight g4
Yeah.
checks ideas, right?
You have queen h4 coming, and that's
Yeah.
so.
yeah.
I guess I have to take on g5, but I really didn't want to do that.
Exactly. When we got to this position, maybe you're kind of seeing maybe.
Maybe rook a7, and I'm hoping for some miracle.
Of course, rook
checks.
a7, not bad. Excuse me. No, rook
might be
a7.
Okay, that might be okay.
You're just defending.
Knight endgames needs to be calculated, because we still have queens, and
I do
This
have a
doesn't
trick.
feel-
I do have a trick.
Rook takes g7. This
Queen
doesn't
takes
feel very
g7.
convincing, right?
I have a million check. Oh, f5's hanging. Oh, it's not hanging.
Let me point
But
out.
maybe queen e5
Queen
now.
e5, and then that needs to be calculated.
I like my
Another
b
one of
pawn.
these-
Take and
I
king
really
g6.
like my b pawn.
Another one of these knight endings
b5, knight
that
c4.
Yes.
that would
b5.
require
White needs a miracle, but
some
I think I'm doing
calculation.
quite well here.
because black doesn't have too many pawns left.
Yeah.
That's
So
right.
that's why
E6.
white has some chances here to survive.
I think it's very
E6.
easy, actually. King.
Maybe some forcing way to trade pawns. King g2.
F4. It's just one of those things that you just have to.
Knight e2.
Yeah, it's one move after the next, right?
King f3.
Actually, Zoe had a similar endgame yesterday. It was a knight endgame.
ending.
And I did check. She was very close to winning, but the way she had to win was she had to find a very
But
precise
that was a
moves.
ridiculous moment. You showed
Yeah.
me as we came in to a studio. You said this move draws and that move wins, and I said, "Oh
Yeah.
my
And
God,
she was in
goodness!"
time trouble, so
It was
Yeah.
the
this
difference
is a
was
draw, right?
the width of a hair. I want to say. This is the current position. How is the clock times in this one?
Zoe has 45 minutes and Yasmin 37. No time trouble yet.
Do you feel it's a 3-result game, or do you feel?
Yeah, I think anything can happen because black
Okay.
can overpush. Well, maybe black's not risking nearly as much, but
Right.
things
It's
can still
closer
happen.
to a 2-result game.
In favor of?
Black.
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 Yes.
Okay. And where would you like to take us next, Nasi?
Let's check Alice if she achieved. Actually, I like. So she put the knight on c5.
Mm-hmm.
And
Black finally got her knight secured on the c4 square.
But wait, isn't there some e4 ideas right now with the knight
Okay,
on c4?
let's see what we've got. I think we left it here. Knight to c5, knight to d6.
She played queen b3, tricky move. I'm looking at e4 in some lines after rook trades.
And even yes.
But Rose played knight c4. Now let's say I take on a8 and go
Okay.
e4.
Then there's a rook a3.
Okay, queen c2. You're taking b4,
But
rook
you're not.
b1.
So I understand you want to play e4 because you want to create a weakness here, right? So let's start.
Start with it.
Shall we start?
But-
We can decide later if we want to trade rooks on a8. The whole point, of course, is the knight would be, whoops, no support. So you can't take, and maybe on a good day we can take and shift suddenly, queen f3.
That was
That's
my
the
hope.
intention.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the
Okay.
way, I think she's going for it right now.
Immediately e4.
Clock time's a
She's just about to
42
play.
minutes for Alice.
E4 on
She
the
goes
board.
for it.
On the board.
It's a critical moment.
Yeah.
And Rose has 34 minutes.
And again, for those of you joining us late, we're seeing quite a stunner as Alice Lee, the prohibitive pre-tournament favorite, lost her first game, drew her second game, and really needs some wins to just get back to 50%. Like,
but it does,
what? How is that even possible?
It does feel
She's
like the position assessment
tied for seventh.
is changing right now.
Very
right?
surprising to see Alice in 7th place, but 7 rounds to go. If she wins today, she'll be back.
Truth be told, I mean, earlier in the year, calling the American Cup Championships an event that she actually won by beating Arena Crush in the finals. I mean, yes, twice. It's sort of like she should be cruising in this event. Like this should be, she should be playing in the juniors.
It's much easier to play stronger opponents.
Absolutely.
And when you play down, then you become the target, right? Everyone is here to play their best game against Alice.
Exactly.
So it is challenging.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. And I had a much better record against players that had a higher rating than players who are like 200 rating points below. I'm supposed to be scoring 70% against them. I'm scoring 55.
I'm absolutely the same way. That's why I don't like playing open tournaments.
E3, E4, and Alice needs a break. She needs things to go in her way.
Rose just plays rook d8 here.
Which rook?
A to d8.
Rook A to d8.
I will let you take on d5, but...
Just to chill.
Yeah.
Sure, let's take on d5.
Pawn takes back.
Which I probably don't have to do it immediately.
I know, somehow... Okay. In any case, takes.
And maybe something like rook e1, try to gain some space on the e-file. Challenge you on the e-file.
Okay.
Queen b5.
Queen b5, okay. Now I'm starting to see some, I see Yasser
I want to play
highlights.
b6 is my idea.
Well, you're about to get...
b4 is hanging.
But d8 and c7?
96 bishop, 96 queen b4.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's on your agenda.
Position is very symmetrical, so...
Yeah. Aha. Good points. How do I even... I want to do a rook lift. Okay, I'm not sure I'm doing this very well, but please bear with me. Whoop, whoop. The reason we played e4 and e takes d5 was to create a weakness. Can I attack it?
That was the plan all along.
Looks good.
And remember those eternal...
Now 96.
Remember those eternal pins. You know, I think everybody experiences this kind of discomfort once in their lives. They get their... It's just so unpleasant to defend.
By the way, also bishop c7 instead of 96.
Agreed.
Very strong.
Yeah. Ooh.
Okay, so Alice has some chances now.
Yes, and that's the pawn I was trying to grab. Thank you, Christian. That's clearly stronger than my 96.
Should we check Jason Wang's game against Brewington?
Okay.
When we last looked at it, it was white who had slight advantage. Or it
Whoa,
was getting close to equal.
You're absolutely right. We were in a situation like this, and we were looking at...
Queen d4.
Yeah.
Not rook d4.
Uh-oh. I think
f3.
Jason overlooked...
Oh, a tactic.
A tactic. Or maybe not. e5 is... No.
Well, I mean, trading this pawn for f7, I don't think it's in white's favor, because now black has a passed pawn.
Absolutely. So while the material is equal, the quality of this
is playing for a win.
Suddenly.
Maybe rook c7, just triple.
Yeah.
On the c file.
In these positions, I have to confess that when I can get the positions where my rook is behind the passed pawn, then I mean I really would have a hard time preventing myself. Like there has to be something even better than this.
I don't want
but
to
it's
put
not
the rook on
enough,
b2.
right?
Is it enough?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
Just king e2.
King e2, b3.
Problem is if you push the pawn, you're going to lose that
then
pawn.
I go rook b2 and we exchange.
If black's king was on c5, black wins, but it's too far away.
Right. So
You should listen to Nazi. She
she's in
studied
the know.
Shankland.
She studied Shankland.
So
wow.
we've seen that yesterday.
Wow. So again, you guys are beating up on me, but you wouldn't look at this, huh?
I would look at it, but if I can keep more
But I
pieces
can
on
go
the
king
board,
c3
I
also.
think I'll have
King
better
c3
chances.
first.
And again, you wouldn't look at this.
So pawn end games.
Okay, let's calculate. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Now you're doing it like Jason. Check,
Yes,
Jason. What do you think? Before you turn on the
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. White should win.
Tell the audience what you just did.
I counted the amount of squares that I need to catch the pawn on a6, pick up the pawn on a6,
So you went
then go back.
1, 2,
Yes,
3,
3, 4.
4. And then you
And then I went back towards the e-pawn.
5, 6, 7.
And then I was trying to get with the black king closer to the
1,
g2 and
2,
h2 pawn.
3,
but I'm way too
4.
far. And I can also stop you with g3. Whenever you
Exactly.
get to g5, I stop you with g3. I don't think you were even close.
So your conclusion?
White is winning.
And your conclusion?
I feel like you were testing us.
No, I'm bluffing. I'm using some Jedi mind tricks here. So let's have a look. King e6. King d6. Yeah?
King b4.
King here.
I go the other way. Okay, king a5.
And king.
Okay, king takes.
And king.
King b5.
King b5. King c3. King c5.
And
King d5.
No,
here
this is
I'm
when my
losing.
e-pawn is much faster.
King
of course.
e5.
Right. So I would need, I don't know, my H pawn.
Way too many.
Right.
Way too many. Yes.
Gotcha. All right. Well, there we go. And we will see what Brew comes up with. Will he go queen c1 check and go into the rook ending? Will he go rook c7 and just keep an advantage we think he has in his pocket? And again, where shall we go?
Let's check Megan Paragua's game. She's the youngest player in the tournament. She's only 11.
11 years young.
I
Wow.
really like her position. She has a good chance to win today. And she's playing Iris Moll, who defeated Alice Lee in the first round.
That huge upset. And where is that game? I'm looking for Iris.
I think you need to scroll all the way down.
All the way down.
Yes.
Okay.
Megan's playing with white.
I'm still.
There
There it is. At the. Can you beat that at the very bottom? Okay. Sorry. Tell us what's going on with the opponent.
She's playing Iris, who is 1.5 out of 2. She's
Okay.
having a great tournament. She already played the top seed,
Right.
Alice Lee, and Zoe Tang.
The number 1 and number 2 seeds.
And now she's playing the youngest player in the tournament, Megan.
every day is a challenge, right? And the last move from Black, let's see if we can't just kind of get a feel for what has happened. So at the moment, you know, the structure is nicely in White's favor.
Guess what? This was also Caro-Kann. But this was the exchange variation.
It was the day of the Caro. But I wanted to say that this knight is coming over.
I don't know, white knight's also coming knight d3.
Right, so let's assume that knight to d3, we want to...
You're going to play knight b5? Because I'm going knight c5 immediately.
I'm getting scared. That knight on c5 is going to be very, very powerful.
You have to take it.
Sorry?
After knight c5, I think you have to take my knight.
So you want to trade?
Yes.
So knight to c5, I will take it. Yes,
I'll take
rook
with the
takes
d
c5.
pawn.
Ooh, look at you making outposts for your knight. That is a very...
I mean, at the moment, all white pieces are better than black pieces.
Correct.
So this has to be much better for white.
That's exactly the way, when I do it strategically, I just compare one against the other. I say the kings, even Steven. The knights, not even close. Better for white. The queens, not even close. Better for white. Rooks, not even close. Better for white. Pawns.
And even pawn, I have the c5 pawn is very strong.
Bingo. A big advantage here for Megan. I like her position very, very much.
Where
Wow.
should we go next?
Exactly. You did such a
still
good
have a
job
lot.
on this one.
A lot of games
I want to
going
go
on.
to Vladimir Akopian and Larry Christiansen again coming into this day 3 of competition. These two players are in first and second. Vladimir won his first 2 games.
Guys,
what?
Before we do that,
Yes.
should we try to analyze this Christopher versus Andy Woodward endgame?
Uh-oh.
Because I'm not convinced it's that easy. I understand. Most likely very close to equality with perfect play.
Right.
But with the clock ticking, 9 minutes for Andy, an hour for Christopher.
Easy to go wrong.
I don't even know. I thought at some point he was down on time.
Christopher's a very fast player.
I thought he had an hour like an hour ago. And he still has an hour.
And you were right.
So this is the position right now. And the best way to continue, apparently, as black is to take the e-pawn, right? But now I take the h-pawn, and this is going to be a very tricky situation.
So I move.
Where's the equality?
Let's say rook f4. Let's just keep your rook.
Rook f4, okay.
Yeah.
Let's go
And push.
to a8. Push, you start pushing. Should I go king g5 first? Let's try king g5 first.
Rook down to the first rank?
And if I go here...
King has to escort the pawn, no?
Ah.
No, let's just push it
Which way?
3.
King to e5?
No,
King to e5, maybe I'll give you a a6.
yeah, king e5 doesn't look good.
Check.
It's
Oh.
not looking good.
No, I think that's
Now-
already bad.
Yes, yes. Well,
check.
No, I was thinking rook g7.
And rook e7.
Yes, that was my intention. But then you go king to g3. And I'm in Zugzwang.
Correct.
Oh, this is nice.
Oh, that's an...
Correct.
I'm in Zugzwang.
Yes.
And you can see from
Oh
their
my
body
goodness.
language, and is a little bit worried. He needs to calculate very precisely.
Look,
exactly.
it's a draw.
It's a
The position is still a
but
draw.
You still have to play well.
But you have 7 minutes. There's no second
so
time
easy
control.
to make a mistake.
It's so easy to make a mistake, exactly.
It would be easier to play maybe king c5, king d4, but
He has to play
played rook b4.
rook b4.
Rook b4. He's still within the margins right now.
Well, that was the right move.
Oh, and by the way, I can maybe even give you a check first.
Yes.
Rook a6 now.
But I think that was Nasi's point, that if you give a check,
King
you should
c5.
go king c5 and king d4 so that you can capture with the king on e4, right?
Yes, yes. You can
And then your
definitely
rook
do
is
that.
actually well
This
placed.
feels
You can
better for
definitely
black.
do that.
Yeah. Kind of an improvement. And by the way,
that's-
rook takes a5 by
Yes,
Christopher.
could you
Let's do it on our board.
get your board?
Sorry, I was going to go to Vladimir's game now.
Well, let's stick with this one for just a second, just to see
Very
the
interesting
players.
game. I mean, it's a draw, but we've seen players make mistakes and time trouble. in
And I want to
tricky
hear
endgames.
the thoughts of the expert here. Nazi studied this
Yeah,
position
sanction.
with Sam.
This is not a theoretical game. This is very unusual to
By
have
the way, quickly
two corner
played
pawns.
was rook to b4.
Rook to b4, okay.
That was very quickly played.
Okay.
Now,
Do you play king g5 here?
yes.
Just to bring the king closer, right?
Well, no,
If
just
you
to
go e4, I'll go king f4.
right.
Yeah.
King g5.
But
I
king
play.
f4 and e3 at that
Oh,
point?
you win the h. Okay, h pawn.
I
is
think my
immediately
king is
lost.
close enough to the
Yes,
a
for sure.
Just a second. What you guys are saying is king g5,
Unfortunately, black
e4
can trade
check.
e pawn for the h pawn.
Right, e3 check, sorry. And you
rook
can
h4.
trade the...
I wouldn't do it that way.
You would
Then
not.
king goes to d4, right?
Okay.
I mean, it's still a draw, but rook h4. Keep the king cut off.
Keep the king cut off? Okay. Well, the next move, you will take it.
Every tempo matters.
I like that. Every tempo matters. You know?
So then, maybe Christopher should just go rook a8 and the lines that we were looking at earlier.
Right. Rook to a8, e4, and then just to put the rook behind the pawn. Somehow I feel the e-pawn is going to be traded one way or another
Yes.
for one of white's pawns, and
It'd
then
be
the
better if
resulting...
it's traded for h pawn.
Yes.
Black king is very close to the a pawn.
Exactly. So you want, as black, you want to trade the e5 pawn for the h3 pawn. All right, we'll keep an eye on this technical game. I wanted to turn our attention to the game between Vladimir
Big
and
change
Larry.
in the Akopian game. He was winning as we left it before. I mean, it was a huge advantage, but I'm seeing a big question mark after his move knight takes f5.
Knight takes f5, bishop takes f5. Well, he wanted to take on h6.
Maybe instead of knight takes f5, he had a better move like queen g4. And e6 is hanging.
Queen g4 was just simply
No, that's why we got rid of the knight on c5.
deadly.
Yes.
Did he just miss that?
Queen g4 looks like a very good move.
g7,
Oh,
knight
that
e6.
finishes
I
the
mean,
game.
this is-
You have so many threats right now. Knight
Oh
takes
my
e6, there's no way to stop that. If you take on d4, I take on g6.
Well, this one, maybe it does require a little attention, because there
Take on
Knight takes
h6.
h6.
no knight takes f3 checks.
Take queen e6.
Wait a minute, my spidey sense is tingling.
I have to
There's
take on f3.
Rook e2.
No, I have to take rook f3.
Yeah, but rook takes g2 check, queen e2.
Let's
Nice. Maybe I don't have to take back king h.
It's getting a little
out of
hairy.
hand,
I don't know. It's getting a little crazy, but you think queen g4 was because
must have been the winning.
knight takes f5, bishop takes f5, the current position, bishops of opposite color.
I mean, he could still take on h6 and... Oh, I'm not even up a pawn. Oh, it's even.
Even Steven.
Material even. I mean, white's still slightly better, but I don't know if it's enough.
Is he?
Because it's opposite color bishops.
Is there anything to be said for g4?
Let's try it out.
Can I just have a quick gander? At g4?
Bishop d3, perhaps?
Bishop d3, rook f2.
Bishop e2?
I'm dreaming.
What if I hold
Bishop
on
e2?
to my pawn? Or bishop e2?
Are you sure you're going down here?
I want to take f3 with the rook. I might
I'm
be
just-
risking unnecessarily.
Right. I'm just a little bit
I
concerned.
sense some greed.
Well,
Maybe a good thing.
I do have a checkmating idea.
Rook
right?
g7?
Just before. Check.
Okay, you have a draw.
What? How? What?
Are you playing for more?
Queen takes h6. Just a second. Let's.
g4, I feel it's too aggressive.
Too
risky. Too risky.
Yeah, black could play rook g7 maybe.
Again, once again, my heroism. Have to keep it in check. Just.
So what does black do here?
I think it's rook h7, right?
Okay.
Larry, I'm telling you,
He's
this
playing
guy.
really fast.
This guy is the master of the counter-offensive. I mean, you've just won this pawn, and you think you got it all happen. It's all fun and games until he goes queen e2 and rook g7, and you're shaking hands and you're wondering what just hit you. And
Yeah, suddenly now Larry's bishop's better than Akopian's bishop on c3.
this one is a passive. Put the bishop on f6, and it's a different ballgame. Is our clock's a factor?
25 minutes for Akopian, 34 for Larry.
Not yet a factor, but it's getting closer.
Yeah, but I'm sure Vladimir feels like he had a bigger advantage and let it slip away.
Yeah, I think so as well.
This will be a long game.
Well, again, it's a huge matchup as it's number 1 versus number 2. Vladimir, again, 2 out of 2, and queen to e3. This is good caveman chess. Whenever you've won something, then you
Go home.
yeah, you go home very, very pleased. You're very, very happy.
We should jump back to Zoe's game because a lot has happened. Zoe's playing Yasmin, and she does not look happy.
Well, we saw Black's great knight on d5. When we left it, it was just here that we had left it. The last move was rook f7.
So we're looking at b4 and rook a7 ideas to try to have some counterplay.
Right, b4 was definitely on our agenda, as was rook a7. Rook e1, she's saying, isn't your knight trapped?
Look at Black's next move, g5. She may have missed this.
Oh, nasty. Yeah. So rook takes e3. I win my piece back immediately with captures.
And weaken your king.
Knight h5, queen g6, rook e3. But whose king is weaker?
White's,
more vulnerable,
for sure.
For sure. Whoa, 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 whoa.
But I feel this queen e5 was
F4
just
is
like a
hanging.
huge mistake.
Queen e5?
Must have been, right? Perhaps maybe you can try to find a better way to defend this
How do we
position.
defend a 4 pawn? Maybe take and rook g3? It
It's
looks really
unpleasant.
bad.
It really is unpleasant.
It feels,
But after queen
you
e5,
know.
queen h4.
Queen
I think it's
h4,
just
very
really
strong
bad.
move.
Truly.
Like, how do you defend now? It's more or less over at this point.
No, it's over, yeah.
Is it? Oh, pardon me.
That's the problem. Queen f2. You take on g5, queen f2 is coming.
Exactly.
To play rook e2 or something?
Can I just quickly have a gander queen e6?
You probably have to go for it.
Queen takes check?
Yes.
Rook g3.
And now just king
Rook
c7
c7
maybe.
Rook c7 or
Rook
a7.
c7,
Yeah.
yes.
Game over.
Yes.
That's true. Zoe appears
Bob's
to
your
be
uncle,
losing. And Bob's your uncle. So you were the one watching our...
I do watch all your
Zoe in big trouble. And again, Zoe comes into this competition as the number 2 seed with the white pieces. She was hoping to do something very good. Is there a chance? I know I'm reaching. Is rook takes e4 ridiculous? I'm sure it is. Right?
Must be.
Queen f2, and then I'll take e4 with a check. Queen f3, queen e4.
Yes.
Oh, that's the cleanest way. You've convinced me. Zoe in big trouble. Christian, where's the action?
Well, Alice Lee, suddenly, she's much
really?
better. Yes, take a look at this.
Things have...
we left it off after e4, and we could already sense that she's the one putting the pressure.
Right? Yeah.
She has the threats in the position. This knight on c5, beautiful piece. But I also have the idea of taking and then queen to f3. And surprisingly, it's very uncomfortable to try to defend that pawn, because queen c6 always will be hit by b5. Of course, not queen takes b4 in this position. Let's see what happened. Rook takes a1, bishop takes c5, queen to b5. She should have defended with queen to d8, apparently. Get ready to take on d5, perhaps with the queen. Queen to d5, and if you go rook to d1, now I have ideas of just simply queen to f7, drop back, and the 2 pawns are on the light squares, which is extremely important because the bishop will not be able to touch them, will not be able to target them in the ensuing endgame. So definitely a much better situation if she would have played queen to d8. Now, I do understand, you want to stay active, you want to stay forward with your pieces, and that's why she played the move queen to b5. But despite the fact that you're keeping up contact with the pawn on b4, you will allow me to create this weakness on d5. And that weakness might prove to be decisive. Queen to d3, rook to d8. I'm the one with the initiative right now. I can set up another big threat with the move rook to c1. Rook takes c4 is coming. So you have to go rook to e8. Perhaps now I can just make an improving move, rook to a1, shift on the other side. It feels like it's going to be a slow type of advantage. You don't have ways to improve your position as black. Mm-hmm. And if you move the queen at any time, try to infiltrate via the e file, then my pawns push. I go b5, and then you're in big trouble. For example, at the right moment, let's say you move the knight somewhere. At the right moment, I will even have ideas of sacrificing a pawn with c6, you capture, and then I just simply go b6, b7.
Yeah.
So you have to be careful about those type of situations. There's a lot of pitfalls right now for black, and the pressure is definitely on.
Yeah, those 2 pawns on c5, b5, very dangerous.
Yes.
Indeed. Just picking up some action that we left a while back. This is the game between Shabalov and Melik, and it feels like Melik has gotten
Is
into
that
a
game not over
ending.
yet? I really thought that one is just simply going
he's
to be a draw.
still. It's the craziest thing. He's been slightly worse and slightly worse and slightly worse, and he's never gotten away from being. He's never. He's
still
never
slightly
fully
worse.
equalized.
Yes.
Yeah, he's still slightly worse in
Slightly
this game.
suffering the whole game.
Yeah, silent suffering, I would describe it. Jason versus Brew. When we left it, it was just at this moment
He
with
didn't
rook
play
f2.
rook c7. He went for queen c3.
And he didn't play queen c1, which is
Right.
also kind of ironical. That if you were going to trade queens,
Yeah.
you would think that. And now he's
Maybe he wants to take
thinking.
with the pawn. Oh, actually, both rook c3 is good because you want rook a3.
Yes, I like rook c3 just because I like the idea of being able to play rook b7, b3, and rook c2. Right, getting that get that pawn as far up the board as possible, but not very many moves. Is time a factor in this game?
Which game are we
Between
looking?
Brewington
No,
and
he has 28
Jason Wang?
minutes and Jason 21. So
Okay.
all good.
It's all good.
All good on the clock.
All right.
Let's check with Balaji. I know he's been winning for a long time, but we haven't looked at the game.
That's Balaji versus Jason.
Jason.
Liang. I'll just pull that game up on my screen. This was the one where we saw, well, this was a long time ago. We saw this move, Queen D1, ages ago. Queen E2, same idea.
Pawn came off.
So that's an extra pawn for white. Oh, that's a funny move. Why would you? The
Rerouting
knights.
to e5.
Okay,
I'm
good
guessing.
point. Good guess. That's a fork, by the
Oh, that's
way.
all right.
I mean, it's like rerouting to e5. Good guess. All right.
Also defending d4. So
Clever.
yeah.
Knight to.
Okay, extra pawn, but black piece is activated a little bit.
No, this is.
But
This
it's
is
only
really good.
only temporary.
Yeah, rook takes f2.
Oh, rook f2, but queens.
Takes e6.
No, we're picking up d5 pawn.
And we're picking
Is there-
up d5. Well,
Okay, so
d4.
rook takes d4.
Let's see.
Let's have a look-see. Rook takes d4.
Let's say I continue knight takes d5.
What?
Why
Is that
not?
legal?
I think so.
Queen e6 and rook d5.
Rook e6.
F2
the rook on
is
f3
hanging.
Oh,
So I keep going. Yeah. I mean, it's not
Knight
over
takes
even in that
d5.
position.
Yeah. No, not at all, of course. We would continue,
maybe
right?
double the rooks on the second.
Yeah, I was thinking.
If I'm not
Alright.
getting mated, play rook d2 instead.
Of course.
Rook
just a
d2,
second.
rook e8.
Rook to d2. Double the rooks.
Let's
on
give a check on e8.
Or you could play knight f4, threatening mates.
And now knight f4.
Knight f4. Very important defending against the.
But still, the
nasty-
question is, am I getting to your knight? Because you can just simply take on a2, right?
Right.
And re-establish the balance, the material balance.
So let's say rook d1.
Yeah, rook c2 or rook b2.
So how do we?
How do we get to the knight?
By the way, rook takes d4 on the board.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a
not
bit
so
tricky.
easy. Not so easy.
Not just play on one goal,
Do we
as
have
we thought
anything
about.
better is the question.
Yeah, I'm sure we did. And in the current position, if you don't mind me just being a simpleton, let me take. I'm going to be very, very simple about. Or should I start with rook takes?
No, I think
doesn't
that's
matter.
better because the rook on f2 is better.
And you have another in between
black.
move. If I take
What?
rook d5 here, you can go rook e8 check first,
So
and then
I
take
can,
knight d5. That does look good.
so this one you
Take on d5,
right?
and on rook d5 include another check,
Ah, thank you. Even nicer,
Yep.
right?
and then knight d5.
And then after this, knight takes d5, and that's a very handsome extra pawn.
Yeah.
Nothing to discuss. This
Extra
is-
pawn and the more active pieces.
and the more active pieces. Pawn and compensation. All right, that looks good. And just going around the horn, what games are we missing? We've been missing some games, haven't we?
There's a game between Omia and Rachel Lee. It's on the
Okay.
top.
On the top. Ah,
Oh,
yes.
there you go. There you go.
We
Because I think-
haven't seen. Rachel has not had a good tournament. Set this game up for us.
I think she's
Nancy.
about to have her first win because her position looks very good after queen takes c8.
Yes.
So she's she's not up material yet, but
No, but she's very active.
yeah, the
right?
king side, bishop d4 is coming.
So perhaps bishop, but bishop f4 doesn't really work.
Knight takes h4.
Knight takes h4, yes.
Whoa, that has echoes of Brew's game
A4.
where he played knight takes a4, and suddenly the bishop, the anchor was taken away.
Yeah, and if that doesn't work, then I'm having some problems finding the right spots for my pieces. Queen b8, by the way, might be an idea in the future.
Queen b8 to tickle.
G3 is really weak.
By the way, she recaptured with the rook.
Okay.
I think it's
so now
it's
there's
okay
bishop
as
f4,
well.
at least.
Right. No more knight takes h4.
But it's still a very comfortable position for black, I think.
Do we go rook c2 now? Oh.
Knight's hidden there.
Not rook c2.
Just a
Definitely
second.
not
The
rook
audience would like to know what you have missed.
No, I don't think they do.
Bishop f4. Just a second. Tell me why black is doing so well here. I mean, I have a threat. f3 takes e4.
Yeah, I think I have to play queen e7.
Queen e7.
Because now I'm threatening to take on f3 and go queen e2.
Fair. That's a fair point. I like that point.
And I also really want to play d4 myself.
Yeah, I'm still trying to understand.
Take on f3.
What's going on? Take on f3. Take on f3. Take on e2.
Yes.
Queen
f2.
f2. I'm trying to bail as
Queen e4 maybe?
Yeah.
And rook c2. There's so many threats.
Now, knight takes
here
h4 is
the
also
move knight g5 check. You know,
luckily for me, that's
as a
illegal.
junior, I might try to get away with that one. Say check to your king, move your king, take the queen, and make pretensions.
I'm a grandmaster. I know the rules.
It doesn't work as well as it used to. By the way, I love doing that here at the club, St. Louis Chess Club, is I have these junior classes, and I lecture to the kids. The kids are about 5 to 7, kindergarteners, and they have to checkmate me. So I set up a situation where they're closing in on the checkmate, and I make a purposefully an illegal move.
Are you testing them?
Yes.
Yeah.
And they go, you can't do that. I said, excuse me, I'm the chess grandmaster here. I want to put my king. You can't do that.
What percentage of kids agree with you?
None. They all jump on the, and I love it. Like, you can't do that. And I said, okay. In that case, I offer a draw. No, don't tell.
They're
it's
well
great
trained.
fun. And really, it causes them critical thinking and to challenge my authority. I just love it when they do that.
We should go back to Christopher versus
Let's do it.
Andy Woodward, just because I have a feeling that game is going to be over very
A
soon.
draw is in the offing.
Yes. Yes.
They've been smiling away. The rook went to f1.
Trying to be funny, Christopher. Okay.
Munch on a6. And then we do have a very technical draw, and
King
I'm
goes
sure
to g7 right now, in front of the pawn.
as soon as you
just gonna
drop the
have to
king.
Repeat 3 times.
Yeah. King to g7, king to h8, get your king in front of the...
Well, great defense by Andy today because he was playing the top seed, who's having a great tournament, 2 out of 2, with the black pieces.
But at a certain moment...
And there was some pressure also.
But if you don't mind me reminding you, I actually thought right about these parts, when I saw the move bishop to g4 by Andy, I was thinking that he was the one who was dictating and pushing. So
and then Christopher has had to, stop, find the best moves in the position.
Sacrifice the exchange. I mean,
he played very well. It's a very well played game.
Agreed all around. So a draw is expected in this one as we just get to the current position. And what does
Not much to play for here.
What does Sam say about this one?
I have to go and check.
Just to be doubly sure. As Andy looking as if he's recalling better moments. This game.
Maybe he's already thinking about tomorrow. Should we?
Yes, please.
Yes, we should go to Arthur close game against Andrew Hong.
Okay.
When we left it, Andrew was much, much better. That's still the case.
That
Look-
was the pin,
Yeah.
right? The queen went to A5, remember, right back here?
How did White Knight? Oh, wow.
Okay.
It's now in the corner. Terrible, terrible knight.
Rook came to D8. Ooh, G5, Knight H3.
All white pieces are bad.
Wait a minute.
Should we catch the
Hard.
handshake in the other game, though?
What, between
we know.
Christopher? That's a draw. We're going to miss the handshake.
We should just see the handshake because
They
They
might
look
take
at-
a while because
they-
they're
they-
not
they look-
repeating
No,
at the
no, no,
moment. Because they've been doing this for half an hour.
What,
This
just
game is
looking
gonna
at
be
each other,
done.
smiling, making moves.
This game is going to be done in a minute and a half.
Want to bet?
Ooh, fighting words.
I think I already won because Christopher's gonna take a minute and a half just to make a move.
Right?
No. I think they have not called the arbiter yet. I think they called the arbiter.
This was
haven't repeated yet.
the one that Christopher was well ahead on the clock, right?
Oh yeah, he plays really fast generally when he's confident.
Gotcha.
Definitely. Maybe they didn't call the arbiter. Maybe he's just. I don't know what he's doing actually. What is he doing?
He's thinking.
There's nothing to think about. He knows there's nothing to think about. This is the
Think about
enhanced.
life. See, he
The
pushed the pawn.
enhanced.
But how did
Philidor
you-
position.
Let's move on to a different game.
Yes, indeed. I want to bring up the game between Arthur and Andrew Hong. We just saw this move, D3 by Andrew, and that's got warning bells. Rook
Completely
is coming
dominating
down
position.
to E2,
There's so many threats. It's G4 even.
G4 in
Yeah,
the
like-
offing, D2, especially in the offing. And this
It's not often when material is even and evaluation is like +3 or +4, but I
Right.
think this is one of those cases.
one of those cases where you can just make an argument
the
that
queen and the rook in the corner. Depressing.
very, very depressing. Well, this is actually an instructive game for those of you who think, you can just make a draw with the white pieces. You play, the Scotch 4 knights, and you get an ending that's really easy. Guess what? The rook on A1 never moved.
Yeah.
And
Those
very-
central pawns really dominated, especially the D pawn, of course.
Exactly. So it looks like this is going to be a nice comeback victory for Andrew in this one. I want to go back again to our marquee matchup between Vladimir Akopian and Larry Christiansen. When we left it, Vladimir had happily snipped the pawn on H6, dropped back with his queen, and this was the current position. Rook to F7, King F2. Okay, an indication to me
Rook H1, right?
that we're ready to play Rook H1 and maybe, just maybe on a good day, G4 and Queen G5 check.
Yeah, I was going to say black just needs to bring the queen back to the game as soon as possible.
And that's exactly what Larry did.
Yep.
And Queen came back to C2. And actually with the Queen trade, I think a lot of Larry's problems magically disappeared. And
Now
we've caught up with the play.
Can white still try to create some chances with G4, F4, and F5?
Absolutely, because these guys are going nowhere. So effectively, the majority on the queen side is not as strong at all. And objectively, it's white for choice. G4, King G3, F4, F5, and woof. We just
Yeah,
win.
of course, it's holdable, but it's unpleasant for black.
That's right. Yeah.
It's kind of play on two results, right?
Yes,
For sure.
exactly.
Which is a very pleasant situation to be in.
For sure. I would say Larry's biggest weakness that didn't take him into the top 10, he was
Defending-
world class. Yeah.
Defending this type of boring positions.
boring positions.
Yes.
Ulf Andersson was one of the greatest masters at defending boring positions or even
It's
difficult
one of the
positions.
most difficult things in chess.
Absolutely, absolutely. Because we can all attack brilliantly and sacrifice and be enthusiastic. It's really hard just to sit. And
Here we
finally,
go, the handshake. They played until stalemate.
wise decision.
Yes. And this way you don't have to call the arbiter. So.
Ooh, that's a very good point. We don't need their permissions to agree to a draw. By the way, I just saw G4, bishop to G6 on the board, and I would expect Vladimir to follow up with, well, his sole idea, right? King to G3,
yes.
F4, F5, and let's get those.
The thing is, you have time, right? You have time to get that F4, F5. Because whenever you play F4, I'm going to put my bishop on E4. That's the only thing that I somehow can improve my position.
So we're going to go king to G3. Let's just put some moves on the board. Doesn't matter.
That seems like a very sensible.
And the idea that you just mentioned is that when that move F4 does come, let's be ready to centralize the bishop.
And that's why I feel maybe I can even just go rook H1, exactly like you just played.
As a prelude.
And we're going to see rook H7.
Okay.
The question is, this exchange, who's helped by this exchange of rooks? Is it white or black?
Probably black.
Yeah, I would think you're taking away a potential attacker. Just a second, from this, that's a surprising move.
Rook H1, right?
Yeah, I would have found the move king G3 so compelling. Not because I'm necessarily looking at this and this.
Okay. And if I played rook C4?
That's perhaps what he was afraid of, yes. And he still goes for rook C4, okay.
Rook C4 anyway. Okay, just a second. So why does having my rook on H1 help me compared to...
I don't know if it does.
I don't know.
Yeah, rook H6 is always going to be met by king G7.
Yeah, and you don't want to play G5, so...
I'm sorry, guys. Just a second here. I'm playing for F5. My rook is on F1.
Right.
So why don't I play king G3?
Rook C4 and F4?
Rook C4, and thank you. Exactly so.
Yeah, this was probably the best chance.
I mean, I don't say I'm winning, not at all. Bishops of opposite color, the chances of a draw are very, very high. But this seems much more logical. Tell me about Zoe.
I think.
Let's go to Zoe's position.
She's
because
going down.
When,
the rook ending.
When we whoa.
Queens came off and.
Okay, we saw the position after Queen H4. We thought, not good.
Well,
so we played rook E2.
It just simply wasn't good. With any move at this point, it's just game over. Whatever you do.
Yeah, those 3 pawns, unstoppable.
Absolutely decisive. Rook G7 first. Do not allow the king to get close.
To cut off the king. E3, F2. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
You're way too far. Rook G7, you go B5, E3, B6, F2. I'm just so much faster.
Let's just display it on the board. E3, B6, F2.
And by so much faster, I mean one tempo.
Thanks for the clarification. Nicely put there. And white wins so much. Oh, I mean, by a tempo. Nice. Yeah.
Oh,
no,
she goes
G7.
E3 first. Wait a minute.
E3.
It's still completely winning, or?
Must be, right?
Right. So King G.
King G3, I go F2.
So I'm threatening the queen.
Also,
and now I go Rook G7 and you have to go back.
Oh.
She's being very...
clinical.
Clinical about
yeah, exactly. So that E3 is an excellent.
Now I'm much faster.
now
by like 4 tempos.
Yeah. Yes. And for.
So King G1.
That is actually the best. Rook check.
Rook check and E2, right?
Yeah, and then E2 with the
yeah,
she's done it very well. Nice technique. Nice technique. I applauded myself, and I mean it to say it in a positive way, when I played a technical game well. I mean, sometimes you just have to give yourself credit that you played a good game.
It's very satisfying, yeah.
Yeah, and you didn't let your opponent back into the game, and I think that this is nice technique. E2 check. King up.
What do you think the final was going to be? Rook G1?
Rook G1.
Not Rook G2, Rook G1. I mean,
I
they're
like
both
Rook
winning,
G1.
but...
Both win, but Rook G1 for me
Yes.
is the one I like. I want to make
We're about to see that, and I probably Zoe will resign.
There we go, Rook to G1.
Yeah, things turned really badly for Zoe, because yesterday she was so close to winning, and she would have had a perfect score, 2 out of 2. Today, going down with the white pieces, it's going to be hard to recover from this.
Exactly. By the way, to prove the axiom, there's always a way of messing up.
Did you find a way?
Rook E7. At first blush, it looks really good. Go ahead and play King E1, so I could play F2. And then you see Rook E1. And then you start to think,
it's not that easy anymore.
Wait a minute, it's not easy anymore. And she did get a, do I see a queen on the board?
She played Rook G1, and there was a rook sacrifice, but
okay.
Yeah, she's going after the B pawn and resignation.
So he has...
Congratulations to Yasmin.
Right.
Beautiful execution. Very
end.
nice conversion
And good technique.
of that position.
Absolutely, our congratulations indeed. And for Zoe, that one stings. It always, losing hurts, but losing with white...
A series of quite unfortunate results. She was winning yesterday as well.
Exactly. She could have easily been on the very, very, very top. Let's jump to the game of Alice Lee, because again, when we have left it, check out this Alice. Alice has been practicing her puzzle rush.
But
rush
is this that good? Because Queen F7? What's going on?
Queen F7, just Queen D4, I guess. Or
Okay,
Queen
so the
somewhere.
piece is still going to get lost.
The piece is still...
Wow.
Yes.
I was completely in a different zone, and you just like stunned me by like, okay, I saw a checkmate for white, and then suddenly you were telling me that white's losing a piece. I was like, what? I was like, no.
No, I saw
Queen
F7 for black, and...
Right.
Yeah.
And
now
then
just
I have
Queen
to
somewhere, right?
go
Queen
back.
D2 perhaps?
Yeah.
Queen F8?
That's the thing, and it seems very close to equality.
Because
you have to take, you don't have Rook D1.
this is one of our old patterns.
Yep.
The queen is protected by the rook, so you make a check, and then when the king moves, you take the rook. Then that was why you were about to play Queen F8.
And you're forced to take, and take with the rook. Yeah, this is, I mean, black is tiny bit worse, but as long as I don't blunder, last rank checkmate should be very equal.
Be a draw. Whoa! So
How
you're
easy
telling
is
me
it?
you're
How easy is it? Let's
you're telling me that Alice has let her opponent slip away?
I mean, she never had a big advantage. She had chances, small chances, but Rose is playing well.
Yeah.
So in this position, when we left it, we kind of felt that Alice was for choice. Alice played the move Bishop D6.
Yeah, maybe Bishop D6 was rushed, and she could have kept this position.
Like,
testing her opponent for a
playing
long
a
time.
little bit more cagey with the move
Right.
Queen D4 and
King H2, improve your position and
right.
wait for your opponent to slip up.
But Bishop D6, so she got a little bit anxious, and now we've been looking at dropping the queen back in order to win the piece back, and then dropping back with the queen.
And you don't have Rook D1.
Rook D1,
just knight
Knight
F7.
F7. Just as you're
Do you have
ready.
maybe, no, you don't have a check either at Knight F7. So you have to take only move.
Only move. Now again, queen takes is a trap. Don't want to fall into that one. Rook takes. Now I went queen check, just hoping that you would blunder a checkmate. Oops. You didn't blunder the checkmate. Now I don't have a material edge.
Let's go Queen A7 maybe.
Queen A7.
Then just Rook D7, right?
And I'll ask
Rook
Now, see,
d7,
what-
queen
what-
c5.
Why
Passive.
did he play Queen A7? What was the point of
Never
Queen?
asking that question again.
I'm just trying to win some pawns.
I feel like Peter Sellers would have loved that moment. Inspector Clouseau. You know, he had this great lines. It feels drawn.
Passive defense here works easily.
I think so. It feels like, and Alice, just looking at the webcam from the playing hall there, she's, oh boy. Yeah.
She
Queen
went
d1,
Back
okay.
to d1. I guess she can give queen b3 check in that line we're looking at.
Okay.
She knows she's not better.
So once again, so I put the queen on d2 so I could go to a2. The small difference that I see is she could put the queen on b3 so she could go to...
I feel
I
that
don't
just
know if
helps,
it's an advantage.
helps black,
F3.
actually. But now the same thing, right?
Rook d7. Or even, no, even, I was going to say b6, but rook a1, I don't want to.
Don't want to go there, right? Yeah,
This
wow.
is very
Well, for Rose, I mean, no, seriously, not a joke. I would congratulate myself for defending what I think was a difficult position.
Okay, let's keep it going. Let's go to
Okay.
b5. Let's just try
B5.
to squeeze water out of stone.
Okay,
Somehow.
so finally I can make a little bit of
Okay,
a
rook
look.
e6. Now you go king g7.
Mm-hmm.
little
Just
bit
stand
of-
on the 7th rank.
Literally
Yeah.
nothing.
Let's go h4, h5.
No, you
But
can go
H4.
H4, but I...
Yes, we'll go h5. Yes, it's the problem.
No jam for you.
But we do have an interview. Kostya is with Yasmin.
Thanks, Nazi. Here with Yasmin Essani, who just won her game against FM Zoe Tang. Yasmin, congrats. Welcome to the studio. I believe this is your first time playing in St. Louis, is that right?
Yeah.
How does it feel to be playing U.S. Girls Junior?
Really amazing.
It's great. I know you won your game today against Zoe. Can you tell us a little bit about your thoughts on the game?
I think it was pretty solid. I mean, I didn't really know this like bishop g5. I think she did with f4. I think I reacted well though. And once I was able to get f5, like her light scores were just kind of weak, e4 especially.
Yeah, let me bring that up here. So
She just didn't really have much counterplay.
here f5, you were saying knight d6. Already here, you're feeling quite good about your position.
I was confident, yeah.
Cool. Yeah, let's keep going through the game. a4, and here we went knight to b6. Takes, and knight d5. Yeah, how did you feel about this moment? Like queen takes b5, you get to take on e3.
Yeah, I wasn't so sure at first because I thought if I can get knight d5 without having to give up my b pawn, it's going to be much better because like knight c3 is coming and e3 is going to be permanently weak. But even this, I thought like the d and b pawn are going to be a lot slower than my e pawn, and like I have g5 coming as well. Though actually, like after she played queen c5, I totally missed she was like threatening rook e1, and after rook f7, I only saw g5 like on her time. But I was lucky to have this. Otherwise,
Gotcha.
it's yeah.
Right, and then rook takes, you win back the piece. And okay, white's king will be, a bit fortunate actually. A knight is surprisingly trapped.
Yeah.
She then throws this in, and eventually we go for the rook and pawn endgame.
Yeah.
And you feel confident this one was winning for you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Just the pawns are too strong, and then we had the nice finish with rook to g1. So now you're on 2 out of 3, is that right? And who are you playing tomorrow?
Megan Paragua, I think.
Megan Praga, very cool. I'll ask you one more question. Did you do anything special to prep for the tournaments?
I tried to play some events before just to stay sharp and just review openings, but nothing too special.
All right, cool. Well, we'll wish you the best of luck in the
Thank
rest of your
you.
games.
Thank
Absolutely. Guys, back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Kostya. Our congratulations as well as
Nice win.
round 3 is winding down. What games do we have left?
Well,
The
let's
Vladimir?
go back to Akopian's game.
Guys, big
Christian
moment.
has an update.
Yeah.
Big moment. He just played this move, a4. He was supposed to meet f5.
With
After
bishop
a4, f5
e4.
is winning. f5 is winning on the spot right now. you cannot take because of e6, rook e7.
And look at checkmate on
G takes. Exactly. Rook h8 first, by the way. Oof.
Isn't that pretty?
Oof. This is so nice. This is so nice.
That's a, what do you call it? That's a tactical puzzle.
He has 16 minutes right now
to find f5. And he's looking for it because that bishop on c3
is the only idea in the position.
Yeah, hasn't been doing anything since the start of the
Only
game.
idea in the position. And
Wow.
you see, Larry is no longer there. I think he senses something. He's like, I'm out of here.
The bishop on c3, this is
That
what
is-
we would call the X-ray bishop, right?
I mean, move a4 is such a shocking move. Why not play rook h7 or take the rook first on d4?
Why aren't you putting your... yeah, I know.
goodness,
You
what a
take on
mess.
d4, put your bishop on e4.
All right, let's try to figure things out. So f5.
f5.
You take. Let's say you take on d4, actually.
Okay.
Take on d4 first.
So I want to keep this open.
Take on f5.
I want to go e6.
Rook h7. Only way to defend, right? From checkmate. So how do
It's
you
like rook c1 should be winning.
finish it off right now? Rook c1, okay.
I like it. Thank you, Nasi. At first, I was trying to figure out...
So now I have to go king f8, right?
And bishop to f6.
You're constructing this annoying cage.
That is exactly right.
But can I take on g4?
What?
I don't think it's a mate
It's not
yet.
a mate, there's bishop e8.
I have bishop e8.
I thought... No, apologies. I thought I was just simply checkmating.
Let's play g5 then. Oh, there's king e7.
May I?
King
I'll take
e7,
on-
king e5, right? Okay.
Well, I want to take the pawn.
I'll take on
right?
g4, yes.
Yeah. May I?
Bishop e8, I have to go defensive mode.
Guys,
Defense mode.
f5, will he find it? Will he
I'm sure
find
he
it
has
right
to.
now?
I mean, because you see that rook on h8, your bishop on c3. I mean, that is hardwired. That pattern of checkmate is hardwired in our brains.
And you're very much correct. That's exactly the way to try to get the decisive advantage. In fact, let's go to the variation that we were just watching.
F4, rook takes.
You have to
bishop
take on d4 and
takes,
take on f5.
Takes.
Yes.
Push. Rook.
Yes.
Rook.
Yes.
Yeah.
And this idea of king f4, king g5 was very good.
Really?
Yes.
The blind hand.
not f takes g4 because you get checkmated.
Oh, sorry.
So first you have to
I first have to go king
escape the
f8.
checkmate.
Apologies.
King f4, king
Right.
g5,
F takes g.
King g5.
bishop e8, and now how? I will just simply take on g4 apparently.
What?
Really?
King takes g4, yes.
I'm
So how easy is this? By
Did
the
he
way,
put it?
f5 is on the
F5
board.
On the board.
He played it.
What a time to
He
do.
finds it, and right now Larry is in big trouble.
Oh my. So, is king takes g4 the first move
No,
that comes
not
into
at
your
all.
mind?
I just want to checkmate.
Exactly. I'm
Or
thinking.
promote.
I mean, I'm looking at bishop f6, king f6. You know, I'm all excited. King takes g4. That's remarkable. I would not have.
Why is it so completely winning after king g4? Because
Maybe
we're
it's
down a
just
pawn.
some domination. or
There's no checkmates. And the pawn's not getting promoted.
Well, maybe it's one of those things that you just don't have many moves. King e7 runs into rook check. That's
like
clear.
in Wang.
You don't really want to play rook e7 because after king f5 you don't have any moves. The bishop is going to try to come to c5. Can you,
Let's drop down, maybe rook h2.
right? So you can at least, in this way, check.
And you want to play king e7, so
Okay, but
rook
then,
c7,
indeed.
rook e2.
And then it's just one of those, I'm just,
Oh, I don't even have rook
Domination.
f2, yeah.
wow. It's that, for me, I have to say, being a pawn down, this is like one of the strangest positions where black is being dominated.
That is very strange, but I'm just shocked by move a4 from Larry. Why not simply draw with rook h7?
Right? That was huge. A4. I wonder. I just don't know what inspired that move. Just a momentary blackout, I'm going to call that. So again, the current position is this, and for those of you who are joining us late, shame on you, but I just love this one. How did we get that rook h7 business? This was it. This was just gorgeous.
Right there.
Right
Rook
here. White to move and literally checkmate.
So it's not rook c4.
Right.
Because that allows rook e6 in between move?
As a check. But this one. And look at this one. Double checkmate.
Wow.
Wow.
This is, I don't think I've seen a mate like this.
Isn't that just gorgeous?
With the rooks and the bishop.
I mean, everything's hanging. The bishop is hanging. Both rooks are hanging. But checkmate indeed. This is the current position. Larry in trouble, but we had a result.
We had one more result. Jason, Wang, and Hardaway drew their game, which was expected.
But Brew was on the better side. He was the one pressing, as we see Vladimir Akopian. Can he beat Mr. Perfect and score a 3 out of 3 to start the tournament? Again, Vladimir comes in the tournament as the rating favorite. This will be his 3rd year where he's the rating favorite, and he hasn't won in the previous 2 years.
But right now,
Third
in the
time's
first
the charm,
2,
right?
Third time's the charm. Seems so.
and
F5.
perhaps the 3rd one as well. He's definitely showing his class.
Yeah.
And Larry has 13 minutes. Not yet in time trouble, but to have this unpleasant position and the clock ticking down.
Right.
And he realizes that he just missed this move.
He missed something.
Huge
Is it
miss.
terrible? Just crush me. If I don't fall for these checkmates on h8, let's say
Maybe
I try
rook
to play
h6?
bishop f7.
Wait. No.
Yeah,
No,
rook
no
h6
need for
looks
that.
good.
Rook
You
h6,
wanna
rook
go
e7.
h6, okay.
Bishop.
b4, rook e8. I'm saying, I'm trying to tempt you.
I don't want to push it yet. 'Cause
Exactly.
I don't have to. Yeah.
Because then I can get a blockade.
Okay, what if I'm extremely aggressive right now?
Aggressive?
Can I go g5? I know.
G
Looks
file.
weird, and it's probably a bad move, but let's try it.
G5.
I gotta take on f5.
Okay.
Yes, and now king f4.
I thought you wanted
I thought he was going to go
E6
e6 or
and
g6.
checkmate?
I was going to play rook takes c3 check.
I
and,
don't see the
like,
checkmate. I don't see the. By the way, this one is
we have a
over. It
result.
seems like Rachel Lee gets her first victory of the tournament, and right now she's
Hey.
on 1 out of 3. Congratulations, Rachel.
Indeed.
Good win today.
Whoa, you wanted to play king f4?
Just simple chess.
After all of these wonderful,
Well, I'm taking a
sacrifices.
page out of your book, just bringing my king, bring my attacker into the game.
Okay.
So if I go bishop e6,
Bishop h6, bishop e6, I go g6.
And I can imagine bishop e6, g6 is not what I want. So rook back, rook. So if you take, then I want
black's.
a light square blockade.
And that might be why I will take on a4 now.
Oh.
Oh, I forgot about that part.
So did I. So did I. I mean,
You can play it cool if you want.
It's not
okay.
a pleasant struggle at all. I'm not happy.
I can double on the 8th rank now. Rook a8 and rook h8.
And very good point.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
But then d4 comes, right? So
Yeah.
I might need to pay some attention.
But what I'm saying is, if I calculate that after e takes f5, e6, I'm losing.
Yes. But
I
by
have
the
to
way,
play
to be
bishop
honest,
f7.
this g5 was maybe a bit too much.
Wait, can he
Could
play...
we try something else, like
Right.
king f4, for example?
Sorry, one moment before we look at the bishop f7. Is there a rook h7 right now?
Okay, it's a very good question.
Rook d1 or rook a1?
Rook d1, rook takes d4.
Rook takes d4 and you
Take on f5. I think I'm fine there.
Just a second.
Oh, I take
so
rook c4 first here.
It,
Rook c4.
it's a really weird situation. Forgive me for pointing this out. Rook takes, bishop takes. It's a really weird situation where your bishop's trapped.
What? Wow.
King, bishop.
I can't save this.
It's a bishop's of opposite color. Where
So let's try it out. Let's take it move by move. King f7.
King f7, king g5.
Okay, and now I have to just wait.
Bishop.
Question is
g8.
how? No, I think I have to go king g7. I think I have to give you the e6
Instead
pawn.
of b5, king g7. And this should still be holding, even though I have a terrible bishop.
It's
Should
so
be, right?
well.
No, I don't like this bishop g8 because you have king h6. And that takes away my h7 square from my bishop.
So
king g5, king f7, or king f7, king g5, and bishop g8, right? That was what we played.
Well, here
No, that was what we played.
we played king f7
Yes,
instead.
king f7, king g5, and now we played bishop g8. I think king h6 might be problematic. So I
Okay.
have to go king g7, I think.
King g7 now. Wow, big game, a big struggle going on, but we have a special guest in studio.
We
Kostya.
do. Kostya is with Brewington Hardaway.
Thanks, guys. Here with International Master Brewington Hardaway, who just drew his game against IM Jason Wang. Brewington, great to have you in the studio. Welcome.
Thank you.
How does it feel to be playing your first U.S. Junior Championship?
It's very exciting. I was very happy when I heard that I got the wild card, and I'm just hoping to play good chess. And so far, I feel it could be better, it could be worse, but I don't have any expectations. I just take one game at a time and see how it goes.
Yeah, absolutely. You got 1.5 out of 3 so far. How do you evaluate your strengths and weaknesses in the event?
I think the first game was very good. I think this game was okay. Round 2 should have won, but I mean, it's always been an issue of mine of converting winning positions, so it's something I have to work on after this tournament for sure.
Absolutely. Maybe we could briefly run through the game. I know you drew the game against Jason. Any critical moments you felt like one side maybe could have gotten the edge?
Oh yeah, so I only saw one game in the database where he played this opening, and it was actually an online game, so I was happy that he actually played it. And so here I thought he would play well, I didn't expect knight d7, but it's still fine. I felt everything was always in control. c7, e4. E4 is, yeah, I could have taken e4 here, but I think I trust his bluff. I think it just looked a bit.
Yeah, it looks scary. You can ask, what were you concerned about at this point?
I mean, I thought there was maybe like bishop e4, knight d6 stuff, like bishop, knight d6.
Right.
But apparently I can take and then go queen f4. Oh, and then rook c2. Yeah, okay, bishop g6. Okay, rook c2. Yeah.
I see.
Yeah, I probably should have seen this, but.
You say that, I don't know. Optically, it looks very scary to me. But okay, engines, they always find something.
They make it seem very obvious.
Yeah, of course. So after e4, took on c4, and then pieces come off. You felt like things were basically around equal.
Yeah, no, here I was a bit optimistic, because I have the passed pawn, and yeah, maybe I should have went queen b6. I was considering it during the game, like queen b6, rook c3. Yeah, but I felt like I kind of rushed to trade the queens, and I just didn't realize that this endgame was why I was probably just holding. Like, okay, we'll repeat it here, but like I was thinking about a few moves like a5 and rook b8, but I could just never really make it work.
Gotcha. Well, on an even score so far, do you have any thoughts of adjusting anything for the rest of the rounds?
I just want to play good chess, and hopefully the results will be decent. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. Stick to it. Well, we'll wish you the best of luck in the rest of the rounds. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Kostya, and we're seeing some games all seem to be finishing a la tempo. That was Joel Benjamin and Jesse Kraai making a draw. We had our eye on the game between Arthur and Andrew Hung, and we thought Wow, it was just it was so
Andrew
good.
was completely dominated, but he was in time trouble. He's down to 1 minute and 50 seconds, and I believe he just made a mistake.
He played 92. So far, it feels still good, right? I mean, we've got everything. So here, wouldn't we all like to play Queen E3 and Rook to D2?
So Queen E6, yeah.
But he did it in the wrong way, because now I would jump. If I were white, I would jump at this opportunity.
Let's exchange
to trade,
those queens, absolutely.
because I have in mind this fixed idea that I can play king to F2 and draw the game.
Is the only idea.
Exactly. But I couldn't do it with the queens on the board, because you would always check me and drive me back to H1. But now, okay, I'm still slightly worse, but I'm.
Wait, does Andrew maybe have this idea
He exchanged
of
it.
playing Rook E to D8 here after Rook C1? But it doesn't work, right? King G1.
Can I take a pawn?
You can do that too. Rook C3 and just move the rook.
Yeah.
Right.
But
It
also
was a
just
pawn,
King
Rook
G1.
B3.
King G1 is fine.
This could be playable, but King G1's better, yeah.
King G1 is better.
King F2.
Actually, wait.
Because
Wait,
of
are
Rook
we losing?
C1?
Rook King F2, Rook C1, yeah.
I'm losing.
Yes, yes.
So you do have to take
So maybe Andrew calculated this, but
Okay, we do have a queen trade. We're expecting Arthur.
Wait a minute. I can also go Rook C2 in that position.
Sorry, what
after
is-
Rook D8?
Rook D8, Rook C2.
That's a goodie. Rook D8, Rook C2. That's actually very clever as well. Yeah? Wow.
Yeah, and I just lose the YouTube pawn.
Yeah, so we're expecting Rook on A1 to C1.
Which he's done.
Rook C1 on the board.
And
You can
who's
see how
down
he's,
on the clock, by
it's like
the
he's
way?
back to life.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah. No, he knows he's got a reprieve.
He knows he's somewhat back.
Yeah, so Arthur has 7 minutes and Andrew down to 2 minutes.
Wow. Boy, sometimes you feel so frustrated when you let your opponent escape.
He played Rook
to
D8.
D8. Okay, that's the tricky move.
Wait a minute.
But there's
now,
Rook C2.
Rook C2.
Rook C2 is a...
And
it's a
perhaps Arthur
great-
is wondering, hey, what
Wait
am
a
I
minute.
missing?
I know.
Honestly, Rook E2 is easier. On Rook C3, you can go Rook E to E1 back, and then I can't even take B3.
That's an option as well, yeah.
Sorry,
That
say
works
again?
also.
Take on E2,
Take on E2, take on C3.
and then go back to E1.
And that should be a draw.
But while we keep an eye on this, we have Kostya with Rachel Lee.
Thanks, Nazi. Here with Rachel Lee, who just won her game against Omiya Vidyarthi. Rachel, congrats on the win.
Thank you.
How does it feel to be back in St. Louis?
It's very exciting, and I'm looking forward to, I guess, meeting new people and reigniting friendships with the people I already have known before.
Yeah, very cool. Well, take us through this game. It was quite exciting, I thought. You're playing with black, and then you play this early move, H5, in the opening pretty quickly. I assume this was some kind of preparation?
Yeah, but I didn't look very deeply into it, so it was just an interesting idea I found while going through the opening.
Mm-hmm. And, okay, white goes H4, Queen C8, Knight E5. What do you think was the critical moment in this game?
Honestly, I felt like it was after Knight D5.
Mm-hmm.
I was trying to consider whether Knight D5 over here.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, here.
Right.
So I was considering whether to take with the bishop or take with the knight. If I took with the bishop, it would probably keep more pieces on the board and get rid of the potentially awkward bishop d7 if I took with the knight. But if I took with the knight, then I would keep both bishops and probably have a decent bishop on g7 with the open diagonal.
Mm-hmm.
So I spent some time over here trying to consider which one to take with.
Yeah, eventually you take with the knight, so you decide to give the tempo, but you keep your bishop. Bishop comes to h3, trade off, and looks like the game continued pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
e6, and at what point do things really turn wrong for white, would you say?
I felt like
Yeah.
white still had a possibility over here. Instead of bishop d2, I wasn't prepared for that, but I never thought about it. I was instead looking at f4. And I personally would feel like white is better here because knight f3, knight g5 were just preventing e5.
Oh, I see. So once you get e5 and you started feeling quite good.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, knight f5, e4, and kingside starts opening up. You play this move d3, which looked very, very nice. Takes, and yeah, eventually the piece just split in, and bishop d4, beautiful move, hitting the queen, bishop g1 check. Very, very nice win. Must feel good to get a point on the scoreboard. Do you have any special ambitions for the rest of the tournament?
I guess the only thing I really want to do is just get a decent score, especially after the first 2 rounds. I kind of messed up there, but we'll see in the future.
Absolutely, it happens. Well, wish you the best of luck and hope to see you back here. Thanks for coming in. Guys, back to you.
Quick question for Rachel. Quick question for
you, Rachel, if you don't mind staying. Yeah, go ahead.
Do you remember playing frogs with me?
Yasser wants to know if you remember playing the game Frogs with him.
I don't think so.
It was a game where we played tactics, and the frogs would go from one leaf to another. It was with Katerina Nemtsova, you and I.
He's saying it's like a tactics game. The frogs would jump. You played with him and Katerina Nemtsova.
Definitely not. I don't remember that.
Good to see you, Rachel. Good to see you. Welcome to the St. Louis Chess Club. It was really, really fun. And what happened was Ryan was losing, and Rachel beat the 4 of us. It was pretty funny. She just
it still didn't make an impression.
And she doesn't. I mean, her victories.
Too easy for her.
Exactly. Where would you like to go? Although I am looking at the game between Vladimir and Larry Christiansen.
I think Balaji is very close to winning now.
Yes, he is.
He's in a knight endgame with
2 extra pawns.
Yeah.
That
In
looks
fact,
pretty
let's
good.
stay with that one because Balaji usually whenever
With
he has a winning
Balaji?
position.
Okay, let me change my.
He finishes his opponents quite quickly.
He has 6 minutes on the clock, and Jason Liang with 12 minutes, but I don't think time is really a factor in this game.
I stopped looking at the game the moment I saw the move rook d5. I thought that was a winner. White is a pawn up to begin with, but when we can trade rooks and pick up the pawn on b4, that was 2 extra pawns in a knight ending, and I thought this was going to be an easy win. And let's see, you've just seen that. Yeah, this looks like White's in cruise control here. The A pawn is motoring up the board, and that's all she wrote. That will be an easy conversion. And
2
clocks
wins
is
in a row for Balaji. It's huge.
I know. After starting badly with a loss, I'm going to go to the game between Arthur Go and Andrew Hong for a moment because
no need to go to that one.
It's easy draw.
It's going to be a draw. Yeah.
Easy draw. What
it's
a save.
Unfortunate. Very unfortunate for Andrew right now, and he knows it. He's very disappointed.
What a save. I mean, Arthur will be very, very proud because he was in dire straits.
Absolutely.
Saving a game like that feels even better than just winning a game.
I know. Sometimes, you got away with one there. That was really, really just a very, very good save.
And it also feels like a loss for Andrew.
Exactly.
Right? Oh, absolutely. A game we kind of...
And look at him. He's shaking his head. He's very disappointed by this game. Maybe even more disappointed than his loss.
Does Alice have any chances?
I'm
keeping an eye on it. It looks like it's still very equal, and
Alice Lee, she's at the top.
Maybe they will get into time trouble, and there will be some chances. But position-wise, it's very even.
I'm wondering what Rosa's king is doing on f7. It looks a little bit peculiar there. Queen e6 check, and you're just very happy. You're just very happy you didn't fall for a checkmate. Like what? If there was a rook on f8, you might be crying.
Ooh, g4. Alice is not happy with the draw. She is still playing for
a win.
She's looking for every chance she can find. g4.
It looks very, very balanced.
Khachiyan and Shabalov drew their game.
And we thought
huge save for Melik.
Definitely.
Out of
Gonna
the
go-
opening, he was not feeling comfortable.
I'm going to go to the game of Vladimir and Larry Christiansen. Again, these two players entering this round of competition in first and second place. We just saw the move E6 takes F5, and whoa.
Rook C6.
Was that the good move?
the
Because
best
I thought,
Why not?
Was it?
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking E6.
A6 was good
Also
as
good.
well.
Was it good? Oh,
Yes.
good.
Both moves are very decent. I
So-
like Rook C6 just because it feels a bit more aggressive. Feels like it's creating more problems.
I can't play king f7, so I have to go bishop e8.
Correct.
And now I can
Rook c8.
go Rook C8 and take on
Because on king f7
F5,
there's... All right, g takes f.
Mhm.
Nice pawns.
Very, very nice.
So I have to
pawns.
include f4 check at least to keep your pawns separated.
Good point.
No,
So-
after rook c8.
Excuse me, sorry. Say that again. Bishop to E8, what?
f4, so I can at least rook
After rook
c8
C8.
check.
Ah.
And then f4 to keep your pawns.
Yeah, from, yes, exactly. Split, keep them split.
But it's still not
King
looking
takes
good for
F4.
black.
Let's keep going. How is
Yeah,
this position?
remember that position where we got a pawn on E6 and it was just like we were dead,
Black
dead.
was just paralyzed.
May I try something a little bit more
Bishop
challenging?
E8 is on the board.
Rook to G7.
He played
If you
bishop
play
E8
E6, I can take. No.
He played bishop E8.
Yeah, I know he did.
I'll probably have check, then take on g7 and e7 wins.
Yes.
And a full rook.
I don't get a chance to blockade the pawn. No, bishop E8 on the board, rook C8 came, and it's now or never, F4 check. If we don't play this,
But how do you continue after I take?
Rook e7 maybe?
rook E7 maybe?
And they drew their game. This
Andrew.
is in Arthur and Andrew.
Exactly.
I think they're about called the arbiter, show the repetition. Chris tells them, hey, this is the way to do it. Gotta abide by the rules.
Big save for Arthur.
Yes,
Truly.
huge save.
So after rook E7, what would I like to do after this one?
I'm going to
Well.
guess that you're going to take a pawn. It looks good.
It's good because
Yeah.
it just takes away any opportunities of your king ever approaching, right? And I can,
And you're threatened bishop c5 and on rook e6, king f5.
right, and
It's on the
winning
board,
material.
by the way, this position.
Can I make the case that perhaps you don't want to take that pawn?
Yes, you can, but he
Vladimir
did.
already
But he
did.
already did, yes.
It was and after king f7, we're expecting bishop c5. Larry's not going to save this one. This
So can
one-
I show you why I didn't like taking the pawn, actually?
Sure.
I wanted to go king f5.
Okay.
With the idea to go e6. I wanted to put this setup on you.
And if...
King f7, now rook d8 was my plan.
Oh, you look at you, you crafty coach.
And I thought that this would be more efficient.
Hmm.
Just because after rook d8, my next moves are g5, g6, if you allow me, or maybe even rook to d6.
Wait. I've got some counterspiel.
Ooh, you have your ideas. Rook d6.
I think you're still winning.
Yes.
Should be.
Just...
I mean, rook d6, bishop d3 check, and then rook e6.
Yeah.
It should be still
saving,
winning.
kind
Current position, we do have king f5 coming up the board, right? King f5, threatening rook, and if you go bishop to d7, I've got rook.
And I have double check, but it doesn't...
Doesn't suffice. Well,
Maybe king e8. King e8, yeah.
King e8. I mean, you're still kicking. You're still kicking.
Maybe
So
rook
rook
d8
e7.
here is much stronger, just to not even allow bishop d7.
You know what I would love to do?
Yeah.
Bishop to d6. Put your rook in a vice so that you can't.
Can't move.
If I can make two moves, bishop to d6, g5. Where's your rook going to go? Between,
Bishop d7, rook e8 is the only hope, but...
and you're not getting there. I'm not getting there. So we think Vladimir is winning. Let me just check in on Alice Lee. When we left it, Alice was making a draw.
She won a pawn, but
what?
I don't think she's better still because
She won a pawn.
She did, yes.
Black
Whoa,
can
whoa,
play-
whoa, 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 whoa. What?
So she played g4, this aggressive move. But here, what if Rose just plays rook e5 and then I'm threatening queen d5 check? White's
Rook.
king is not great, right?
But that's only one check.
Is it?
Yeah, I go king h2 after that.
But then f2 pawn is a target.
Hold on.
Correct.
So we're going to come back. We're going to come back. We're going to reload.
Okay,
we won a pawn.
Queen d5 check.
King goes to h2.
Rook e1.
Let's say queen c7.
King g6.
Okay. If I take on b7, do you
That needs to
checkmate
be
me?
calculated, yeah.
Do you checkmate me or I escape? and
Well, I have at least rook g1 and should have perpetual at least.
Yes.
Yes. You do.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
Good point. Good point. So we won a pawn. We won the battle. Not the war.
Not the war, yeah.
Not the war.
But Rose
So,
needs to find rook
Let's
e5.
keep going. Let's keep going.
Rook
Queen-
e5, queen
Rook e5, queen
is-
c2, queen d5, maybe f3.
Gotcha.
I know, it looks very
Yes.
dangerous.
No.
Rook e3.
But it's the only way to try to
Well,
do
now
something.
check.
King g6.
Oops, sorry. Queen takes.
You're not afraid?
I'm
Now I'm
very,
starting to
very,
be-
very
yeah.
fearful.
Shouldn't be
I know,
afraid. Rook
queen
e2,
d2.
rook e2 wins.
Right?
Two, yeah,
And
no.
Not queen. Yeah,
That's too much.
everything's winning.
everything's winning. Oops.
I need to find a way to
So-
get my rook
And she
back.
played rook e5. Rose found the best move.
Wow.
You know, maybe she didn't lose the pawn. She gave up that pawn.
She purposefully blundered.
Because she's activating her pieces. And, you know, a lot of players prefer to have initiative and give up
Yes.
the pawn. Because
She-
before, she had to do the passive defense on the 7th rank. Maybe she was uncomfortable.
Yeah. So she purposely sacrificed the pawn in order to gain the initiative.
Yeah,
and
rook
to
on
make-
b6 is kind of stuck. That's the problem.
Truly, you're absolutely right.
Yeah, if the rook was somewhere on 2nd or 3rd rank, then
When
of
we're
course.
pawn up and we're a happy camper, queen c2. So we've been looking at Alice's position after queen d5 check.
She has to try king g3 maybe?
But does that
King
change
h2.
anything after
King
Now we
g3.
go
Let's
king
have a
g3.
look. at
after rook
king
e1? Is there any big change?
Not at
Because
all.
rook
You're
g1
still,
is the same thing. More or
still
less.
threatening to get maybe from behind here with rook
Yeah,
g1.
this looks even scary a little bit. Some might blunder.
Truly,
Let's
queen
not forget,
d5
they are
on the
approaching.
board.
Time trouble. 5 minutes for Alice. 7.5 for Rose.
5 minutes. That's when I start getting nervous. I know it's a lot of time with the 30-second increments. Just keep in mind I wasn't an increment
Okay,
player.
I have another plan.
Yeah.
Please.
Rook e1, now I go queen to f5.
Queen to f5.
Yes, I'm trying to run away with the king on h4. So rook g1, I go up. King h4. I'm not looking back. I don't know what's happening. You might be checkmating me. I'm not looking back.
Okay. Do we like queen h1?
White king should get punished for this.
Truly. Like g5 check, king h5. But if we had our queen on h1 or maybe g2,
I mean, then we might get checkmated first.
who's getting, why? Because we've
I
got
guess White's rook is still kind of useless.
true
So
that.
does that remain? That's your move. Queen
Second.
Yeah, queen g2.
Queen g2. Now you have a big threat.
I do.
I see it. G5.
Monster threat.
Wait, but that's not such a big threat. Okay, queen d7.
Queen d.
White has a draw for sure. King g8,
I
King
want to go.
G8?
No, king g6. I go queen.
queen f5, and you have to repeat, right? There's queen
Queen
d3,
E8.
queen g3
Okay,
also.
sorry, I'm playing for a win. I didn't know what I was playing.
Oh, then queen
Bec-
e8. I have to
yeah, there's a draw.
Rook takes
Yeah.
b7.
So king g6, I'm threatening queen h, queen f2 mate.
Now I have
right?
queen d3.
Queen d3.
Yes.
King h6, who's winning?
King h6. Queen e3.
Mate.
No, I
Queen
take on
G5.
g5.
That is crazy. I proudly play G5 checkmate, and you proudly play Queen takes G5, and I just I start crying.
It happens. It happens. Yes.
It happens. Okay. But no, wait a minute.
King H7.
Alice,
Yeah.
But now I
Alice
go
is-
f4, and I have the perfect placement of my queen on e3. Defending f2,
this
defending
is-
the third rank. I don't know.
I would think that you're setting yourself up for a study like loss.
Yeah, yeah.
What's the next move though?
But rook b5 maybe? Bring the
Okay,
rook
so I
into
go
the game.
f5. No, f5.
You are okay for sure. I have
I'm playing
at
with
least-
fire. I understand that.
I have at least a draw.
But I don't see it.
Okay, I can take
How is... Oh, and take on b6.
and
Yeah,
check.
Yeah, yeah. You take
This
on
might
b6.
still be
Winning.
winning. Because you might lose the pawn on b4 and the king's very awkward on h5. I mean,
Wait a minute. We were thinking Alice was a pawn up and trying to win the game, not.
yeah, we went too far. We do have an interview. Kostya is with Guo.
Thanks, Nazi. Here with Grandmaster Arthur Guo, who just drew the game against GM Andrew Hong. Arthur, how does it feel to be back in the U.S. Junior?
Feels good. It feels, this is my second time, so I have a little bit of experience in these kinds of tournaments, but, just getting started. Round one wasn't easy, but, I'm trying to ease my way back in.
And how did you do your first time around? Was that last year?
Yeah, I tied for second. I choked in the last round, but not the fondest of memories, but it was like a good tournament overall.
Absolutely. Thoughts on today's games? It seemed like you were definitely in trouble.
Yeah. It was very foolish what I did as white. Out of the opening, it was like a scotch. So,
yeah. Where do you think things went wrong? We can look at a couple moves.
I think I just evaluated the position wrong like the entire time. I thought here, I think the computer says around equal. I thought I was pushing a tiny bit because of black's pawn structure, especially after this. But I think, I don't know, my evaluation was kind of overhyping up my position. And I just totally missed, you go, this queen a5 idea, which is, I don't know, it's really absurd.
Yeah, it looks strong. I think the engines are saying black is already decisively winning.
Yeah.
But of course, you saved it later on in the rook endgame. Must feel good when you save a losing position.
I think I was rather lucky, but there was actually a few ideas we were looking over after the game. So after this is all the moves here. Black can play c4. I mean, it's not really simple, and I know Andrew was under a little bit of time pressure already here.
Right.
But somehow even when I messed up big time, this is not totally clear how winning this is for black.
Yeah, basically one mistake has happened in the game, and you can escape, right?
Yeah.
And equalize. Well, I know you have 1 out of 3 so far. It's not the best start. How will you try to improve for the rest of the event?
Well, the first 3 rounds, I played the hardest opponents, so I guess that's a bright sign. My play has been shaky at best, but I have a lot more or exciting rounds coming up, so hopefully I can make the best of those.
Sounds good. Well, thanks for coming in. We'll wish you the best of luck in your future games.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you in the studio.
Indeed, thank you, Kostya. We do have a breaking result as Vladimir Akopian remains perfect as he wins his third game in a row. A very, very nice tactical finish, but we've got a game that we think is going to end as well, and that's Balaji, right?
Yes, it's the knight endgame where... and I think Sue defeated Chloe.
Okay.
And yeah, let's check Balaji's game, because I feel like we're going to see resignation there shortly.
Indeed, I'm just fishing this one out. That was the knight ending, by the way. And yeah, well, the knight got stuck on the queen side, the black knight. Last move from white
A7's
knight.
coming.
Yes. Knight c6 with the idea of a7 would
And
force
A7
the
is
knight
going to freeze that knight.
forever and forever. Amen. Yes, exactly.
And he would still be winning even if we didn't have an extra pawn on this side, right?
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah, it would
because I
still be
could kick the knight away. G6. Well, that doesn't help.
Take and a7.
Indeed, take.
And then bring the king forward.
King takes G6, A7, knight over, knight check.
I want to put that knight on A8.
Yeah, I really do. Me too.
Yes.
I mean,
that's very sadistic.
Well,
GM style.
Thank you very much. That's what we do.
Knight
we
A8.
Dominate the
and then the
opponent's pieces.
And actually, he's going to do that. It's very likely that he's going to.
Oh, for sure. I wouldn't hesitate.
And he loves to freeze his opponent's pieces. We've seen it against Andrew Hong as well. You remember that king c3, king d3?
Yes. And stalemate.
Stalemate.
And checkmate.
He's going for it. That knight is going on a8. It's very visual.
That knight traveled all the way to 8.
There's a famous pub in Paikidze, the home of Paikidze, Holland, the home of the Tata Steel Chess Festival, and that pub's name is Ray's Pard. Hans Ray, the Grandmaster Hans Ray, had a night, and it was called Ray's Pard, and I congratulated Hans. I said, well, in your honor, they named a pub after you. They said, no, they named the pub after me to mock me because he had a knight on A8, like in this position.
It's a sad night.
It's a sad night.
It's a very sad
Ray's
night.
Pard. The Dutch have a very
I have to visit when
sophisticated.
I've never been to Paikidze.
You have.
I feel like I'm the only chess player.
Come on. Bent Larson said, before you pass, you must win Paikidze and visit Naples.
Oof, I have a lot of work to do.
You've got a lot of work to go. You've got a lot to look forward to. And there's a handshake.
Great win for Balaji.
And if it wasn't for that loss in round 1, Balaji, 2 in a row.
I have to say, as a second, Paikidze was probably the most depressing place to go to.
The winter time in North
It's so depressing.
It's terrifyingly bad.
Guys, we only have one game left.
No, one game left.
Alice Lee and Rose Atwell, and
that king is on h4.
That king is
one move away from
danger
getting
zone.
checkmated.
Alice has 2 minutes on the clock.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
I think it's time to repeat. I think it's time to find a repetition.
Yes. I would not
Rose
take
is
any
suddenly
risks.
looking as if she's very interested after the move Queen F3.
She's
Now,
like, go for a win.
now where
Give me a
is
chance.
the repetition for Alice?
Queen
Probably
c4.
Queen c4.
Is that
King
why is that?
It's not a perpetual check.
Or
It's
maybe
not?
Queen h5.
Maybe we should be
Queen h5 should be
playing
easier.
Queen H5 and making perpetual.
Who do you think is playing for a win right now?
Well, there's no question Alice
Probably.
started this with the expectation that she was playing for a win. Right about now.
When do you start panicking? Is the question.
Right about now. Right about the point that you see.
Okay,
Yeah.
Queen h5.
That
She's gonna take a draw.
G7, G5, King H5, Queen takes H3 is check and mate. That's when you start panicking.
So now King f8 is going to be met by Queen c5, King f7, and we have to do the repetition.
Okay, now let's imagine that Rose suddenly had it in her mind.
But there's no way. There's no way to do it.
She should not take any risks.
Because G6,
Queen H7.
unfortunately,
Or that. That's nice.
ooh,
That's
is
nice.
met by Rook takes, and this is the skewer. These are our
By the
skewer
way,
tactics.
She should also not go King e7, which would be a bad move, because now you're not threatening checkmates anymore after King e7, because my king would hide on g6. So here I could play like Queen b5 and go for a win.
Queen b5, Queen takes f2.
Whoa,
King
Queen b5, allowing Queen takes f2 check, and that's going for the win.
Because black king now looks weaker.
Whoa.
So she has to go to g8.
G8, okay. What about f8?
F8 might allow
The same
Queen
thing,
F-
perhaps?
f5 here.
Queen f5, okay.
I mean,
And
even
then-
this should be a draw, but
But at least, once again, you got the chance of venturing out, right, with king h5.
I mean, rook endgame should be a draw. Take on f5, rook g5, but we don't want to do that.
Well, we are playing. We're the ones
So
interested
if you
because
go
we're
to if you go to f8,
yeah,
to g8, excuse me, like you
G8.
wanted to do.
Now-
Queen f5. Now you have to go g5, right?
Well, we've got
But
the
there's
back
mate.
and
Queen h7 mate.
King takes f6.
hold on.
Oh,
Sorry,
it's
sorry,
not a
sorry,
mate,
sorry.
but-
I'm not with you guys. What are you guys talking about?
Queen f5.
What?
King
No.
E7.
No. Wait,
King
wait,
E7.
That.
Whoa!
She's
Alice jumped.
She had queen
She nearly
b5,
jumped out
though.
of her chair. What?
Queen b5 was
Oh my
winning.
goodness.
Oh, no.
Did she just miss queen b5 winning?
Yep.
Oh.
What
I
a
thought
miss.
Alice jumped out of her chair and played
Yes, me
Queen
too.
B5. I didn't realize she stopped on C5.
But they could repeat this twice, and then Alice could play Queen b5. Okay, it can
But
still
Alice
happen.
has 2 minutes, right?
Yeah, she might
That's
succeed.
why. Okay, so she,
But Rose needs to go to g8 now the next one.
I don't think she will.
Queen
Yeah,
C5.
I think she's going to e7, and then if Alice stops and thinks for a second,
I think she's looking at
will
it
find
right now.
She'll find it.
Wow.
But that's one of the things. Again, at the board, nobody's tapping you on the shoulder and saying, "Hey, right here, you've got a winning move." No. She saw that perpetual, and she knows her own king is under great duress.
I wonder why she played it so fast, though. Probably just because she wanted to win
Well,
some
again,
time,
she
some
had-
extra time. But
Right, just 2 minutes on the clock. So she has played Queen C5 check. This is the current.
But I
position.
cannot actually believe that she was expecting King E7.
No.
Like, why would you
No.
expect King E7 and not
No.
King G8 or King F8?
Absolutely, I agree.
King E7 is the most awkward move, let's say,
Yeah.
Right.
in the position.
And for
She has 52 seconds now.
under a minute.
I think she's definitely going to play Queen h5. But the question is, does she see Queen b5 idea?
Why is she going?
Let's see.
She's reaching.
Queen H5 one more
Yes,
time.
one
Let's see
more
if she
time.
goes for King E7, because
Pretty sure.
Rose does not realize how dangerous this position actually is.
King E7 is what she played previously,
It's a
and
losing
that
move.
it's
Big
just a
moment right now.
losing move
Big
to
moment. If she
Queen
goes
B5.
If she goes
King
King E7, I
E7.
have a feeling Alice is going to stop and play Queen B5. She's going to find it.
with
King's
a
on
minute,
E7.
She goes King E7.
with a minute on her clock. That's not a lot of time.
This is it. This is the moment Alice will stop and think, and she will find Queen to B5.
I don't know.
This
I
is
don't
all or
know.
nothing. But is there like, maybe she's afraid of Rook G4? There's so many ideas. But no, King always
But
runs
Rook
to
G4,
G6.
the best thing you can get is
Is
some
a
sort of
perpet.
perpetual.
That I'm
No,
taking no
there is a
risk.
mate I'm looking at, but
What? There's a mate?
so Rook G4, H takes Queen F2. If you go King H5, you get.
So we're looking at Queen
it's not
B5.
She's not going to go
Okay,
Queen C5,
okay,
guys.
moment
I'm
of
telling
truth.
you. She will find it right now.
Queen B5. So Nasi is just making sure
I'm making stuff up.
you're making stuff up. There's no checkmate.
Queen F5.
Oh, she goes Queen F5,
Whoa.
which is
Queen-
also
Is that a better? That was the rook
mean,
ending
Queen-
we were major. But
Queen F5 is also good.
B5 was winning.
Winning.
Queen
This is
F5
also-
conversely?
I think
Yeah, it's
this
still
one is
winning.
good too.
It's still winning?
Yes,
What? She had 2 ways of winning?
apparently.
My goodness.
No, King E7
I'm
was
stunned.
such a big mistake.
King
E7 was
E7.
such a big mistake.
Well, Alice has been luckless in this tournament thus far. She needed something to break for her, and King E7 was it. She did it, by the way, with 49 seconds on the clock.
Well, she had 19 seconds.
19 seconds. That's kind of courageous because, like you said, you know, you're looking at Rook G4, you're looking at G5, and there might just be a checkmate.
Right.
And
But you have to take your chances.
that's what you just
You
did.
have to take your chances at this point in the tournament with the result you're currently sporting. Half a point out of 2, that's not enough.
Yeah.
You have to win a game.
Yeah, and she, of course, has to make sure that after g5 check, king h5, queen takes h3, there is no issues. Her king is absolutely comfy, and life is good.
And it's easy to see that. Also,
Yes.
you're like one move away from delivering your own checkmate.
On f6, absolutely, absolutely.
So now black has to trade queens?
Well,
Yeah, I don't think I have a different move.
like, I don't see an alternative, unfortunately.
Okay, so let's trade queens.
Queen
But
takes
now I'm losing
f5.
b7 with a check.
That's
That's
right.
why king
So let's try to go.
27.
So
b7.
last time, we were actually picking up, it was a trade.
Right.
We were getting this pawn. In this case, we're not getting the pawn.
Not at all.
Now we're 2 pawns down, and white is...
I mean, my king is still bad, but this should be winning.
So let's go back before rook g5.
Queen takes, pawn takes.
Rose is down to 45 seconds.
Can I go king d7 followed by king c6?
Rook b7, king c6, maybe rook e7.
And now
Want rook e4.
you want rook e4. I
Rook
can
e4
take,
and
I can go
g4.
rook g5 now.
Here, I'm afraid you're losing
f4 and king g4.
the g7 pawn,
No, no,
right?
I'm not going to take that. I'm not going to take that. I will go back to g1.
We have move on the board, queen g2.
Queen g2.
Looks like they're losing.
What? No way. This
There's
cannot work. No, no, no.
Queen
this must be
e6.
over
Whoa,
right
whoa,
now.
whoa, 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 whoa. Queen to g2.
This must be a checkmate right now.
I mean, there's queen e6 check, queen
Yeah,
c8
which
check,
is
and take
she's-
on b7 with a check.
Well,
She's
she's
done.
going to go king d8.
Well, then we go rook
Rook
check.
d6.
Yes,
If
rook
that's not
d6.
mate.
Queen e6. King f8.
Okay, now it's over.
Now we can trade queens with nicely queen c8 check. and
Alice
now it's
knows
over.
now that she's winning.
Alice,
But
she's
she
relaxed.
feels like she kind of dodged a bullet in some
Oh.
ways, you know?
But this is just, you're not exchanging the queens. You go rook takes b7
Yeah.
right now.
Of course.
That's a mate.
The checkmate coming. Wow.
Queen f5, queen h5. The game is over.
Correct.
Lucky
the
break
game-
for Alice, which she needed.
Truly, to get back into the tournament.
I wouldn't
King
call
G-
it lucky. She tried all the way until the end.
Oh, of course.
That position looked completely dead draw.
Yes.
And I have to say, Rose was defending marvelously.
Truly.
But
Till the very
was
end.
simply look at her. Look at that emotion right there.
Oh.
She needed this one. She really needed this one. And she worked for it.
She worked. Wow.
It's the last
Sometimes
game
it's
play.
just mind over matter or willpower, if you prefer. Wow.
That's what it was. That's exactly what it was.
And now she can have a very different tournament after this one.
Truly. It's, you know, I've always said these national championships, you know, you need luck. You simply need luck.
At least in one game.
At least in one game. Sometimes two, sometimes three.
More than maybe, but, yeah.
And, okay, Rose gave up her queen, but really...
But king e7 was inexplicable to me. I mean,
True. Yes.
Twice.
So awkward, yeah.
Yeah.
Twice. Like, why would you go?
Because you're not playing for a win. If white wants, she still has perpetual. So
Always.
why take the risk?
Exactly. It's exactly. Sometimes, you know...
Very strange. Very strange decision.
You have less time on the clock and
But
your
she
mind
didn't.
glitches.
She didn't have less time.
She didn't.
No,
that was
she
the
had
crazy part.
4 minutes against 1 minute and a half.
Yeah, there was just a logic glitch there that just something got triggered. It was wrong. It's a bad move.
King to h6. Now there's a checkmate, right?
Well, there's a checkmate. You never give up. As Dr. Anthony Sadie says, you never give up if you have a threat, if you can deliver a threat of checkmate in one move.
And f5 is a very professional move.
She just shut it down.
Shut it down.
No more g5.
How do we get checkmated in one move, you ask? Well, funnily enough, I have the answer.
2 moves.
2 moves. Check. And so, and for those of you who don't know the rule of en passant, see, I would say to the kids, I will play g5 checkmate.
And stop the clock.
Yeah, and stop the clock
over.
and say, you guys resign. And the kids would all, no, you can't do that. We play en passant.
But you can make up some rules. Say after move 40, en-passant is illegal.
Oh, I'll try that next. Thank you. That's going in the new book, Chess Explained.
New book of tricks.
What are we teaching this kids?
I'm telling you, I'm going to ruin a whole generation. Give me a chance. Give me a chance.
Yeah, Rose just, I can't even imagine how bad she's feeling. She defended so well.
She did. She did. She had been slightly on the back foot. It was strange to see her king on f7. I thought she was going to put a pawn on g6, and there's a handshake. f5, and a very, very relieved Alice Lee.
Congratulations to our pick.
Right? On her 50% score, by the way.
Yeah.
Our pick.
Yeah, but after this, I have a feeling she's going to have a very different tournament now. But we have Kostya with the tournament leader in the senior section, Akopian.
Thanks, Nazi. Here with Grandmaster Vladimir Akopian, who is on a perfect 3 out of 3 after defeating Larry Christiansen. Vladimir, congrats.
Thank you.
Your thoughts on today's game?
The game was very complicated, and so don't expect from me that, I mean, it was very complicated, many possibilities for both sides all the time. And so, I mean, all these moves that, for example, Queen E1, I was not sure that this, I mean, there is Rook E1, of course, there is Queen E2 maybe. And also same goes for Black. I mean, so many possibilities, but I believe that we, when we got this position, 2 rooks and bishop versus 2 rooks and bishop.
Maybe we can go there.
Yeah, I think this is like, I don't think that, I mean, for sure white is safe, and but I don't think that, I mean, it's something for white. It's probably just equal, especially that it's possible to trade all 4 rooks. When I played Rook H1, for it was possible to trade and or play Rook H7 first and then trade. And okay, maybe due to some of these eventual F4, F5 break, white has some symbolic advantage, but I believe it's just equal. It should be drawn normally, it's always. But then by the end, yeah, Larry started making errors.
Yeah, like this A4 move,
yeah,
allowing F5.
In general, this plan, Rook D7, Rook C4, I didn't understand that. But yeah, A4, yeah, at least this, I mean, white has free hand here, and F5, Rook D4, I think also bad move, I don't know. But maybe after F5 already there's problems, because somehow Rook is coming, and okay, I thought that if Black can somehow maybe give up piece and make somehow draw, but then okay, what to do, yeah? But here, at least after F5, it's pleasant. Also, I'm not sure that F4, then I was thinking instead of F4, there was, you know, what possibility? Then I saw, but somehow it was not. Rook takes C4 and King F4, King G5, like this. Takes King F4, King G5, and then F4. But too complicated, Black creates some counterplay there, and I don't know. But it possibly this also. But you know, by the end, already not much time to calculate all this, because even after I play, let's say King G5, King F4, there is this Rook D3, Rook G3 maneuver against F5, and so I was not sure that. But okay, maybe it's also worth just attention. At least it was interesting, maybe also because after F4, if Black prepares somehow against this F5 move, I don't know, but some move maybe. King F7, Rook H8 he did not like, but maybe some move to prepare against this F5 break. And
like Rook H7 or something? Or?
Yeah, maybe Rook H7 here at once. I mean, this, okay, it's, I mean, this bishop endgame, it's clear, pleasant for white, but okay, it should draw. Yeah, actually I didn't understand, because he started wasting time here and ended up with this strange A4, and in general, almost strange.
I see. Well, I mean, so far, so good. How do you manage to, let's say, stay focused, take it one game at a time? Do you have any special mindset for the tournament?
No, nothing. No, just these last 2 years, again, I had bad experience, so it just somehow it went like this. This time somehow I just managed to avoid errors, yeah, because those 2 years that I was playing, I don't know, because of I was maybe rusty or some other cause, I don't know, but somehow I was not playing my best. Here, okay, probably complicated games always come with some inaccuracies, but okay, by now it's more or less normal. I mean, it's playable.
Right. Well, very good. Well, Vladimir, wish you the best of luck, and thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Kostya, and congratulations, Vladimir, as he's showing why he was the pre-tournament favorite as he races out to a 3-0 start. And he's beating some rivals on his way as he just took down Larry Christiansen, who was in clear second.
Oh, absolutely.
That was a
what a tournament he's having so far.
Very big win.
And an important tournament, right? He said he had bad experiences up to this point, before in the previous 2 editions. Right now, he's feeling good about his play. He feels that he can outplay his opponents in those complicated battles.
Nice. Let's take a look at the standings after a very eventful round 3.
Right, in the junior section, we have a sole leader, Justin Liang, with the perfect score.
He's feeling good also.
Exactly, as Christopher and Andy shared the halving of the point in their game.
Right, but now Christopher Yu is in the clear second with 2.5 points, and sharing third, Andy Woodward and Balaji Daggupati.
Balaji coming back after his first round loss. Big bounce back.
Hey, my horse in the race, Andrew Hong, he's on the outside. He's looking in after 3 rounds. And in the girls section. I was going to say ladies, but stop myself.
We also have a sole leader here, Jasmine Su, with 2.5 points.
No one saw that one coming.
And sharing second place, Yasmin and Iris.
Right.
And Alice.
In that chasing pack.
Closing the gap, yes. Now she is sharing 4th place with Zoe, Rose, and Chloe.
And for the veterans, we know who's first, who's second.
We do Akopian with 3 points, but look at this, no one is even close.
Oh no, that's a 1.5 gap.
Wow.
After 3 rounds to be 1.5 ahead, this is huge.
Right.
So sharing second place is half of the field. Kaidanov, Christiansen, Jesse Kraai, Alex Shabalov, Melik, and Julio Becerra.
Nice.
And we have Kostya with Jasmine Su.
Thanks, Nazi. Here with Jasmine Su, who just won her game against Chloe Ga. Jasmine, welcome to the studio. You're in clear first. How do you feel?
Great.
Did you realize you were in clear first when you won your game, or?
Well, if like Rose won, she would also have 2.5, I think. So.
Gotcha. I know this is your first time playing the U.S. Girls Junior. How does it feel to be in St. Louis?
It feels good. I'm so excited to get this opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe you could share a few thoughts on today's game. How did it go for you?
So, in the opening, I was expecting Queen A4, but like.
At which point? Oh, in the opening, right here, yes. Queen A4. Gotcha.
So I was expecting like Knight F3.
You mean instead of this variation,
yes,
right? Like, gotcha. Mm-hmm.
Wait, not like. Not here, but like Knight F3.
Oh, I see. Mm-hmm.
Knight F3, Bishop G7, and then Queen A4 here.
Gotcha.
But that's like different. So I was like a little surprised in the opening. Mm-hmm. I think she got a good position in the opening.
Mm-hmm.
Like.
Just play through a couple of moves here. You let me know when to stop.
So wait, could you go back?
Yeah.
So, here, I thought she could go D6.
Ooh.
So
if you take, there's like E5 stuff, right?
Yeah, I thought like I could like go here and like sack the exchange here.
Mm-hmm.
And like maybe here.
Mm-hmm.
And like I have the 2 bishops and a pawn, so it's like, yeah.
Yeah, seems reasonable, right? Takes, you get the dark squares,
yeah.
And then if like white goes E5, you have like rook D2,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
The same idea.
Yeah.
I see. So she goes C4. Mm-hmm.
I think like maybe here. This is like, I might go like here.
Bishop F5, right?
And here and Bishop G4.
And black seems okay. I want to jump to maybe a little bit later, so you end up getting this nice combo with Bishop B5, takes, queen takes d5. You pick up one pawn, and how do you evaluate your winning chances at this point?
Well, I think I have an extra pawn and my pieces are more active, so like decent chances.
Yeah.
Like here, I thought she might like try to trade queens, like here, 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 here. So like the king's really good on c4, so probably better, but not like probably try to like exchange the B for the A and like b6, and then try to like go.
I see. Well, Jasmine, congrats on this game. 2.5 out of 3. We'll wish you the best of luck in your future rounds.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. Guys, back to you in the studio.
And again, our congratulations as well as Jasmine. Wow, 2.5 out of 3. Very, very, very impressive. And she, as you could just see, she touched those key critical moments with d6.
She was ready to sacrifice an exchange.
Exactly. And nice and an important win as we get ready for the last interview of the day. That will be Alice Lee. And for Alice, you almost saw her relief was
critical,
palpable
absolutely
at
critical.
the board.
Take a look at this.
I mean, my goodness.
We have it on camera right there. Look at her realizing that finally she broke through her opponent.
Oh dear!
Oh my goodness!
The sense of relief she must have felt right then and there.
Finally.
Who's putting pressure on her shoulders? Herself, right?
Her results.
Yeah.
Her
results.
previous rounds results. I mean,
wow.
This is not usual. She was expecting to have 3 out of 3 by this point.
She is with Kostya.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. Here with International Master Alice Lee, who just won her game against Rose Atwell. Alice, obviously up and down start to the event.
Yeah.
How are you feeling so far?
I mean, I guess I can't really complain because I just won this game. I mean, it was definitely a complete draw throughout, so I think the first few rounds didn't go optimally for me, but also my opponents played well, so I can't really complain too much. In this game, I thought it would be a draw for a long time, but until in the very end, like in this position after she played Queen f3. So after I did Queen h5, oh, actually here I almost wondered Queen e3. Like I was right about to play it, but then I realized she has Rook to h4, h takes g4, g5, King h5, and then Queen h1, and it's kind of
It would have been tragic, yeah.
Yeah, it would have been very unpleasant. So after I saw that Queen e3 didn't work, I knew like I at least have a draw, but I don't think I have any more than that. So like after Queen h5, I think she can just do like King g8. The thing is, Queen f5 doesn't work again here anymore because g5, King h5, Queen takes h3, King g6, Queen h7, King takes f6. I didn't like my position very much here, so I probably would have just repeated. Like here, I think Queen g7 and Rook e1.
It's very, very scary, yeah.
It looks quite dangerous, and maybe I can still play out with like King d5 and maybe some very ridiculous chances. Although I think even after I played Queen f5, she could have taken on f5. And here I thought it would have been a draw. Like, I don't really have too much to play for. She can do something like Rook g5 or Rook g2. And after she wins a pawn, I don't think the Rook endgame is very winnable. But of course, I don't think she wanted to go for that because I will still try to press for some time. Yeah, but then when she played Queen g2, it was...
Were you surprised by King e7? Because you were expecting King g8?
Yeah, so honestly here I was just ready to repeat moves, but then I realized that I do have Queen to f5, and that's like, because after g5, King h5, somehow once my king gets to g6, I think I should be winning, because her king is also quite exposed and she doesn't have any checks here. If she didn't have the pawn on g5, then it would have been good for black, but that is there, so yeah.
Right.
But yeah, once you did King e7, this did give me the opportunity to do Queen f5, where at least practically, like after Queen takes f5, it's again unpleasant, and yeah, then after Queen f5, she didn't take on f5, so it was obviously then good for me.
Yeah. Well, Alice, congrats on getting your first win, and we'll wish you the best of luck and hope to see you back here again.
Thank you.
All right, guys, back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Kostya. Again, our congratulations as Alice Lee gets back on track. And boy, the start was a challenge for her. But it's time to end the show. Final thoughts. Christian, once again, these national championships, they bring out the best.
Absolutely, and Alice definitely needed that victory, and I have to say, Justin Wang proving that he's playing the best chess, the same with Akopian so far. But Justin hasn't faced any of those leaders. He hasn't played against Christopher Yu. He hasn't played against the Wonder. Sorry, not the Wonder, Hong, right? Andrew is having a difficult tournament so far. He's just not making the best out of his chances, especially in today's round.
Absolutely.
He played a marvelous game out of the opening. Unfortunately for him, he wasn't able to bring it home. But I have a feeling we're going to see some better chess from Andrew as well moving forward.
Thank you. Thank you for the comment. End of our show. Thank you so much for joining us. It's been nice, our pleasure. Tell your friends where you're hanging out. And we'll see you all tomorrow.
Join us tomorrow for round 4. Good night.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.